The system has activated a year early, but the apocalypse hasn't arrived. Yet this video is purely for entertainment and does not infringe on copyrights or laws. The rights to the novel and image belong to the original author. We do not claim ownership. Don't like waiting and want to listen to this fanfic in full now? Subscribe to our Patreon, where you'll find the best fanfics. Chapter 76, The Right Way to Get Rich. 25. Moreover, the broken end was extremely irregular, and it was obviously not cut off by something, but was simply broken by a strange force. Hiss. But this guy was also a ruthless person. The right wrist was broken, and the skeleton ghost didn't even scream, but only some gasps of pain were heard. He immediately held the broken wrist of his right hand with his left hand, trying to stop the bleeding, and looked at Chen Mo with a nervous expression. He never thought that someone could be so fast. Just now, he didn't see how Chen Mo rushed from the sofa to him. He just felt that he was there in a flash. That's it. Chen Mo threw away the irregular lump of meat and iron on his hand, and smiled and looked at the skeleton ghost jokingly. At this moment, the skeleton ghost suddenly seemed to see himself as a perverted killer. He always teases the other party with such an expression before killing the target. After forcing the other party to completely despair and collapse, he will be satisfied and finally kill the other party. Only in this way can he get the supreme pleasure that he could never get in normal days. But now, he and Chen Mo suddenly exchanged positions. The one who teased and mocked became the other party. At this moment, he finally understood what kind of mentality the people he had killed before had when facing him. The moment this concept flashed through his mind, his eyes became fierce, and he shouted to himself in his heart, "I'm not one of those weak chickens who can only be slaughtered by others." As he became ruthless, he suddenly kicked the ground with his right foot, and a short blade immediately popped out from the tip of his right shoe. The next moment, he used an extremely fast side kick to throw the short blade of his right foot towards Chen Mo's temple. The speed was so fast that even a master like the bearded man lamented that if he was attacked by the skeleton ghost at such a close distance with a side kick at such a speed, it would be difficult for him to react. "Brother Mo, be careful." Haozi was even more frightened watching nearby, but Chen Mo's movements were faster than his shouting. The speed of the skeleton ghost's kick was already very fast, just like a lightning whip, but even at this speed, Chen Mo still grabbed his ankle. As Chen Mo suddenly exerted force with his right hand, with a puff, the skeleton ghost's right foot immediately became like tofu, and was directly crushed by Chen Mo from the ankle. Ah! Shaha! This time, the skeleton ghost finally couldn't help screaming in pain. He couldn't stand on one foot, and he staggered, and couldn't stop moving twice, and then fell to the ground with a bang. At this time, his hands and feet were all abolished by Chen Mo. No matter what other means he had, he couldn't continue to be ruthless. Chen Mo's seemingly understated two moves made everyone present feel pain in their hands and feet. Especially the group of younger brothers around. They were very glad that they didn't go up to trouble this man before. Otherwise, the skeleton ghost's fate might be their fate now. Just thinking about it makes people feel scared. The bearded man on the side was even more frightened. He was now extremely grateful for the arrival of the skeleton ghost. You know, he was the first one to come in. Although some of Haozi's words just now scared him, he was not so easy to surrender. If he had been tougher just now, he might have been beaten. When he thought of this, he naturally felt a sense of joy after surviving a disaster. The level of the perverted killer is not very good. Chen Mo smiled and looked at the skeleton ghost. He did it on purpose, to let this skeleton ghost also taste the fear that others had suffered when he had harmed others before. System prompt. It was detected that the 7th level mutant Qin Shao was severely injured by the host's cross-level attack and caused a strong psychological shadow and fear. While the host defeated the 7th level master by crossing the level, it also gave the other party a heavy psychological blow. The effect of this attack was outstanding, and a reward comparable to killing a 7th level unit was hereby awarded. This reward can only be triggered once. Reward the host with 5,000 survival points and an A-level gift package. Is this alright? Chen Mo laughed immediately. If he killed the skeleton ghost again, wouldn't he be able to get another killing reward? Since the system has already given him an extra reward, Chen Mo was too lazy to waste time with the skeleton ghost. He was originally planning to give this guy a good beating and let him have a good taste of what fear feels like. The skeleton ghost at this moment no longer had the aura he had when he first came in. He was so scared that he sat there like a wooden man. Looking at his distraught look, Chen Mo was too lazy to pay attention to him anymore. He slapped the skeleton ghost to death on the spot. System prompt: the host has successfully killed a 7th order mutant at the 1st order realm. The host's combat power is difficult to guess. The host is hereby rewarded with 5,000 survival points and an A-level gift package. It's great. This skeleton ghost alone contributed 10,000 survival points and 2 A-level gift packs. That's great. After Chen Mo killed the skeleton ghost, he immediately glanced at the people around him and said, "Does anyone know what happened in the private room just now?" As soon as he said this, whoever he glanced at immediately lowered their heads, not daring to look at Chen Mo. Even the second in command of the tiger group, the bearded man, was frightened. Only Haozi ran up and said, "Brother Mo, I saw it. The skeleton ghost suddenly came to attack our brother Tiger for some reason, and the two of them started fighting. After the skeleton ghost was crippled by Brother Tiger, when Brother Tiger lifted him to the wall, he suddenly took out a knife with his remaining hand and stabbed Brother Tiger directly in the center of his bro, killing him. But before Brother Tiger died, he also hit him hard on the top of his head, and they both died." Chen Mo smiled and glanced at Haozi and said, "You have the brightest eyes and see the most clearly. Come over and clean up these two guys." After that, Chen Mo looked at the bearded man and said, "Bearded man, do you also want to go on the road with Ahu and the skeleton ghost?" At this time, the bearded man didn't dare to hesitate at all. He immediately knelt down in front of Chen Mo and said, "Brother Mo, I, Sudaquin, will listen to you from now on. I will do whatever you want." System prompt: the 5th level monster Sudaquin was attracted by the host's powerful personality charm and voluntarily joined the host. The host successfully crossed the level to subdue the 5th level monster as his subordinate. The reward for subduing is higher than the reward for killing. Hereby reward the host with 10,000 survival points. Chen Mo found that as long as there is no gift package, the system is still quite generous in giving survival points. And the reward for subduing is better than killing. Wouldn't it be a great profit to subdue a lot of subordinates? Chen Mo immediately glanced at the people around him. "What about you?" We all listened to Brother Mo. Brother Mo will be our leader in the future. As everyone expressed their opinions, the system prompts in Chen Mo's ears also rang wildly. Half of the younger brothers around him were dead, but the remaining half were about level 3. With their submission, Chen Mo directly gained 30,000 survival points. At this moment, Chen Mo suddenly found the right way to make a fortune. As long as he subdued as many subordinates as possible, he could maximize his profits. It seems that he should focus on making his own name and subduing more subordinates in the future. Chen Mo felt very happy after taking a glance at the 346,404 survival points on the system interface. Chapter 77, A Big Tree Has Deep Roots. 2-in-1, 45. Chen Mo looked at the bearded Sudaquin and said, "Very good. In the future, you and Haozi will manage the entertainment industry around here. By the way, keep an eye on the venues near Modu University and don't let anyone make trouble here. As for the labor fees collected before, they will not be collected in the future. And don't go out and do anything illegal for me in the future, otherwise I will make you look good. The income from these entertainment industries is enough for you to be free and easy. You are now doing the previous business projects. Later, I will have a larger construction plan, which requires a lot of manpower. I will use you then. By the way, gather all the people under you at that time and let them know who will be their boss in the future." Chen Mo couldn't help thinking, when all the people in the tiger group are attached to him, how much reward should he receive? Chen Mo accepted the tiger group because he saw that Suya was in trouble. It unexpectedly opened up his mind and pointed out the direction for the future. However, it is not enough to just deal with Ahu to subdue the tiger group. Ahu is just working under the Han family. The various industries in this area also belong to the Han family. If you want to take over all of them, you need to get rid of the Han family. But getting rid of the Han family is no longer as simple as dealing with Ahu. The Han family is one of the top 10 of the top 100 groups in the Magic City. They control a large number of industries in the Magic City. If they stir up the Han family, they will attract a group of people who want to grab the cake. If Chen Mo acts rashly, he will probably make wedding clothes for others in vain. To deal with the Han family, you must first find allies and discuss with them how to swallow the collapsed Han family with the advantage of information gap. Chen Mo thought about it and prepared to discuss it with Du Renyuan and Zhao Yu. Although Zhao Yu has no say in the Yellow Robe Society, with Du Renyuan's relationship, Chen Mo thinks Zhao Yu should be someone who can persuade the Yellow Robe Society. Thinking of this, he decided to find Du Renyuan directly to talk to Mingyuan community. But he suddenly remembered that he seemed to have forgotten the contact information of Jia Du Renyuan. He only had the contact information of Du Zeheng and Du Zixi. Chen Mo thought that girls might sleep late in the morning, so he called Du Zeheng. At this time, Du Zeheng was reading a book leisurely. His father stood up again, and he was not as busy as before. He could finally live a comfortable life as a second-generation ancestor. As the phone rang, Du Zeheng immediately picked it up and checked. It's a call from Dr. Chen. Does my father need a second treatment? He answered the phone immediately. Hello, good morning, Dr. Chen. Mr. Du, I have something to talk to your father about. I don't have his contact information. Can you give it to me? After saying this, Du Zeheng was a little curious. What exactly did Dr. Chen need to talk to his father about in person? Soon he remembered what he had just heard about the bizarre murder near Mingyuan community. But he didn't ask much and directly gave Chen Mo the phone number. Then, he walked quickly to his father's study. At this time, Du Renyuan was sorting out some reports from his subordinates. Seeing Du Zeheng coming in, he immediately smiled and said, "Didn't you say yesterday that you could leave the work to me and you could relax for a day? Why don't you relax for a day and come to help Dad?" Du Zeheng smiled and said, "No, just now Chen doctor called and said he wanted to see you. I don't know what it is, so I told you in advance. I guess it may be related to the murder case near Mingyuan community." Oh. Hearing that Chen Mo was looking for him, Du Renyuan's expression immediately became more serious. Sure enough, as soon as Du Zeheng finished speaking, Chen Mo called. "Hey, Chen doctor, why are you in a hurry to find me so early in the morning? Is there something wrong?" Du Renyuan immediately asked with concern. If protection was needed, he would definitely send a master to protect Chen Mo without saying a word. "I have something to discuss with you. I wonder if President Du is free. When can we come to Mingyuan community for an interview?" "Oh, I need an interview. Is it serious? If it is, I'll go there right away. It's quite serious." Chen Mo replied with a smile. "Okay, I'll go there right away." Although Chen Mo didn't say what it was, when Du Renyuan heard him ask him to go to Mingyuan community, he also felt that this matter might be related to the murder case near Mingyuan community. But is it necessary to ask him to go there in person? Du Renyuan felt that Chen Mo must have some other deep meaning. He immediately packed up and said, "I'm going to Mingyuan community. You can handle the things here first." "Ah, going to Mingyuan community?" Du Zeheng was obviously a little surprised. At this time, Du Zixi came over and said, "Dad, why are you going to Mingyuan community?" "Drive Chen called me and asked me to come over. I think he has something to discuss with me. I'm going to take a look." "So that's the case. Then I'll take you there." Du Renyuan glanced at Du Zixi and smiled. "Okay, Zeheng, you'll have to take care of the affairs for another day." After contacting Du Renyuan, Chen Mo left the Love CKTV. He handed over the rest of the matters to Haozi and Sudaquan. Sudaquan was the second in command of the Tiger Group. After Ahu and the Skeleton Ghost died, he was the highest ranking person in the Tiger Group. With Haozi, who was smart, following him, it was easy to handle the follow-up matters. But they could only hold on for a while. If Chen Mo didn't act quickly enough and the Han family found out that Ahu was in trouble, there would be trouble later. The morning class was nothing important, and Chen Mo just went to class, based on his mood. Now that there was something important, he went back to Mingyuan community. On the way back, he also saw a lot of people gathered in the residential building and talking about it. They seemed to be discussing the 5 killers. Chen Mo ignored them and went back to Mingyuan community and came to Zhaoyu's home. Ding dong. Not long after Chen Mo rang the doorbell, Zhaoyu opened the door. Mo, didn't you go to school? Zhaoyu said unexpectedly when she saw Chen Mo. Something happened on the way, so I came back. As soon as she said this, Zhaoyu immediately pulled Chen Mo closer and looked him up and down carefully. Sister Yu, what are you doing? Chen Mo asked curiously. I'm going to see if you are injured. The 5 bodies found in the alleys of the nearby residential area are from the Seagull Squad. They are experts. They died inexplicably near my Mingyuan community. If you say you have nothing to do with it, I don't believe it at all. Zhaoyu looked at Chen Mo with an expression that said, don't try to lie to me. When she got the relevant news just now, she was scared. It was not until her subordinates said that someone saw Chen Mo appearing safely in the commercial street near Modu University that she felt relieved. Seeing what Zhaoyu said, Chen Mo could only smile and said, okay, nothing escapes your eyes. It is indeed related to me, but let's not talk about some details for now. I have made an appointment with President Du to come here, and we will discuss more important things. You called Du Renyuan to come here? Zhaoyu looked at Chen Mo in surprise. What important matter requires him to be present? You'll know when he comes. Chen Mo smiled mysteriously and entered Zhaoyu's home. Sister Yu is making scented tea again. It smells so good. Zhaoyu was used to making a pot of scented tea in the morning. Chen Mo immediately poured himself a cup with ease and then said, why didn't Sister Yu prepare nuts? How can you drink scented tea without melon seeds and peanuts? Brat, you're like you're back home, and you even gave orders. This pot of scented tea is very precious. You'd better save it for me. Zhaoyu took out a bag of melon seeds and scolded with a smile. It's a home after all. After Chen Mo drank 2 sips of tea, he smiled and pulled Zhaoyu to sit down, patted her shoulders and said, my good brother will give you a couple of massages. It's worth the money for a cup of tea, right? If it's a yearly package, it's barely okay. Zhaoyu smiled. The two of them chatted and laughed, and a lot of time passed quickly. Du Zixi called, just after he finished half a bag of melon seeds. Hello, Chen Mo, we're here. Which building are you in? I'm at Sister Yu's house. You can just come to Sister Yu's house. You were there yesterday. Chen Mo replied with a smile. You guys? You called Du Renyuan and Du Zixi? Zhaoyu glanced at Chen Mo and said, you kid don't want me to match you up, do you? What are you talking about? I only called Du Renyuan. Zixi should have come here by herself. I didn't call her. Oh, you called Zixi. You kid really likes the girl from the Du family. Chen smiled helplessly and said, a gentleman likes a beautiful lady. Zixi is beautiful and has a good family background. It's okay to be interested in her. You admit it generously. Ding dong. As the doorbell rang, Zhaoyu kicked Chen Mo and said, why don't you open the door for your little lady? Sister Yu, why do you look jealous? I haven't seen you like this with other girls. Chen Mo laughed. Because other girls won't take your silly boy away from their sisters. Zhaoyu scolded with a smile. Then don't worry. No one can take your silly brother away from your good sister. Chen Mo patted Zhaoyu on the shoulder and said with a smile, then went to open the door. Hearing his words, Zhaoyu's beautiful eyes moved, and I don't know what she was thinking. Mr. Du Zixi, you've worked hard to come here. Please come in. Chen Mo said, and stepped aside. Although Chen Mo was asked to open the door, Zhaoyu also came over. It was just that, if Du Zixi came, she could not come to greet him, but now it was Du Renyuan who came in person. She was Du Renyuan's junior anyway, and it was not reasonable for her to sit down when the elder came to visit. Hello, Uncle Du. Zhaoyu, we haven't seen each other for a few years, since your father left. Come on, please come in first and then talk. Zhaoyu said with a generous smile. Du Renyuan nodded and followed Du Zixi into Zhaoyu's home. At this time, there were dozens of security forces gathered around Mingyuan community. One side was protecting Zhaoyu, and the other side was protecting Du Renyuan. Both sides didn't know what was going on inside, but they basically knew that everyone was still friends, so they were not too nervous, but just quietly guarded the surroundings. As Du Renyuan and Du Zixi arrived, Chen Mo poured a cup of scented tea for each of them and said, "Have a cup of tea first." After that, he sat back next to Zhao Yu. At this time, Du Renyuan spoke first. "Dr. Chen, did you ask me to come here this time? Is it related to the murder case near Mingyuan community? I have basically investigated the identities of these 5 people. They are all from the Seagull team. They are experts among experts. They are also well known in the industry and their strength is still good. They were able to be killed so silently. I think it was Wen Leo's people who did it in secret." As soon as this was said, Zhao Yu immediately looked at Chen Mo. She was also quite curious about this matter. But in the end, she could only guess as Du Renyuan guessed, thinking that it was Wen Leo's people who did it. "It's not for this matter. You just treat it as if nothing happened." When Chen Mo said this, the subtext seemed to admit that the matter was related to Wen Leo. So Du Renyuan and Zhao Yu were very tactful and didn't bother about this matter anymore. "Then I wonder why you asked me to come here this time." Du Renyuan couldn't help but become curious. If it wasn't for the matter of the 5 assassins, what else could have made Chen Mo come here so early in the morning? If it wasn't something important, he wouldn't have done this. Du Zixi and Zhao Yu also looked at Chen Mo curiously. Chen Mo glanced at Zhao Yu and Du Renyuan and said, "I asked Mr. Du to come here to discuss the matter of combining the power of King Shintuan Peohu to swallow up the Han family." As soon as he said this, the other 3 looked at Chen Mo as if they had seen a ghost. This Han family is not a simple thing. They are an old group among the old groups. The history is almost the same as that of King Shintuan Peohu. Even in terms of group strength, it is only weaker than King Shin, stronger than Huan Peohu. Such a group is not something that can be swallowed up just by saying it. If it was really that easy, they would have done it long ago. It is precisely because they can't do it that the situation of the Han family being extremely entrenched in the Magic City has been delayed until now. It was not easy to swallow the Han family back then, and it is even more difficult now. Especially since the Han family, the Tang family, and some groups in the imperial capital are all connected and help each other. It is even more difficult to wipe them out easily. So, the moment Chen Mo said this, Du Renyuan and Zhao Yu felt that there was no feasibility. She had been pretending that the Yellow Robe Society had split for so many years, and the most she had planned was to find out and cut off the hidden hands of the group in the imperial capital. But she had never thought about the possibility of destroying the Han family. Chen Mo was even bolder and more direct than she had planned, which naturally surprised her. She was very curious why Chen Mo suddenly came up with such a bold and unrealistic idea. Du Renyuan glanced at Zhao Yu and said, "Dr. Chen, I know that this assassin incident has made you feel a huge crisis. But you don't know how deep the Han family is in the Magic City. The Han family today is definitely not something that can be easily swallowed up by a King Society and a Yellow Robe Society. What's more, it is a Yellow Robe Society that is in appearance but in spirit." Chapter 78 Old Fox. 2-in-1, 65. Hearing Du Renyuan say that the Huan Peo Club was incompatible with the Huan Peo Club, Zhao Yu's expression did not change at all. She just looked at Chen Mo curiously and said, Mo, why do you suddenly come up with such a bold idea?" Chen Mo was obviously quite normal when he had breakfast with her at Mu Ziao's house in the morning. How come he suddenly became so extreme and bold after a round? He actually dared to propose a plan to embezzle the Han family. This plan was something that neither she nor Du Renyuan had ever imagined. She also guessed the same as Du Renyuan, thinking that Chen Mo was assassinated by 5 assassins when he went out in the morning. Although he was secretly protected and rescued by Wen Leo's people, he was obviously a little too frightened, so he had such a crazy and unrealistic idea in his mind. The reason why Chen Mo had this idea was mainly to have a certain status, to attract the mysterious biotechnology company, so that if there were any drugs to sell in the future, they would find him. In his opinion, if he wanted to be noticed by this company, he must first have a high enough status and be worthy enough to be noticed by them. Secondly, the status cannot be too high, especially if the status is too close to the official. This biotech company may feel taboo about its status. Then replacing the Han family and gaining a foothold in the Magic City is a just right position. After all, it is the Han family that has been swallowed by the Yellow Robe Society and the Green Society. It does not look like the official style at first glance. This is why Chen Mo cooperated with the two families early. The first is to occupy a position that is enough to attract the attention of the other party, and the second is to let the other party see clearly what your status is. In this way, the chance of the other party contacting you will be increased. Regarding the surprise of the two after he proposed the idea, Chen Mo smiled and said, under normal circumstances, it is naturally impossible to swallow them easily, but what if I tell you that some important people among them will suddenly get into trouble? As soon as Chen Mo said this, whether it was Du Renian, Du Zixi or Zhao Yu, they all looked at Chen Mo with a look of surprise. Important people suddenly got into trouble? What does Chen Shenai mean? Du Renian showed a hint of interest. Just like the 5 people in the alley of the nearby residential area today, Chen Mo said with a mysterious smile. Same as those 5 people. Zhao Yu was incredulous after hearing this. Impossible. It's okay for Elder Wei to protect you, but it's obviously against the rules to let his people take the initiative to deal with the Han family. Once it is discovered and reported, it will be a big trouble for Elder Wei. Du Renian also said immediately, indeed, if Chen Shenai relies on Elder Wen's protection, then what you said is not very feasible. That's not the case. I have other reliance. If I tell you that those 5 people were killed by me, not by Elder Wei who sent people to protect me, do you still think that the people of the Han family are untouchable? As the saying goes, if you don't say something shocking, you will die. Chen Mo's words can be said to have completely shocked Du Renian and Zhao Yu. They investigated the level of these 5 people very clearly. This is definitely not something that a young man who is still in school can deal with alone. What's more, all 5 were killed neatly. 3 of them were killed in 1 second by someone's knife, and 2 of them were smashed into 2 piles of mud. To accomplish these things without attracting the attention of the people around, because it takes too long, it seems a bit difficult to do it with multiple people. Du Renian and Zhao Yu both looked at Chen Mo with an expression of looking at an alien. If things are really as Chen Mo said, it is really unbelievable. Don't doubt these, just tell me, in order to abolish the Han family, and let you quickly take over the Han family share, which Han family members need to be dealt with, and when to start. I have my own way to deal with the people to be dealt with. You just need to set up a situation that can quickly take over and swallow up the Han family share so that the people are not dealt with by the time and the benefits are swallowed by others. Chen Mo said seriously. Even if Du Renian and Zhao Yu found it unbelievable, they would not think that Chen Mo was joking or whimsical at this time. Although they were curious about how Chen Mo would do it, with Chen Mo's confidence, they were willing to accompany Chen Mo to try. Anyway, Chen Mo also said that he would do it to get rid of the people, instead of asking King Shen Huang Pao who to do it. The 2 parties only need to make sure that when something happens to the key person, they have a way to receive the divisible benefits due to the vacancy of the interest controller. In this case, the worst they can do is to make some more arrangements. Even if these arrangements are ultimately useless, it is not a big loss. The key is that, if Chen Mo really does what he said, then this matter will be fun. Zhao Yu, what do you think? Since Chen Shenai said so, I'm willing to give it a try. Du Renian smiled and looked at Zhao Yu. Zhao Yu was also interested at this time, since Mo has such confidence, and Uncle Du is willing to accompany him to go crazy, then I will naturally pull the uncles and uncles to participate. But I'm afraid that the Yellow Robe Society has been infiltrated by the Han family. Can you still tell who is human and who is a ghost? This is equivalent to a direct declaration of war. It is not convenient for us to leak such news. Du Renian narrowed his eyes and looked at Zhao Yu. He had always felt that Zhao Yu's performance was too mediocre. After all, she was the only daughter of Zhao Xianhao, who was once famous in the Magic City. She shouldn't be so incompetent. Over the years, the Yellow Robe Society seemed to be increasingly divided internally, but its development momentum was not hindered at all, and it was growing bigger and bigger. Of course, this is not inexplicable. After all, on the surface, it seems that these uncles and aunts are constantly working hard to expand their respective shares for their own interests, so they will expand so bravely. but the key is that they can grow independently with almost no loss in the case of frequent internal fighting. The whole situation seems a bit strange. But strange as it is, after careful investigation, it is not found that they have any special unity. Many times, they quarrel because of temporary interests. In the words of modern people, the private chat groups that can be developed by the 10 uncles and aunts of the Yellow Robe Society are simply unknown. There are so many private chat groups with different people participating. It is also possible to fight each other internally and cooperate with each other. So although everyone thinks it is a bit strange, there is not much doubt. It's just that Zhao is just a hands-off boss, which is too careless and direct. After all, it is the property left by her ancestors, so she should try her ability first. It's no wonder that every time Du Renyuan thinks of Zhao, he always feels that he can't see through this niece. He said this in front of Zhao, just to test the internal situation of the Yellow Robe Society. Zhao just smiled and said, "Please rest assured, Uncle Du, although I haven't been in charge of the Yellow Robe Society for a long time, there are still several loyal subordinates of my father who recognize me as the eldest lady. Since we are cooperating with Uncle Du, I don't think we need to use the power of the Yellow Robe Society. With a few of them working together with the Green Society, it should be enough to easily take some shares." So, that's right. Du Renyuan still couldn't see through Zhao's depth, and just nodded and said, "Then let's give it a try. If something happens to the important people at the top level, it will be difficult for us to take over the outflow of shares in a short time. After all, there are several mouths open waiting to eat below the head position. We can start from the middle part first. There are 2 important Han family control areas in the East City District and the South City District of the Magic City, which border our Green Society and the Yellow Robe Society's industrial belts. If these important managers are removed, they will be in chaos, and we can quickly take over in the chaos." Du Renyuan said, using his mobile phone to show Chen Mo photos of several people. Hearing the area Du Renyuan mentioned, Zhao nodded and said, "That is the area controlled by the side branch of the Han family. It is a little far from the control of the main family. It is indeed suitable as the first target. Uncle Du is indeed a man of insight. It seems that he has already planned it. Let's choose this place to disrupt their edge arrangements first, cut off the influence of their center radiating outward, and then gradually erode their central area." Du Renyuan looked up at Zhao with a smile and said, "Zhao, your strategic vision is not bad either. As soon as I say the place, you will know why this area can be the first choice." After saying this, Zhao was stunned for a moment, and then smiled and said, "It is mainly Uncle Du's good suggestion. You don't need to brag about business with each other. You have chosen it, right? These are the 3 main characters, right? No problem. Wait for my good news. How long will it take you to prepare, so that you can quickly swallow up the share over there after these 3 people are in trouble?" Chen Mo said, after taking note of the photos shown by Du Renyuan. He has a perfect replica passive skill. This passive skill comes with a photographic memory. Chen Mo remembers everything at a glance. Our 2 families already have some power over there. If we can work together, it won't take much time to set up, maybe half a day. You can start at night. Du Renyuan said. "Okay, then we'll start at night, but once we start, the Han family will definitely react quickly. By then, how can we further encroach on other areas? Wouldn't they be more defensive?" Chen Mo immediately asked an important question. "It's just to deliberately shock the tiger and startle the snake. The Han family is not a monolithic entity. Many of the Han family's collateral branches can't even drink a few sips of soup, let alone eat meat, and they have long been quite resentful. Take this opportunity to win them over. These people seem useless on weekdays, but once they are all together, the share they occupy in the Han family can be close to half, and then they can definitely hinder the hands and feet of the main family of the Han family. No, we are attacking the area controlled by the Han family's collateral branch at the beginning. Won't it offend the Han family's collateral branch even more? On the surface, it is, but in fact, after doing so, the main family of the Han family will have a legitimate excuse to send people to the area controlled by the collateral branch to participate in management under the euphemism of protection. The main family of the Han family has long been tired of these collateral branches relying on a little blood relationship to get the Han family share for free, and has long wanted to take back the shares that should have belonged to the Han family. And the Han family's collateral branches have been preventing this from happening. Guess what these collateral branches will think at that time? Mr. Do means that, in this way, they will suddenly become suspicious of each other and accelerate division and turmoil. That's right. At that time, the Han family will think that we want to seize external resources, but in fact our target is their central resources. When the Han family sends a large number of its own people to the external power area to fight openly and secretly with its own branch family, we can easily go straight to the center without having to make so many arrangements around the periphery. Duranian took a sip of flower tea and smiled. Otherwise, how can we say that the old ginger is still spicy? Chen Mo thought that Duranian's strategy was to slowly attack from the outside. As a result, he just attacked a power in an external area to deliberately alarm the snake and cause chaos within the Han family. The target has already been set on the middle area of the Han family. These people who play business wars in power all day long have really fast brains. If you say that they didn't plan in advance, they really didn't. But when they really had to plan, the strategies that were previously stored in their minds and would be used in the future immediately popped up. After listening to what Duranian said, Zhao Yu also nodded. This Uncle Du is indeed a man who can make King his own boss. He is indeed far-sighted. She had thought of this step just now, but when Duranian said that she was not bad, the look in his eyes made Zhao Yu subconsciously choose to hide, so she didn't say anything more. As long as we directly seize the control of these areas in the center, the control line between the Han family headquarters and the periphery will be cut off. At that time, we will occupy an important position, and we can attack the periphery or encircle their center, and then everything will be easy. Of course, the premise is that we can get rid of these important managers of the Han family who need to be eliminated in this plan. The three people in the periphery are just the beginning. They are originally from the Han family's collateral branch, and there is not much protection around them. As long as we want, we can take action at any time. But the key is that the middle part is not easy to handle. As long as there is no problem with the management of this middle part, it doesn't make much sense for us to just seize some external shares. They can operate back soon. Duranian showed Chen Mo a few more people. These people are the real highlight. When should these people be killed? Chen Mo asked, after noting down several key figures in the middle area. After we swallow the external area just mentioned, let the bullets fly for a while, and the main family of the Han family will send people to the territories of each branch family to carry out actions called protection. But in fact, they will take the opportunity to seize power. Then we will proceed to the second step. By then, the hatred between the branch family and the main family will have arisen, and the middle area of the main family will be in chaos. They really don't want to manage much. We will send some goodwill messages to the external branches. Whether they are willing to stand idly by or not, the impact is not particularly large. Because suspicion has arisen, the Han family is already in chaos. Duranian said with a smile. Well, in the evening, you two will wait for my good news. Chen Mo said with a smile. Then I will wait and see what Dr. Chen does. Duranian said with a smile. Zhao Yu's beautiful eyes moved slightly, and she glanced at Chen Mo. Although she didn't know how this kid would do it, if he could really get rid of all the people he planned to eliminate as he said, then the Han family would really be in chaos. She must arrange for the Yellow Robe Society to be ready as soon as possible, otherwise the meat will be eaten by the Green Society. Although they are allies, they are after all independent, and they still care more about their own interests. They can sit together and talk and laugh simply because of Chen Mo as the middleman. If it weren't for Chen Mo, the key hub, Zhao Yu would even outweather Duranian. The old fox had any other plans when making plans to take a bite of their Yellow Robe Society. Chapter 79 Gift Pack Synthesis 2-in-1, 25. After discussing a similar plan, Chen Mo looked at the two of them and said, Mr. Du, Sister Yu, since we are discussing the plan to annex the Han family together, naturally I have to say something in advance. I want to take 1/3 of the share that is swallowed up. As soon as Chen Mo said this, Du Renyuan and Zhao Yu couldn't help but look at each other. Zhao Yu asked curiously, Mo, are you planning to set up your own business? Chen Mo nodded. Some of my plans require me to control a force and have a group of people under my control. Hearing what Chen Mo said, Du Renyuan immediately smiled and said, why bother so much? Dr. Chen, you also know about my Du family. Whether it is Zixi or Zhang, they are all adopted by me and have no blood relationship with me, but I will eventually hand over the future of the Du family to them. Although they have no intention of taking over the Du family, I will leave one day, and I will definitely find someone to inherit in the future. Our Zixi is not married yet. In my opinion, if you can become the son-in-law of my Du family, there will be no problem in entrusting the entire Du family business to you. I just hope that in the future you can have a child with the surname Du and inherit my surname, then I will be satisfied. Du Renyuan's words at this time were naturally not polite words. What he said was the truth. The 5 children he adopted were not blood relatives. The family business would always be handed over to one of them. No matter who it was handed over to, it would no longer be the orthodox bloodline of the Du family. It would only inherit the Du family's surname and family lineage. If Chen Mo was willing to be the son-in-law of the Du family, there would be no psychological burden or entanglement in giving kingship to Chen Mo. As soon as he said this, Du Zixi blushed and looked at Chen Mo without saying anything. Zhao Yu looked at Chen Mo with a playful look. Looking at Zhao Yu's expression, it seemed to say, I said I was going to be a matchmaker today. Chen Mo smiled and said, thank you Mr. Du for your kindness, but I still hope to do it step by step through my own abilities so that I can feel more at ease. With the ability of Dr. Chen, it is naturally no problem for him to start from scratch. Mr. Du only wants to choose a son-in-law out of appreciation. But there is one thing, I don't know if I should ask it or not. Chen Mo looked at Du Renyuan and said, please speak, Dr. Chen. Mr. Du, with such status, has no offspring now. Is it because the person he loved deeply passed away and sealed his heart and locked up his love, or is it because of physical reasons? If a normal person mentioned this kind of thing in front of Du Renyuan, it would obviously be like exposing someone's scars and seeking death, but Du Renyuan was not displeased by Chen Mo's words. He said, it's just physical reasons, a problem I was born with. Although it was just a few simple words, it was accompanied by half a lifetime of resentment and lament. After hearing this, Chen Mo smiled and said, then Mr. Du, it won't be a problem for you to have blood relatives in the future. After this, both Du Renyuan and Du Zixi looked at Chen Mo in surprise. I forgot to say before that my Tai magic needle technique is not only for your terminal illness. As long as the technique works normally, it will stimulate the self-healing potential of your cells throughout your body. All your diseases will be cured by me, so even the problems you have at birth can be cured. After Chen Mo finished speaking, Du Renyuan was stunned. Even if he is a powerful and arrogant person, he still has no blood descendants of his own, which is a pain in his life. Now, he did not expect that this pain could be cured directly by Chen Mo with the side effect of treating terminal illness. The pain brought to Du Renyuan by this disease is no less than the previous terminal illness that caused his death. Is what Dr. Chen said true? Even though Du Renyuan was able to keep his emotions in check, he could not help but excitedly hold Chen Mo's hand and ask hopefully, yes, Mr. Du, just rest assured, so Mr. Du can leave the Du family's property to his own blood relatives to inherit. Having said that, Chen Mo did not say a word. The end of the world would come in half a year. Even if he found a wife and made her pregnant now, she would not be able to catch up with the birth and the end of the world. There was no way to talk about whether to inherit the family business or not. After hearing what Chen Mo said, Du Renyuan was so happy that he couldn't help himself. He immediately said, drive Chen, your great kindness, I, Du Renyuan, will never forget it. Not to mention 1/3 of the Han family's income, I can also give you 1/3 of my Kingsh's income in full. This time, my Kingsh will participate for free. We are willing to do our best to help you. Dr. Chen, swallow up the Han family to express my gratitude. Du Renyuan said so. Zhao Yu also smiled and said, then sister will give you this share as well. Xiaoyu wanted a share before, just because she was afraid that Kingsh would become bigger alone. Originally, the Huangpao club was not as good as Kingsh. Now that they swallowed up the Han family, with half for each person, Huangpao club is still far inferior to Kingsh. Naturally, she couldn't give up the income. But now Kingsh is willing to take the initiative to give up the income and give it to Chen Mo, so it's nothing for her. At least Chen Mo is half of her own to her, and Chen Mo just refused to be the son-in-law of the Du family. Judging from Chen Mo's attitude, he basically has no intention of favoring the Du family. Xiaoyu naturally didn't care that her cheap brother squeezed into the table of the Magic City and enjoyed the food on the table with her. Sister you don't need your share. After all, your current voice in the Yellow Robe Society is too low. If this matter can be accomplished, it will help you to increase your weight in the Yellow Robe Society and increase your chances of taking over the Yellow Robe Society again. Chen Mo's plan this time is not just for himself. After listening to Du Renyuan's talk about the internal situation of the Yellow Robe Society, Chen Mo has been thinking about helping his good sister regain power. This time is a wonderful opportunity, and he naturally can't let it go. Xiaoyu was naturally moved when she heard Chen Mo say this, but Du Renyuan was present, so she couldn't say much. She grabbed Chen Mo's hand with a gleam in her beautiful eyes, patted it with a smile and said, "Having a good brother is caring." The plan has been discussed, and Du Renyuan and Xiaoyu also need to gather people immediately and prepare so that they can react quickly after Chen Mo succeeds in the evening, so they didn't get together to chat more. Seeing that they were all ready to do things, Chen Mo said goodbye and went home first. "I have a date with Lin Xinru in the afternoon, and she said she would treat me." It was still early, so Chen Mo planned to go home and open the reward first, and then go to the car dealership to look at cars. He needed to buy a car for the daily task 3, and he hadn't spent the 100 million given by Du Renyuan. It was just right to pick up a car. This morning, Chen Mo got 3 A-level gift packages. After returning home, Chen Mo immediately took out one of the A-level gift packages and prepared to open it. At this time, the system prompt rang. System prompt. It is detected that the host has 3 A-level gift packages and 3 special reward extraction opportunities. The system opens the gift package synthesis permission for the host. You can use 3 low-level gift packages, plus 3 special reward extraction opportunities, to synthesize a high-level gift package. Do you want to synthesize? Chen Mo was a little surprised when he suddenly received the system prompt. He didn't expect that the gift package could be synthesized from low level to high level. He had calculated before that if the SSS level gift package was worth 100 million, the S level gift package should be worth 1 million, and the A level should be 100,000. 3 A level gift packs are almost equal to 300,000 survival points. As for the chance of drawing ordinary special rewards, it is difficult to estimate. If you draw a rubbish one, it will be very rubbish. If you draw a good one, it is estimated to be at the level of an S-level gift pack, but the probability is very low and can be ignored. The possibility of drawing an S-level reward from a super special reward is slightly higher. Let's calculate the expected value of the ordinary special reward drawing opportunity according to the higher A-level gift pack, that is, 3 A-level gift packs plus 3 special reward drawing opportunities are equal to 6 A-level gift packs. That is, the value of 600,000 survival points will become 1 million survival points after synthesis. No matter how you calculate it, it's a profit. Chen Mo naturally did not hesitate and immediately chose to synthesize. System prompt. Congratulations to the host for the successful synthesis. You have obtained an S-level gift pack. As this gift pack was obtained, Chen Mo suddenly had a bold idea in his mind. If he collected 3 SSS level gift packs and added 3 special reward drawing opportunities, could he synthesize a gift pack above SSS level? When he thought of this, he was really interested in trying it. Unfortunately, SSS level gift packages are hard to come by, and he only has 1 SSS level gift package left to open. He will have a chance to do experiments after getting 2 more. With the successful synthesis of the S-level gift package, Chen Mo immediately chose to open it. System prompt. The gift package has been opened successfully. Congratulations on obtaining the S-level item. Regeneration pill. Regeneration pill. As long as you put it into the target's mouth, even if the opponent is dead, you can directly revive him. If the opponent is crushed to the point that you can't even find his mouth, it doesn't matter. Find any piece of the opponent's corpse tissue and then press this magical pill into it. You will see that the opponent will rely on this piece of corpse tissue to reshape his body and revive again, but it will take longer to reshape his body. But don't worry about not being able to find the opponent's brain. The opponent's memory will be lost, and the opponent's genes will help the opponent remember everything. Seeing this pill, Chen Mo remembered a game set in the background of the end of the world. The name and effect of this regeneration pill are somewhat similar to the game Chen Mo knows. He was very curious before. Every time the protagonist of this game died, his father would send him back to the village to find the doctor to revive him with electric shock. When he was a child, he thought that in this world of gunfire and rain of bullets, the protagonist's body would have been shattered after being killed by artillery fire. How could he be resurrected properly if his body was destroyed? After seeing the introduction of the function of this regeneration pill, Chen Mo found that he seemed to understand the reason. This thing can directly revive an individual as long as it finds a little tissue, and the memory will not be lost. This is too amazing. It was the first time that Chen Mo heard that genes can help people remember everything. It didn't sound very scientific, but Chen Mo shook his head immediately. The world was already abnormal, and the system had come out looking for science in this abnormal world. I'm afraid there was something wrong with my brain. As a magic medicine that can revive the dead, even if they were blown to pieces, as long as you can find any part of the other party's body tissue, you can revive the target. It's not an exaggeration to reach the S-level evaluation. Chen Mo thinks that even the SSS level is not wrong. After all, this is not a game. In the real world, if a person dies, he is dead. The word resurrection sounds too unreal. Such an ability is definitely a super-real ability. If you carry the regeneration pill with you and swallow it before you die, even if your body is blown to pieces, the regeneration pill in your stomach can make you regenerate and resurrect. This is a top-level life-saving method. System: does this pill work no matter how long a person has been dead? System prompt: please use it within 24 hours after the target's death, otherwise there will be some sequelae after resurrection. If the target has been dead for more than 72 hours, even if there is a regeneration pill, it will not be able to revive the target. In other words, it is best to revive the target within 24 hours, and at worst, it must be revived within 72 hours. Chen Mo nodded, and then put the regeneration pill into the storage ring. In this way, if you want to eat the regeneration pill, you can directly put the storage ring into your mouth, and you can instantly take out the regeneration pill and eat it, which is faster than putting it in the system warehouse. When Chen Mo put away the regeneration pill, the system prompts in his ears rang again. It turned out to be a reward for him to win over a group of subordinates. It can be seen that Haozi and Sudapan are still very reliable in doing things. They have quickly won over a group of people and let them recognize themselves as the boss. This wave of people directly increased Chen Mo's survival points by 100,000, and he also received a B-level gift package and an A-level gift package. Even if they are just ordinary minions and cannon fodder, there are occasionally some high-level talents among them. Although more than half of the people Chen Mo saw when he went out were dead bodies. But as long as you survive and live to the era when the system is turned on, there are basically no ordinary people. Most people still have the level of 1 or 2 levels, and the strength of the 3rd level is also quite common. It can be seen that the changes in the world in the past 6 months have provided a good stage for everyone to evolve. Feeling the joy of sitting at home and receiving rewards from the sky, Chen Mo is more and more sure of the future development route. Just be the boss directly and gather more subordinates. In this way, you don't need to spend too much effort to make a lot of rewards. It's beautiful. Chen Mo also immediately chose to open the 2 gift packages he just got. System prompt: the gift package has been opened successfully. Congratulations on obtaining the B-level item, Simulation Doll. Simulation Doll. It can transform into the appearance of any target, and the holder can transmit the sound through the remote control speaker. so that your voice can be emitted through the doll, and the sound emitted by the doll will be consistent with the target of the transformation. However, the doll cannot perform any actions. Please note that it is best to use it in a sitting or sleeping position to reduce the possibility of being discovered as a doll. What the hell is this? Is it worth B level? After reading the introduction of the simulation doll, Chen Mo couldn't think of what it could be used for a while. He was not a high school detective with a shrunk body who needed this thing. Chapter 80 Vibranium Flying Knife. 35. But after complaining, Chen Mo studied it carefully and found that this thing might be really useful. In the end times, it can be used to attract the attention of monsters and give yourself a chance to escape. It can also be used as a means of luring the enemy, leading others to attack, while you can ambush secretly. You can also kill a leader and pretend to be the other party and take control of the other party's subordinates before they react. In the prosperous times, there are similar uses. For example, pretending to be an important figure of the main family of the Han family and then making some unfavorable remarks about the branch family. This can definitely accelerate the division of the Han family. Thinking of this, Chen Mo felt that he had just blamed this thing a little bit. The thing is not bad, and you can still think of a lot of uses if you think carefully. Thinking of this, Chen Mo put away the simulation doll first and take it out when you need it later. Then he opened the A-level gift package he just got. System prompt: the gift package was opened successfully. Congratulations on obtaining the A-level item Vibranium Flying Knife Set. Vibranium Throwing Knife Set. There are 10 throwing knives in total. These throwing knives are made of special vibranium. They are light, tough, and have good cutting power. Compared with ordinary metals, they can absorb supernatural energy better to enhance the power of the throwing knives. Vibranium throwing knives? Chen Mo curiously took out a set of throwing knives from the system warehouse. The length of the throwing knives is 3 inches and 7 points, as thin as a cicada's wing, and the weight is also very light. The weight of a throwing knife is about 1 or 2 teals. As Chen Mo's mind moved, he activated his telekinesis to throw the throwing knives. The throwing knives flew out almost silently, and the next moment the whole throwing knives sank directly into the thick table. Chen Mo immediately tested the effects of other blades in the room. As a result, under the same supernatural energy, the penetration effect and flight speed of other blades are simply not at the same level as the vibranium throwing knives. Is this an A-level weapon? It's really awesome. This thing is controlled by supernatural power, and it's harder for people to react than a pistol. After all, a gun still makes a sound, and this thing flies out almost silently, plus the shooting as thin as a cicada's wing. It is even more difficult to detect with the naked eye, let alone sneak attacks. Even if you face the enemy head on, it is difficult for the enemy to dodge. This reminded Chen Mo of a character in a novel who always played flying knives head on, but never missed. If this character was also at this level when throwing flying knives, it would still feel impossible to counter such an enemy head on. Chen Mo liked this set of flying knives very much. He went online to find some videos of flying knife bloggers. After easily learning some skills of throwing flying knives, he experimented with the effect of flying knives purely by relying on his physical body. Throwing flying knives with his powerful physical body is actually not much worse than using superpowers. But the advantage of superpowers is that it is equivalent to having more hands and feet to do things, and it can also quickly take back the flying knives that have been thrown out, which can be recycled to produce the effect of a machine gun. Satisfied with the flying knives, Chen Mo also downloaded various videos on fighting skills such as judo, fighting, grappling, martial arts, etc. This quickly improved his fighting skills in all aspects. However, it is still time consuming to watch professional videos. Before I knew it, it was already afternoon. It was not until Lin Xinru called that Chen Mo reluctantly closed the video he was studying. After watching so many videos, Chen Mo felt that the effect of this perfectly replicated SSS level passive skill was too strong. Just watching the videos made him feel like he had mastered a set of magical skills. How should the body tissues move to produce the most efficient and explosive effect? He basically mastered all of these. Of course, strength can defeat skill. In fact, with Chen Mo's current strength, he doesn't need any skills to fight against ordinary people. He can destroy the opponent with one punch. But everything he does now is to prepare for the future. Naturally, it is impossible for him to just take the ordinary people in front of him as his goal. The more he learns, the more confident he is in his own strength. As soon as he picked up Lin Xinru's call, Chen Mo heard her excited voice saying, "Brother Mo, the big boss said that he got a new good thing today, and he wants me to help him paint this picture first. This time he offers 50,000 yuan. I'll go over and help him paint first. When I make money, I'll upgrade the quality of your dinner today." Hearing Lin Xinru say this, Chen Mo immediately said, "Can I go over and take a look together?" "That depends on who you ask. Brother Mo, wait for me." After Lin Xinru finished speaking, she was silent for a while, and soon her voice came again. She said with regret, "No, the boss said that the things are all in his private storage room. There are many precious things stored in it, and some precious flowers are grown in it. It's not convenient for outsiders to enter." "Really? Then don't make it difficult for him. Where is the big boss's home? I'll take you there." "No need. It's in the third courtyard of King's Villa near Modu University. It's quite close. He said he's nearby and can drive to pick me up right away." "Brother Mo, wait for the good news that I will make money and I will feed you well at night," Lin Xinru said happily, but Chen Mo felt that this boss was not very reliable. A high price of 50,000 yuan was offered to an art student who had not yet debuted. Chen Mo felt strange in his heart and immediately left Mingyuan community and quickly rushed to King's Villa. Because he used the shadow step and entered the invisible state, he ran directly at a super high speed and no one could see him. As Chen Mo arrived at the target location and waited for a while, finally, he saw Lin Xinru riding in the boss's car with a big belly and a well-fitting suit to the front of the villa. "Mr. Wang, the scenery of your villa is really good. At first glance, this garden has been carefully trimmed." For Lin Xinru, who has a strong artistic cell, she will quickly capture all the artistic things around her. "Haha, I did it all by myself. Miss Lin, please make fun of me." "No, it's very high level. I have seen some display pictures of gardening skills before. It's not easy to make a garden like this," Lin Xinru said with a smile. "Please come in." Wang Beiwen opened the door and invited Lin Xinru in. Since it was broad daylight and there were several servants waiting around, Lin Xinru didn't think there was anything wrong with this place and followed him in directly. At this time, Chen Mo suddenly heard the servants' private discussions. "The boss has tricked a girl back again. This time the girl is so beautiful and has a great figure. It's good to have rich people. They can trick people back by spending some money. It's not enough to have money, you also need some connections. I heard that the girl last time was very fierce and almost caused trouble, but in the end the boss used some connections and spent some money to get her." Chapter 81 Insects. 2 in 1. 55. Listening to the conversation between the two servants, Chen Mo confirmed his guess that there was indeed something wrong with this big boss. He followed the two people inside in stealth. Soon Wang Beiwen took Lin Xinru to a special room. The room was very large, with many artworks and some flowers. There were two large sofas in a right angle shape placed against the wall. As soon as Lin Xinru came in, she was attracted by the various artworks in the room and the flowers that were rarely seen at other times. Seeing that Lin Xinru couldn't help but walk towards those things, Wang Beiwen immediately walked to the sofa and said, "Ms. Lin, sit here. Sorry, when I saw these artworks, I couldn't help but want to observe them up close." Lin Xinru realized that her behavior was not very good. She smiled apologetically and sat on the sofa. At this time, Wang Beiwen picked up the teapot on the coffee table beside the sofa, poured a cup of tea for Lin Xinru, pushed it in front of her calmly, and said with a smile, "My environment is not bad, right?" Lin Xinru glanced at the teacup, but did not drink it. Instead, she followed Wang Beiwen's words and said, "Indeed, these works of art seem to have a high artistic content. There are also these flowers placed in different glass covers, with different lighting and pours, which seem to have different cultivation conditions. Boss Wang is really an expert in this field. You're welcome. I don't have any other hobbies on weekdays, but I'm interested in this one. I also know a little about tea ceremony. How about Miss Lin tasting this pot of tea?" Seeing that Lin Xinru did not drink the tea, Wang Beiwen immediately poured himself a cup, and after drinking it, he turned the teacup over and said. Seeing Wang Beiwen pour out the same pot of tea and drink it all, Lin Xinru picked up the teacup in front of her. It can be seen that she is not really completely defenseless. Seeing her reaction, Chen Mo smiled bitterly. This girl is a little defensive, but unfortunately not much. Chen Mo's perspective glasses were activated, and he could easily see that Boss Wang's teapot was a tampered yin yang teapot. The cup that this guy just drank, and the cup that Lin Xinru drank, were not the same pot of tea at all. It seemed that the water poured out of the same teapot was actually two kinds of tea. It must be said that Wang Beiwen's design was also extremely natural. When he invited people in at the beginning, he poured water for them very naturally. He did not put the cup in front of others to pour water first, but poured the water first and then pushed it in front of them. Although during the whole process, he was just chatting about his treasure room and did not say a word about asking the other party to drink tea, his action of pushing the tea in front of the guests would give people a subconscious meaning. That is, the host is inviting me to drink this cup of tea. This action that induces other people's subconscious reaction is more likely to make people relax their vigilance than asking others to drink tea. It is easier to induce others to drink the cup of tea in front of them. Whether the other party is thirsty or not, out of politeness, they will pick it up and take a sip. But Lin Xinru was obviously quite cautious and did not fall for it. Wang Beiwen had already planned for this kind of person. At this point, he would enter the second step. This time, he explicitly invited the other party to drink tea. Of course, doing so would definitely deepen the other party's doubts. After all, the other party did not drink under the first set of plans, and was obviously a person with a good defensive mentality. To deal with such a person, it would be even more difficult to succeed if he explicitly asked the other party to drink. So before this behavior, as long as he designed a pre-action, that is, to let the other party see that he drank the tea poured out of the same pot of teacup first, to dispel the other party's concerns, it would be much simpler. Since I have already drunk it in advance to show you that there is no problem with the thing, then you have nothing to doubt. In addition, the first time the host pushed the tea in front of you and asked you to drink it, you did not drink it. Although the other party did not ask you to drink it, the implicit meaning of pushing the teacup was to invite you to drink it. If you did not drink it, you have already offended the other party once. This time, the other party drank it in person first to show you. If you still don't drink it, then such a guest is more or less a little ungrateful. Most people will drink it. Even if the guest still refuses to drink, Wang Beiwen still has a follow-up plan. However, he has not met anyone who can refuse to drink after going this far. After all, the second step, he said, is to invite others to help him taste the tea in front of him, not whether the other party is thirsty or not, whether he needs to drink water. Even if you bring tea yourself, you have to drink this tea. And after Wang Beiwen finished drinking the tea, he turned the teacup over, indicating that he had drunk every drop. Generally speaking, if the host toasts, there is no reason for the guest not to toast. The more sensible the guest is, the more likely he will follow suit. Wang Beiwen's targets are often girls who are good at pursuing art, so that they can be deceived back home and into this environment. These girls are often more sensible and know etiquette, so Wang Beiwen's seemingly casual action is also designed with a layer of subtextual meaning. As the host, I have already toasted, and you as a guest should also understand what to do to conform to etiquette. Looking at the other party's sophisticated trap, Chen Mo could understand that this person is definitely a veteran without the need for the servant's words at the door. At this time, Lin Xinru saw Wang Beiwen drink up the tea in the cup and turned it over. Although she was not thirsty, she still slowly picked up the cup. Seeing that Wang Beiwen was fine, she did not hesitate to drink up the tea in the cup in front of her. The tea was good, and the fragrance was endless. Lin Xinru praised, "This tea is better than any other tea I have tasted before. Boss Wang really knows tea." Wang Beiwen smiled and said, "Miss Lin, you are too kind. If you like it, drink another cup." As he said that, he poured another cup for Lin Xinru, and then poured another cup for himself. This time he didn't even look at Lin Xinru, but began to introduce his collection here, and at the same time, picked up the cup of tea in front of him, and drank it up again. He did this to further dispel Lin Xinru's concerns and induce her to drink another cup. Although the medicinal power of 1 cup is enough, it is a bit slow to play. After 2 cups, the effect will be better. Sure enough, after the first cup of tea, she did not feel any discomfort. With the second cup, Lin Xinru's defense was even weaker. She picked up the teacup and drank the second cup of tea. But soon, she felt something was wrong. Wang Beiwen's voice suddenly sounded hollow and vague, and the scene in front of her began to blur. Miss Lin, are you okay? Wang Beiwen saw that Lin Xinru began to sway, and his face immediately lit up, pretending to be concerned and asked, what's wrong? Lin Xinru had already found out that something was wrong, but at this time her brain could no longer work, and her whole body was blurred. Mo. Brother Mo. She tried to call Chen Mo with her last bit of strength, but in the end, the phone was taken away before she could press it. Brother Mo. It seems that this girl has a boyfriend, which is better. It will feel better to play this way. Wang Beiwen looked excited, but just as he was about to make a move on Lin Xinru, he suddenly felt something behind him. When he turned around, he saw a handsome young man standing behind him. Brother Mo. Before Lin Xinru fell into a coma, she felt as if she saw Chen Mo, but she was eventually completely knocked out by the drug. At this moment, she didn't know whether what she saw before she fell into a coma was an illusion or something else. Chen Mo's sudden appearance really scared Wang Beiwen. He fell on the sofa behind him, as if he had seen a ghost. Who are you? How did you get in? Wang Beiwen asked in horror. Killing you is too easy for you. Chen Mo glanced at Wang Beiwen with a cold expression, and then the ring blade in his hand came out, and with a bang, he cut off the 5 limbs of this guy at an extremely fast speed. Because Chen Mo's move was too fast, Wang Beiwen didn't even have time to feel the pain, and he found that his hands and feet were not listening to him. When he looked more carefully, he found that his hands and feet had been cut off. Even the 3rd leg was cut off. Soon, the pain came belatedly, and his adrenaline began to surge. The strong adrenaline temporarily paralyzed his perception of pain, but even so, he still screamed in pain. What did you do to me? What did you do? He looked at Chen Mo with red eyes, trying hard to move his body, but at this time, the only part of his body that he could control was the part above his neck. Seeing that his body began to ooze blood everywhere, the fear of death enveloped Wang Beiwen even more than the damage to his body. Don't kill me. Who are you, and what do you want to do? If you want money, I can give you money. If anyone comes to you, I can give you double. Seeing that Chen Mo's move was so sharp, and he was so ruthless, and didn't talk much, Wang Beiwen directly regarded him as a killer hired by an unknown person to deal with him. Noisy, you will live like an insect for the rest of your life. Remember, the world is the hell I gave you, and living is my punishment for you. Chen Mo sneered, and cut off Wang Beiwen's tongue, making him unable to speak. Then, Chen Mo stretched out his hand to cover his head, and activated his healing ability, but controlled the range of treatment. He only stopped the bleeding of all Wang Beiwen's incisions, and healed the cut surface directly. But the cut part could not grow back. At this time, Wang Beiwen, who seemed to have become a legendary vase girl, looked at Chen Mo in horror. Seeing Chen Mo at this time was more terrifying than seeing the devil. Enjoy the wonderful rest of your life I give you, insect. You should be very happy in the next 6 months. Although turning the other party into this should have made the other party suffer for a lifetime. But when the end of the world comes in half a year, this guy will definitely die in this state, so he will only live for half a year. But just this half year is enough for Wang Beiwen, who has become an insect, to live a miserable life. After doing all this, Chen Mo activated the teleportation card he had opened in the daily gift package to Lin Xinru, teleporting her back to her home. The next moment, he used gravity to control and crush Wang Beiwen's 5 limbs that might still be recycled, and then disappeared directly in this room. Only Wang Beiwen was left, unable to move or speak, screaming like a madman. His physical injuries were stopped by Chen Mo, but his mind was seriously injured and could not be healed. At this moment, he was in pain, angry, and crying, with mixed feelings. He didn't understand what had just happened, why 2 living people could disappear from his room out of thin air. He didn't understand what the young man had done to him just now. His brain was almost shut down. In a mixture of grief and fear, he fainted because of the great mental shock. It was not until a servant came to call him for dinner that he finally found Wang Beiwen, who had turned into an insect. At this moment, the whole Wang family was in panic. No one knew what had happened, so they could only send Wang Beiwen to the hospital. But after the hospital received the patient, they felt confused. The amputation surface of Mr. Wang's limbs is very neat and healed very well. It is obvious that they were removed a long time ago. I don't know how long the wound has healed. Why did the person who sent him here say that he was injured today? The hospital didn't understand. Wang Beiwen's family didn't understand. Only Wang Beiwen, who had already fallen into madness, understood what was going on. But at this time, he couldn't write, couldn't speak, and had lost hope in life. His eyes were blank, and Wang Beiwen was like a madman. No matter how others asked, they couldn't get any information. The Wang family could only take him home first. After all, the hospital said that he was healthy, not sick or injured, and there was no reason for him to stay in the hospital. It was just that his mental state seemed to have some problems, and it was recommended to transfer him to a psychiatric hospital. But the Wang family obviously didn't want outsiders to know that their pillar of the family suddenly lost all his limbs and became mentally ill. At this time, Wang Beiwen was almost a representative of the family scandal. Family scandals cannot be made public, so naturally they concealed it. And for Wang Beiwen's wife, it was not a bad thing that he became like this. In this way, the gigolo she kept could come to her house and have sex with her legitimately. Even if Wang Beiwen saw it, such a useless person would be unable to do anything. It would be more exciting to just put him aside and watch. So, Wang Beiwen finally understood the words Chen Mo left for him. The world is the hell I gave you, and living is the punishment I gave you. The world at this moment was no different from hell to him. Living at this moment was no different from the death penalty to him. Even if he wanted to die, he couldn't say it out loud, and he couldn't do it. He really experienced what it meant to be unable to live or die. But until this moment, he didn't understand who the young man who caused him to fall into such a situation was, and why he treated him like this. This man's ability was like a ghost. He didn't connect him with such a simple identity as Lin Xinru's boyfriend at all. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 82, Fighting Tacoma. One extra chapter. At Chen Mo's home, Lin Xinru was sleeping at this time. As Chen Mo exerted his healing power on her and dispelled the effects of the drugs in her body, she suddenly woke up. She immediately looked left and right and found that she was at Chen Mo's home. Chen Mo was sitting next to her, looking at her with a smile. She immediately threw herself into Chen Mo's arms and cried, "It's over, brother Mo. I've been trapped. Woo woo woo. It's okay. It's safe." Chen Mo stroked her back and comforted her. After crying for a while holding Chen Mo, Lin Xinru suddenly pinched her face. "No, I have to wake up quickly." As she said that, she immediately looked around and found a knife. "I heard that when you are dreaming, as long as you commit suicide in your dream, you will wake up." After listening to Lin Xinru's words, Chen Mo finally understood that she thought she was dreaming at this time. He immediately pulled her back, hugged her in his arms and said, "Silly, you are not dreaming. I have helped you deal with that boss Wang. Don't worry, he will never hurt anyone again." Hearing Chen Mo's words, Lin Xinru couldn't help but be stunned for a moment, then immediately stood up and checked herself up and down. "Brother Mo, you saved me? How did you know I was in danger? When did you save me? Did I?" For a moment, Lin Xinru's mind was in a mess. Chen Mo hugged her in his arms again, gently holding her soft little hand and said, "Don't be nervous. When I saved you, he didn't have time to do anything to you. I heard that this guy offered you 50,000 for a painting, and I thought it was a bit problematic, so I went to see it. I found that this guy was behaving improperly, so I saved you." Although Chen Mo said it lightly, Lin Xinru was not a fool. It was not an easy thing to go to King's Villa to save people. Ordinary people could not enter that place. Brother Mo, how did you save me? Lin Xinru hugged Chen Mo in her arms, feeling his warm and safe breath, and her heart was settled. She asked curiously, Brother Mo, I'm not the same person I used to be. I have plenty of ways to save you. Have you heard of King Shen Tuangpeo? Who in the Magic City has not heard of them? These are two forces that ordinary people can't afford to offend. Lin Xinru nodded, and then she asked curiously, why do you suddenly talk about them? Because I'm working with them now. Think about it, with them working with me, who else in the Magic City can't I see? Chen Mo said with a smile. After saying this, Lin Xinru was stunned. Then what is your identity, Brother Mo? Lin Xinru had always thought that Chen Mo was just an ordinary student. She met Chen Mo after she found something lost. She learned that they were from the same school, and that Chen Mo was her senior. He was handsome and hardworking. Lin Xinru liked this sunny senior very much, and she was not a person with traditional concepts. It was rare for them to have eyes for each other, so the two of them quickly rolled onto the sheets. Although Lin Xinru was not a person with traditional ideas, it did not mean that she was a very casual person. When she had a specific partner, she would not talk about more targets. But for her, this specific partner did not need to be a mutually restrictive relationship like a boyfriend and girlfriend. When both parties did not have an actual partner, they comforted each other. After one of them had an actual partner, they could easily wave goodbye. Even Chen Mo was a little surprised. When the two of them rolled onto the sheets at the beginning, it was actually her first time. But it was the same. It was also his first time at that time. It was nothing to swap. It was precisely because Lin Xinru had a single-minded temperament in a specific period of time, so when she encountered the matter of being almost violated, her reaction was still very intense. At that time, she was really afraid that because of this, her relationship with Chen Mo would end so early. She never thought that Chen Mo was so well informed that he could save her in a place like Kingsu Villa. Chen Mo smiled and did not answer Lin Xinru's question, but just said, it doesn't matter what your identity is. What's important is that I can guarantee your safety anytime and anywhere. Hearing this, feeling Chen Mo's warm embrace, Lin Xinru did feel an incomparable sense of security. Soon, she kissed Chen Mo's lips passionately. System prompt. Warning. Warning. The 9th level corpse king is detected to be attacking you. Please flee quickly. Following the system's warning, Lin Xinru quickly made an untied motion to Chen Mo, and soon, she moved the kiss position. At this time, the system prompt also screamed wildly. System prompt. Serious warning. Serious warning. The 9th level corpse king is detected to be absorbing the host's essence. Please flee quickly. Listening to the noisy sound of the system, it affected his mood very much, and Chen Mo directly turned the system into silent mode. But the system prompts still appeared in the form of pop-ups. Brother Mo, have you been practicing secretly? Now you are so powerful. After half an hour, Lin Xinru wiped her mouth and said with satisfaction, there are even more powerful ones. Chen Mo smiled triumphantly and launched a counterattack. System prompt. It is detected that the host has successfully suppressed the 9th level corpse king. Facing the host's fierce attack, the 9th level corpse king has no way to resist. The host is invincible and has super powerful combat power. Previously, rewards for suppressing the 9th level corpse king have been released. This time, special rewards cannot be triggered. Hereby reward the host with 3000 survival points as encouragement. 1 hour later. System prompt. It is detected that the host has successfully fought the 9th level corpse king into a coma, and during the period, the 9th level corpse king has experienced 10 violent mental fluctuations. The host's bravery is trembling. Hereby reward the host with 3000 survival points as a reward. System prompt. Congratulations to the host for successfully completing the daily task. 2. 1-star difficulty task and meeting multiple task requirements. The daily task has been completed in excess, and this reward is doubled. You have obtained 6000 survival points and 2 1-star super daily gift packs. As the system prompts kept beeping, Chen Mo picked up Lin Xinru, who had no strength left, and went into the bathroom. After taking a shower and taking a warm bath, he changed all the wet sheets and then carried Lin Xinru back to the couch to sleep. He still had a mission to do at night, and now he was just accompanying Lin Xinru to rest. With Chen Mo's company, Lin Xinru had already fallen into a deep dream. But after she fell asleep, she still hugged his body tightly, and Chen Mo understood that she was really frightened today. This fear had penetrated into her subconscious, and it could not be erased as quickly as it appeared on the surface. Chapter 83 Weird Passerby 2 in 1. Lin Xinru slept from 2 p.m. to 6 p.m. before she woke up. However, the moment she woke up, she subconsciously tensed her body and immediately looked around. She didn't relax until she saw Chen Mo by her side. Brother Mo, what time is it now? Looking at the darkening sky outside, Lin Xinru rubbed her eyes and asked. It's 6 o'clock. It's time to get up and go out for dinner. I want to go out and buy a car. Let's buy a car and go out for dinner. Hearing Chen Mo say this, Lin Xinru was a little curious and asked, what car do you want to buy? What car do you like? I usually don't drive. I buy it for you to drive. Chen Mo smiled. Believe you. Lin Xinru shook her head and said, I have passed the driving test, but haven't actually driven a car. Aren't you afraid that I will scratch your new car? It doesn't matter if the car is scratched, just don't scratch yourself. Chen Mo smiled and got up directly and carried Lin Xinru to the bathroom. The two fought again on this battlefield. After washing up, they were ready to go out. At this moment, a message came on Chen Mo's phone. It was from Xiaoyu. She asked Chen Mo if he had any plans in the evening. She was at Xiaoyu's house, helping Xiaoyu cook dinner. She thought that if Chen Mo came, she would cook more. Chen Mo thought about it and knew that he had to go out anyway, so he would eat outside later. So he replied with a message saying that he couldn't go. Lin Xinru saw Xiaoyu's message and immediately said with her beautiful eyes, Brother Mo, is this the senior from yesterday? Yeah. Brother Mo is really popular. Although Lin Xinru said so, she still felt a little disappointed for no reason. Although she had agreed with Chen Mo before that they were free to make friends, after experiencing this incident, she didn't know if it was because of the crisis that triggered the suspension bridge effect. This made Lin Xinru feel more moved and dependent on Chen Mo, so that she became a little afraid of losing Chen Mo. Jealous? Chen Mo listened to the change in Lin Xinru's tone and patted her, but with a smile. What if I say yes? Lin Xinru smiled while hugging Chen Mo's arm. Then I will say it's okay. I will have more Vinegar for you in the future. Chen Mo said with a smile. Oh, I didn't realize before that Brother Mo is so fickle. Lin Xinru pinched Chen Mo's arm and said, it depends on what kind of world you are in. Chen Mo said with a faint smile. The world is about to end. By then, I don't know how many people will die in the world. It is possible that 2/3 of the population will be reduced at once. By then, the population will be insufficient. In order to continue the human race, the concept of reproduction in the future will be different from now. When the doomsday comes, Chen Mo has no confidence and great faith to protect the world. According to the system, the outbreak of the biochemical crisis and the advent of the demon star, the crisis of mankind is a crisis of the environment. It can't be changed, and there is no way to change it. He can only protect a few people. Lin Xinru didn't hear what Chen Mo meant, but thought that the different world he was talking about was just that his status was different now. He had already intersected with the Yellow Robe Society and the Green Society, and belonged to the upper world. But she didn't have any feelings about these. Anyway, at least so far, Brother Mo still belonged to her. At Xiaoyu's house, seeing Xiaoyu's slightly disappointed expression, after glancing at the message on her mobile phone, Xiaoyu smiled and said, won't that boy come here to eat tonight? Well, he said he was going to go out shopping with his friends, so he ate outside. That's because he didn't have a good time. Xiaoyu smiled. You can't stop cooking just because that boy doesn't come. How could it be, Sister Yu? Xiaoyu smiled immediately. Alas, stinky boy, how come you suddenly feel that you are in debt to Peach Blossoms in just a few days? It's Kinlan, Xiaoyu, do Zixi, and now this junior sister next to you. Xiaoyu looked at Chen Mo and Lin Xinru walking by outside the window, and whispered with a playful expression. After leaving Mingyuan community, Chen Mo took Lin Xinru to wait at the gate of the community. Because he didn't know cars, he had already contacted Duzixi in advance, and it was not easy to step on the pit when he called someone of Duzixi's level. Just as he was waiting at the gate of Mingyuan community with Lin Xinru, there were many vehicles and pedestrians coming and going nearby. Among them, a man wearing a mask and looking very weak was walking slowly towards this side from the other side of the road. At first glance, he was just an ordinary passerby, nothing to worry about. After seeing him, Lin Xinru didn't think there was anything unusual about him. Chen Mo could tell at a glance that the other party must be very ill, but he just thought he just met a seriously ill passerby. But his sense of smell smelled something wrong. As the passerby approached, the smell became stronger and stronger. If it were an ordinary person, half a street away, he would definitely not be able to smell the almost undetectable smell on the other person. But Chen Mo was different. After fusing the werewolf bloodline, his perception ability was greatly improved, and he could still smell it easily. The patient seemed to be carrying some kind of gunpowder products. Why would a seriously ill patient carry gunpowder products? Chen Mo felt very strange, and he immediately activated his perspective glasses and looked through the man. At this glance, he immediately discovered that this guy was carrying a homemade explosive pack. Any normal person would know that this person has a big problem. How could a decent person carry a homemade explosive pack on his body, let alone a seriously ill person? Chen Mo immediately sensed the danger. It was not that he was in danger, but Lin Xinru. If the other party detonated the homemade explosive pack next to him, Chen Mo would definitely be unharmed, but Lin Xinru would probably be directly blown to death. However, there were many people coming and going nearby, and it was not easy for him to kill this person directly. If he turned around and left, that guy might rush over madly and detonate in advance. At that time, the people around him would inevitably suffer. Many people coming and going around here are residents of Mingyuan community, and they are familiar with Chen Mo. Everyone has a good relationship on weekdays, and Chen Mo does not want to see them being blown to death because of himself. He immediately took out the damage resistance talisman he had obtained from opening the Samsung daily gift pack from the system warehouse, and stuffed it into Lin Xinru's hand. Brother Mo, what is this? Lin Xinru looked at the strange talisman paper in her hand curiously, and looked at Chen Mo and asked, "Amulet, I asked for it before, but I forgot to give it to you." Chen Mo said with a faint smile, "Do you still believe in this?" Although Lin Xinru felt strange, after all, it was Brother Mo who cared about her and asked for it, so she felt warm in her heart and immediately received the back of her mobile phone case. After giving the damage resistance talisman, Chen Mo said to Lin Xinru again, "Wait for me here, I'll go over and take a look." He had just finished speaking when a luxury car suddenly drove over. It was Duzixi. At this time, the man wearing a mask had also approached. Chen Mo, why did you think of buying a car? Duzixi, who didn't know what was going on, greeted Chen Mo normally and then saw that there was a beautiful girl next to him. "Zixi, you're here." Seeing Duzixi, Chen Mo pretended to greet her and walk towards her, but in fact he was calculating the distance between himself and the masked man. Not knowing at what distance this guy would choose to detonate the bomb, Chen Mo immediately took off the A-level all-purpose protective shield necklace on his neck and handed it to Duzixi, saying, "I recently made a pendant. Do you think it's pretty?" Duzixi took the all-purpose protective shield that looked like a pendant taken off by Chen Mo. Although she felt a little puzzled as to why Chen Mo suddenly talked to her about the pendant, she still observed it carefully. At this moment, she only felt a sudden gust of wind flashing in front of her. Chen Mo's figure had already appeared a few meters away. At this time, Chen Mo's hand wearing the ring had already pressed on the explosive pack of the sick man. At the moment Chen Mo's mind moved. The homemade explosive pack was directly put into the ring by him. At this time, the sick man suddenly reacted and looked at Chen Mo, who was already close at hand, in horror. "Who sent you?" The moment Chen Mo asked, he had already started the secret art of mind reading. Upon learning that the Tang family had paid him to assassinate Chen Mo, he could not help but sigh that the Tang family was really resourceful and could think of such a cruel trick that was hard to guard against. finding a terminally ill patient, and risking his life if his own ability was a little worse, and he had not discovered the abnormality of this person in advance, the chance of this person's assassination being successful would still be very high. Even if his own ability was not bad, and he was not afraid of the explosion, once there was someone around him, he would be affected by the bomb and end up with a tragic death. Chen Mo obviously could not accept such a thing. Although the main purpose of the Tang family was not achieved at that time, it also made Chen Mo feel painful, and avenged a small revenge. Fortunately, Chen Mo now has many life-saving items, as well as regeneration pills that can revive the dead, so he is not so afraid of people around him being in danger. But the occurrence of this incident still made him feel very dangerous. It seems that I have to pay more attention to the seemingly ordinary people around me in the future. If I offend these guys, no matter how ordinary a person is, I have to pay more attention. Is it necessary for the Tang family to do such a big thing to deal with me? In fact, it was not necessary at first. If it was just to interfere with a blind date, Tang San would at most find someone to teach him a lesson. With Zhao Yu, the eldest lady who actually controls the Yellow Robe Society, protecting him, Tang San would not dare to kill him unless he broke up with Zhao Yu. But Chen Mo later saved Liu Yuanzhang and Du Renian, which caused great trouble to the Tang family. The Tang family wanted to put him to death, so naturally they used all means to deal with him. Being seriously ill is your misfortune, but it is not an excuse for you to hurt others. I know that you want to make money, to leave your family to enjoy, but for your own family, you are going to bury countless other innocent families at all costs. Then I will let you know how unsuccessful your plan is. If I see you appear near me with this idea next time, I will let your whole family be buried with you. Get out of here before I change my mind and send your whole family to heaven together. This man is really a dead man. Under the label of the system, he is also a dead person. There is no reward for killing him. Chen Mo didn't even have the interest to kill him. For such a seriously ill person waiting to die, living is the greatest pain. Chen Mo just said this to scare him. After hearing Chen Mo's threatening words, and finding that the homemade explosive pack on his body was gone, the man had already been scared silly and immediately staggered away. Chen Mo ignored him, and let him escape, and he returned to Du Zixi and Lin Zhenru. Excuse me, I saw an acquaintance, and chatted with him. Hearing Chen Mo say this, the two women looked at the other party trying to run away quickly and asked curiously, why is he running? Just remembered that I forgot to turn off the gas at home. Chen Mo turned his head and glanced at the man and replied with a smile. Hearing Chen Mo say this, the two women couldn't help but feel a little speechless, but they didn't care about the passerby. What is this pendant made of? I can't tell its texture at all. Du Zixi was even more curious about the pendant that Chen Mo had just put in her hand. Chen Mo retracted the omnipotent protective shield and smiled. After saving a boss, he gave it to me. It looks pretty. I wanted to ask you to identify it, but I didn't expect you couldn't tell the texture either. It's very rare. It should be a good thing. It can be used as a thank you for saving my life. It must be good. Du Zixi smiled. After saying that, she looked at Lin Zhenru beside Chen Mo and asked, who is this? This is my junior sister Lin Zhenru. Just call her Zioru. Hello, Zioru sister. My name is Du Zixi. I'm also a student of Magic City University. I'm considered your senior sister. Du Zixi? Hearing this surname, Lin Zhenru always felt a little familiar. This is the daughter of the president of the youth society Duda, Zioru. You must be careful with her. Chen Mo joked. After this, Lin Zhenru suddenly realized that Du Zixi was the daughter of Du Renian. She did not dare to offend him immediately and bowed and said, hello, senior sister Zixi. Zioru sister, don't be so polite, don't listen to his nonsense, don't worry about my identity. Du Zixi said with a kind smile. Seeing that the legendary jewel in the palm of the Du Yuan group, who was said to be dominating the Magic City, was so easy to talk to, Lin Zhenru was also a little surprised. But she still prefers to get along with such people, and immediately smiled and nodded. It's getting late. Let's set off early. Zixi, see if there's any place that sells luxury cars suitable for girls like Zioru, and go there. Hearing what Chen Mo said, Lin Xinru, who was sitting in the backseat of Du Zix's car, couldn't help but stare at Chen Mo in the passenger seat. Just now at home, Chen Mo said he wanted to buy a car suitable for her to drive, and she originally thought Chen Mo was joking. Who would have thought that he was serious? Du Zixi smiled and glanced at Chen Mo and said, "Drive Chen is really willing to spend a lot of money to deceive girls." Chen Mo smiled and said, "Because I don't usually drive, I'm more used to riding in a car. You really know how to enjoy life, and you have the potential to be a boss." Du Zixi smiled. Chapter 84, Novice Driving Skills. 2 in 1. Is this your first time driving, Sister Zaoru? Du Zixi turned around and asked Lin Xinru. "Well, I haven't driven since I got my driver's license." "Brother Mo, don't joke with me. If you buy a new car for me to drive, what will you do if it breaks down?" Lin Xinru still felt that it was inappropriate. "As long as you don't step on the accelerator and hit others, it's okay. You can drive as you like." Chen Mo smiled. "Then get a Ferrari and drive it." "Ah. This kind of car is so expensive. It's not good for me to drive this kind of car for the first time." When Lin Xinru heard the word Ferrari, she felt that the price of this kind of car was not ordinary. She just said that it was her first time driving, so why did she choose an expensive one? Du Zixi smiled and said, "Convertible sports cars are suitable for newcomers like you. You can easily observe all directions, and it is easier to observe the surrounding situation clearly." Hearing what Du Zixi said, it made sense, so Lin Xinru didn't say anything else. Chen Mo smiled and said, "Then buy this. I haven't spent the 100 million yuan given by President Du." 100 million? Lin Xinru almost thought she had heard it wrong. "Then I'll help you cash the check first," Du Zixi said with a smile. Soon Du Zixi drove Chen Mo and Lin Xinru to the bank and cashed the 100 million check directly into 100 million funds and deposited it into Chen Mo's card. Looking at the message received on Chen Mo's mobile phone and the long string of numbers on it, Lin Xinru had never seen so much money in her life. Her brother Mo, who originally needed to work part-time to pay for his studies, has suddenly become a billionaire. This is something she never expected. As Chen Mo's money arrived, he smiled at Lin Xinru and said, "Let your brother treat you to a delicious meal." Lin Xinru smiled and said, "It was agreed that I would treat you today. It doesn't matter." Seeing the close relationship between the two, Du Zixi said calmly, "You two are really sweet lovers." After saying this, Lin Xinru shook her head and said, "Senior Zixi misunderstood. Brother Mo and I are not in a relationship." Huh? After saying this, Du Zixi was a little surprised. Seeing Lin Xinru hugging Chen Mo naturally, she thought they were lovers. If they were not lovers, why were they so close? And Chen Mo wanted to give her a car. Could they be just cousins? Du Zixi did not ask any more questions about this. She actually did not want to hear some answers she did not want to hear. She would rather keep her current guess. "Let's go and take a look at the car." After learning that Lin Xinru and Chen Mo were not lovers, Du Zixi's mood was obviously higher than before. They were all girls, so Lin Xinru naturally saw it. Sure enough, brother Mo is becoming more and more popular. She glanced at Chen Mo and Du Zixi who were sitting in the front seat. On the surface, the two of them seemed more like a suitable couple. They were a perfect match. Du Zixi was beautiful, had a good temperament, a gentle personality, and a strong family background. Lin Xinru felt that she could not compare with him. However, although it was a bit worrying to see Chen Mo and Du Zixi sitting together, when she thought of Chen Mo paying for a car for her, Lin Xinru could feel that she still had weight in Chen Mo's heart. Thinking of this, she felt better. At this time, the two girls had different thoughts, but Chen Mo was leisurely thinking about his subsequent actions. The main survival task required 10 friends and relatives above level 5, and 5 of them had to have a favorability of more than 90 points. At present, Liu Qinlan and Mu Ziyu have helped Chen Mo complete 2 indicators. Du Zixi still needs 10 points, and the remaining 2 people need to be pulled to 90 points. Su Yao and Yu Xiao are good targets. As long as he could get 5 people to 90 points of favorability, the remaining 5 just needed to become friends and relatives, which was very simple. Chen Mo could just find 5 people above level 5 to make friends with. If the 9th level Corpse King counted, Chen Mo could complete one less target. Unfortunately, the full favorability of Lin Xinru, the 9th level Corpse King, did not count. After clicking on the progress of the main task and taking a glance, Chen Mo turned his attention back to the matter of annexing the Han family. The fact that the terminally ill patient almost came to blow up the people around him had already made Chen Mo's patience with the Tang family reach its limit. However, the Tang family's plan to deal with him could not be stopped by killing some of the Tang family's senior officials. After all, the Han family must have participated in it, and there were not a few who wanted to buy his life. In this way, he could only completely defeat the Han family first. Without the Han family, the Tang family would be just like that in the Magic City, and they could be manipulated at will. Killing the Tang family's senior officials might be useless, but threatening them would definitely be more useful than killing them. After Chen Mo plans to deal with the outside forces of the Han family tonight according to the plan, he will go to the Tang family to threaten them and let them know that he is not easy to mess with. He will shock them and at least make them calm for a while. It will save them from frequently planting such human bombs to disgust him. After thinking about it, seeing that the car was unusually quiet, Chen Mo unexpectedly glanced at Du Zixi and Lin Xinru and immediately smiled and adjusted the atmosphere. With his participation in the conversation, the two girls could chat with each other. Just now, they were all caught up in their own fantasies. After chatting for a while, the three of them came to the Ferrari 4S store. Since Chen Mo had said in the car that Du Zixi, a professional, would choose, after entering the car dealership, Du Zixi directly helped Lin Xinru choose a red sports car. Lin Xinru didn't dare to say whether she liked it or not. The price of any car in this place was already very expensive. She just nodded in agreement to whatever car Du Zixi chose. Seeing this, Du Zixi could only choose the one that he thought was most suitable. As Du Zixi picked out the car, Chen Mo paid for it directly. However, when he learned that he would have to wait for some time to pick up the car, Chen Mo turned around and went to the car dealership next door, where he didn't have to wait for a long time to pick up the car. He swiped his card and bought another car that was in stock and could be driven over and picked up immediately. The speed of buying a car and the perfunctory attitude made Du Zixi and Lin Xinru a little confused. You buy a car faster than buying vegetables. Du Zixi smiled helplessly. The car is driven after it is bought. If it breaks down, it is replaced. There is no point in picking and choosing. Chen Mo said with a faint smile. Then I will get you a license plate directly. The vehicle management office is closed at this time. It's okay. I have some connections there. Just drive the car with me to get the license plate. Du Zixi looked at Chen Mo and smiled. Soon the car dealership drove Chen Mo's car over. Originally, they said they would get a temporary license plate or something, but Du Zixi told them directly that it was not necessary. It's convenient to get things done if you have connections. Miss Du, please lead the way. Chen Mo said and got into the driver's seat of the new car. Can you do it? Du Zixi looked at Chen Mo and said. Although I haven't driven much since I got my driver's license, I have learned it by watching others drive. Chen Mo said confidently. This is not a joke, don't make a fuss. Du Zixi said seriously. Don't worry, I really can. Chen Mo replied with a smile. Seeing Chen Mo's confident attitude, Du Zixi was still worried. After letting him drive around for a while, he was relieved to let him drive to follow. Zioru, this guy's driving for the first time. You should take my car first. Let him drive a distance on the road alone, so as not to get into trouble. Hearing Du Zixi say this, Lin Xinru smiled and said, okay, senior sister. Along the way, Du Zixi drove in front, but his eyes were always observing Chen Mo behind him through the rear view mirror. Seeing that the other party drove very steadily all the way, he was also relieved. Lin Xinru also watched Chen Mo's driving behind him all the way. Seeing Chen Mo driving steadily, she couldn't help but feel a little more confident about her first time driving. After all, it was also Chen Mo's first time driving. Driving straight is usually no problem even for a newcomer, but it's difficult to reverse when encountering a narrow road. Du Zixi said, and then said mischievously, I have to drive on a narrow road to test him. Ah. Brother Mo has just started driving. Isn't it a bit too challenging for him? Lin Xinru said immediately. It's okay. It's not a very narrow road, just a road that requires a little attention to the left and right, mainly to test whether he is stable. Du Zixi smiled. Soon, she deliberately drove the car into a narrow road between residential buildings. Unexpectedly, after Chen Mo followed in, he was still very stable. He even kept the distance from the obstacles on the left and right almost perfectly consistent. This really surprised Du Zixi. It seems that Chen Mo is very talented. He can drive so steadily for the first time. After testing Chen Mo, Du Zixi did not take Chen Mo around in circles. He took him directly to the vehicle management office. After parking in a parking space with a beautiful and graceful movement, she was just about to get out of the car to see how the newcomer Chen Mo would park, but she saw Chen Mo also swinging over with a perfect and graceful movement like her and successfully entered the parking space. She couldn't help but be a little stunned. At this time, Chen Mo got out of the car and said with a smile, "How is it, Miss Du? My driving skills are still acceptable, right?" Chen Mo, are you lying to me? You are a novice in driving? Du Zixi looked at Chen Mo with an unbelievable expression. Chen Mo smiled and said, "It is indeed a novice, but I have watched a lot of videos of masters racing and learned some skills." Are you kidding me? This is the first time I heard of watching videos of masters racing to learn skills. Du Zixi felt a little embarrassed. At this time, Lin Xinru on the side was a compliment party, praising Chen Mo's handsome parking just now. Chen Mo smiled and rubbed her head and said, "If you want to learn, I will teach you next time." Okay, let's get the license plate first. With Du Zixi's relationship, Chen Mo's new car quickly completed all the procedures and got the license plate. I have accomplished my mission, so I will leave first. Du Zixi was ready to leave after helping. Chen Mo said immediately, "How can that be? You have worked so hard for half a day, so why don't you let me treat you to a meal?" Du Zixi smiled and said, "Drive Chen, I can't repay your kindness to our Du family with my own body. I came out to help you with a small favor, and I still want you to thank me. I will be scolded by my father when I go back." After hearing this, Chen Mo smiled and said, "That's not a thank you, I'm treating you as a friend." Du Zixi glanced at Lin Xinru and said, "Next time, I have something to do today." "Okay, then remember this meal first, and come to me anytime you are free." Chen Mo smiled. It's not easy to make Dr. Chen a meal, and I really can't bear to eat it casually, so I'll keep it for now. Du Zixi smiled and said, then drove away. The car has been bought, and it's time to eat. Get in the car, and I'll treat you to a good meal. After Lin Xinru got in the car, she looked at Chen Mo and said, "Brother Mo, that senior sister Zixi seemed to like you very much. What's wrong? Are you jealous again?" Chen Mo joked. "You said I still have several bowls to eat, but I don't have to eat." Lin Xinru smiled helplessly. "I saved her father before, so she is more grateful to me." Chen Mo explained simply. "So that's the case. Senior sister Zixi looks good, has a good figure, good temperament, and a good family background. She is quite suitable to develop into a partner." Lin Xinru commented. "Then I will try to develop her." Chen Mo smiled immediately. Flirtatious. Lin Xinru immediately rolled her eyes at Chen Mo. "Isn't this what you said about people being good? Favorable water should not flow to outsiders. So I'm the wife." Lin Xinru smiled. Chen Mo immediately lifted her chin, covered her red lips and said, "What do you think?" Lin Xinru smiled, did not answer, but said happily, "Let's go and have a big meal." Chen Mo, who has mastered excellent driving skills through perfect replica skills, drives fast and steadily. After a while, the two came to Hangyuan Square, a holy place for couples to date. There are many couples restaurants here. Chen Mo remembered that there was a Michelin 3-star couples restaurant called Maple Forest Evening. He planned to take Lin Xinru here to enjoy a good meal. After parking the car quickly with extremely skilled driving skills, Chen Mo took Lin Xinru and started to walk towards the Maple Forest Evening restaurant. As the saying goes, parking 20th Maple Forest Evening. The name of this restaurant is still quite interesting. This restaurant is not only a restaurant, but also provides accommodation services like a hotel. There are many special devices in the room that can provide guests with a large number of different fun services. After Chen Mo and Lin Xinru parked the car, they had just walked out of the garage not long before they heard a tender and lovely child's voice. "Big brother, buy a bunch of flowers for the pretty sister." Hearing this familiar voice, Chen Mo immediately turned his head. Lin Xinru set her eyes on the beautiful flowers in the little girl's hand. "Huh? Tung? Chen Mo just said in surprise, and the little girl suddenly rushed towards Chen Mo, shouting happily, "Brother Mo." Chen Mo immediately squatted down and hugged her in his arms. "Hey, do you know each other?" Lin Xinru said in surprise. Chen Mo hugged Tong and said with a smile, "Her name is Yitong. I met her and her mother Qingji when I was working before. Qingji took good care of me at that time." After that, Chen Mo smiled and touched Yitong's head and asked, Tong, where is your mother? Why are you selling roses here in the dark at night?" At the same time, Chen Mo glanced at the label on Yitong's head and couldn't help but feel a little surprised that such a little girl not only survived the end of the world, but also lived quite well. At this time, the label of a 6th level monster was displayed on Yitong's head, which showed that this little guy had transformed into a monster in the apocalypse, and a 6th level monster with good strength. This really made Chen Mo a little unexpected. Originally, when the apocalypse came, the elderly, the weak, the sick and the disabled were the most likely to get into trouble. It was lucky to be able to survive, let alone to reach such a high level. It can be seen that Yitong was really lucky. Chapter 85, Heartbreaking Sensibility. 2 in 1. Mom is feeling a little uncomfortable and is resting at home, Yitong said with a smile while hugging Chen Mo. Since Chen Mo was squatting on the ground and Yitong was hugging his neck and standing beside him, Chen Mo did not pay much attention to Yitong's expression when she spoke. But Lin Xinru on the side noticed that when Yitong said that her mother was feeling a little uncomfortable, her smile was a little forced. Lin Xinru, who often draws people's expressions, has some experience in interpreting these changes in expressions. Especially for such a child who is not very experienced in the world and is not very good at pretending. She didn't know what kind of experience would make such a young child learn to respond to others with such a forced smile. Hearing that Sister King was just resting at home, Chen Mo did not ask much. Instead, he looked at the roses in Yitong's hand and smiled. Tong is so good. She has learned to sell flowers to supplement the family income. How many flowers are left in your basket? Brother will buy them all for you. Go home early to accompany your mother. Ah. Brother Mo, do you want to buy all the flowers here? It will cost a lot of money to buy all these flowers. If you need so many roses, go to the store over there to buy them. My flowers are given to me by the owner of that store. It will be much cheaper if you buy them directly from the owner. It was a rare opportunity for Yitong to meet a big brother whom she liked very much. She had no intention of taking the opportunity to make a lot of money from him. Instead, she honestly pointed out the most cost-effective way to Chen Mo, and she was very cute and whispered in his ear, "The purchase price over there is only 2 yuan a flower, Brother Mo. I'm only telling you, don't tell others, otherwise the boss will be angry." Seeing this innocent, round face, big eyes, pure and flawless red lips and white teeth, Chen Mo was inexplicably moved by her innocence. This child was cute and honest, which made Chen Mo love her very much. He smiled and said, "It's okay, money is not important. Brother just likes to buy Tong's flowers. Then I'll only sell you one. The boss stipulates that I must sell it for 10 yuan a flower, otherwise it will destroy her market price or something." Yitong took out a rose and said as if she understood. Seeing that Yitong was saving money for him, Chen Mo smiled and said, "I took a look at your basket of flowers. There are about 20 flowers. I want them all. This is 200 yuan. Chen Mo smiled and took out 200 yuan and handed it to Yitong. Seeing Chen Mo spend so much money on useless roses, Yitong quickly looked at Lin Xinru and said, "Sister, it's enough to buy one of these flowers and wear them on your hair. If you buy too many, they will wither quickly and become useless. Please persuade Brother Mo not to spend money indiscriminately." She thought that Chen Mo bought so many flowers to please this beautiful sister, so she wanted to ask Lin Xinru to help her persuade him. She has lived with her mother since she was a child and has seen how hard her mother worked to make money. She used to play with Chen Mo at the place where her mother and Chen Mo worked, and she knew that Chen Mo was also a person who worked hard to make money. 100 yuan is hard-earned money, let alone 200 yuan. She didn't want Chen Mo to spend money indiscriminately on meaningless things. Hearing this well-behaved and sensible little girl say this, Lin Xinru couldn't help but moisten her eyes slightly. What a well-behaved and sensible child. This cute little sister is so sensible that she almost wants to cry. Lin Xinru immediately turned her head and looked at Chen Mo. Chen Mo immediately smiled and said, Tong Tong, brother is different from before. Brother is rich now, with a lot of money. You can sell your flowers to brother without worry. Ah. Brother Mo, did you win the lottery? In Yu Tong's worldview, the only people who can become very rich in an instant are those who win the lottery. Chen Mo smiled and touched Yu Tong's little head and said, yes, so you don't have to worry about brother's money. Although Chen Mo said so, Yu Tong was unexpectedly sensible. She stretched out her little hand and held Chen Mo's cheek tightly, letting him look at her, and then warned like a little adult, Brother Mo, I heard that many people won the lottery and spent money recklessly and finally became paupers. Even if you win the lottery, you can't spend money recklessly, otherwise it will be easy to spend all the money. After saying that, Yu Tong also touched Chen Mo's forehead with her forehead and turned it around, as if to instill her own beliefs into Chen Mo, asking him not to spend money recklessly. This caused Chen Mo and Lin Xinru to laugh and cry. I know, but this time is an exception. Tong Tong agrees to sell the flowers to me, and I will promise that Tong Tong will not spend money recklessly in the future. Chen Mo directly used Tong Tong's most important thing, not spending money recklessly, as a deal, which made Tong Tong speechless for a while. Well, only this time, I can't spend money recklessly in the future, but the boss said to make me 5 yuan per flower. I will sell it to you, Brother Mo, for 5 yuan per flower, so I don't need the boss's reward, and the boss shouldn't blame me for selling too low. Although Tong Tong compromised, she still wanted to help Chen Mo save 100 yuan. This silly child. Chen Mo felt helpless and pitying for this sensible and well-behaved child. If you sell like this, you won't make a penny. I bought Tong Tong's flowers to make money for Tong Tong, not to make money for the boss. Here's 200 yuan. Take it obediently. I'll take the flowers. Chen Mo forced 300 yuan into Yu Tong's pocket and took away all her flowers. Brother, there are 100 yuan more. Yu Tong immediately found that the amount was wrong. The extra 100 yuan is for buying your small flower basket, Chen Mo said with a smile. After that, Chen Mo immediately gave the roses he bought to Lin Xinru. I haven't given you flowers yet. This time I'll give you 20 at a time. Lin Xinru smiled and kissed Chen Mo and said, thank you, Brother Mo. Hey, why do you call Brother Mo brother? Tong Tong is very sensible in some things, but stupid in some things. Looking at her cute appearance, Lin Xinru smiled and said, because sister wants to be a little girl and be loved by Brother Mo. Lin Xinru said this, and Yu Tong nodded with a little understanding. By the way, Tong Tong, have you had dinner? Chen Mo asked, touching her little head. Not yet, I'm going home to eat after selling flowers. Yu Tong said obediently. Then you don't have to go home yet. What's your mother's phone number? I'll tell your mother you can go to dinner with me and then go home after dinner. How can that be possible? Yu Tong shook her head and refused. Hearing her say this, Chen Mo deliberately frowned and said, Brother Mo treats Tong Tong as his own sister. Is there anything wrong with a brother taking his own sister to dinner? Do you think it's not okay? Do you think Brother Mo is an outsider? If you don't like Brother Mo, he will be very sad. As soon as Chen Mo said this, Yu Tong was so anxious that she shook her head like a rattle. She still liked Chen Mo very much and treated him as her own brother. She just said it was not possible because she thought Chen Mo was an outsider or didn't trust him. She was just afraid that Chen Mo and Lin Xinru were dating now and she would be a light bulb if she went there. Although she was not very old, she was still clear about this. However, in order to avoid Brother Mo misunderstanding that she didn't like him and treated him as an outsider, Yu Tong didn't know what to say for a while, so she could only nod and agree. That's good. Chen Mo smiled and touched her little head and said, "What's your mother's phone number?" Then Yi Tong reported a number to Chen Mo. Chen Mo immediately called. No one answered the first call. The second call rang for more than 10 seconds before it was finally picked up. "Hello." As soon as Chen Mo heard the voice on the other end of the phone, he felt something was wrong. The voice on the other end was weak. But thinking of what Yi Tong had just said about her mother being unwell at home, maybe she had a cold, Chen Mo didn't care too much. "Hello, is that Sister King? It's Momo, do you remember me?" At first, the other party didn't know who was calling, but as the familiar voice and the familiar name came at the same time, Yu King smiled and said, "Ahem." It turned out to be Momo. "Sister King of course remembers you. How did you get my number?" "It was given to me by Tong Tong. I was preparing to have dinner outside and happened to meet Tong Tong selling flowers. I wanted to take her to dinner, so I told you in advance, so that the family doesn't have to prepare dinner for her." How can I be so embarrassed? This child is really something. I told her not to go out, but she insisted on going out to make money. Ahem. Yu King coughed a few times every time she said a word. It seemed that she was really ill. There's nothing to be embarrassed about. I used to treat Tong Tong as a younger sister and took her out to play. I'm also very happy that she likes me and treats me as her own brother. After all, I'm an only child. That's really too much trouble for you, Momo. Yu King still trusted Chen Mo, so she didn't worry about what would happen to her daughter following Chen Mo. "What are you talking about, Sister King? That's it. By the way, I see that you seem to be a little uncomfortable. Are you sick?" "It's just a little cold. It's okay. It will be fine soon." "Where do you live now? I'll stop by to see you when I send Tong Tong home." "No, 158 Minsheng Road." "Okay, I'll remember it. See you later." Chen Mo hung up the phone, and Yi Tong immediately said, "Brother Mo, I have to give the money to the boss first." "Wait for me." "Well, go ahead." Chen Mo smiled and touched her little head. What a well-behaved, sensible, and lovable little kid. I really don't know if it's a good thing to be so sensible at this age. Lin Xinru sighed as she looked at the mature air of a little adult that Yi Tong sometimes showed. Sister King's husband is not a good guy. Not only does he not make money, but he often comes home with a lot of gambling debts, which is why their family is like this now, and has forced Tong Tong to mature so early. "Ah, you don't want a divorce?" "I dare not divorce." Her husband said that, if she dares to divorce, he will kill her and her mother. For Tong Tong, Sister King can only swallow her anger. Speaking of this, Chen Mo has already thought of what to do. In the past, even if he knew these things, he was not able to help Yu King get rid of her husband. Not to mention the previous Chen Mo, even if he went through official channels, this kind of dogskin plaster once stuck to Yu King, it can't be easily peeled off. To deal with such a person, you must take more unscrupulous means than the other party. That's really too miserable. It's a nightmare for a lifetime to have such a person. Lin Xinru listened to the horror and hugged Chen Mo's arm even tighter. At this time, in the flower shop, the owner saw Yi Tong coming back early and immediately asked with a smile, "Hey, Tong Tong, why did you come back so soon today?" The owner of this flower shop is actually a very good person. Most people who come to her to take flowers to sell have to pay a deposit first, but when Yi Tong came, she never took her deposit. And every time Yi Tong took the flowers out, she didn't pay attention to watering them after selling them for a long time, so the flowers wilted, but she never cared. Seeing Yi Tong coming back so soon today, and even the flower basket was gone, she was naturally a little curious. There is a brother who has always been very good to me. He happened to meet me, and he bought all my flowers and the flower baskets. Yi Tong handed 300 yuan to the boss lady. "I don't know how much your flower basket is, boss. See if 300 yuan is enough," Yi Tong said cutely. After hearing this, the boss lady only took back 100 yuan and gave the remaining 200 to Yi Tong. "That flower basket is not worth much. Since he bought it, you have made a good profit." The proprietress touched Yi Tong's head and said with a smile, "2 red bills." It was the first time that Yi Tong made so much money in one day. She was so excited that her breathing became rapid. She didn't come here every day, but every 3 or 5 days. The rest of the time she had to take care of her mother at home. Her father liked to drink and gamble. Once he drank, he was like a different person. He would beat and scold her and her mother when he was unhappy. He was idle all day and hardly went out to make money. The whole family basically relied on Yitong's mother to support it. This made Yitong's mother bear tremendous pressure. On the one hand, she worked hard, and on the other hand, she had to endure her husband's unreasonable beatings and scoldings. In order to make a lot of money, to pay off debts every day, so as not to let debt collectors come to bully her children, she worked hard, and her body was overdrawn. As a result, she had to endure her husband's occasional beatings and scoldings for no reason. Living under such high intensity pressure from work and life, and being exhausted physically and mentally, she naturally fell ill. But the more she did this, the more angry and cold-eyed Yitong's father was to her. He went home to ask for money, regardless of Yu Yuking's physical condition. Once he couldn't get the money, he would beat people. Yu Yuking was already ill, and she was beaten, and her health got slower. The slower her health got, the harder it was to go out to make money, and the harder it was to go out to make money, the more she would be beaten and scolded. She fell into a vicious cycle. But facing this devil who would go crazy and kill herself and her daughter once he was forced into a desperate situation, Yu Yuking couldn't resist. She was not afraid of anything happening to herself, she was only afraid of something happening to her daughter. No matter how much pain she suffered, she endured it for this well-behaved and sensible daughter, but now it was not a question of whether she could endure it or not. If this vicious cycle continued, she had no doubt that she might be beaten to death by her demon husband first. Yitong was also afraid that her father would beat her madly if her mother could not give money because of such scenes, so she was forced to go out to make money for her mother, to reduce the possibility of her mother being beaten. Today was the biggest gain for Yitong when she went out to make money, but she also knew that such a gain would not be possible at ordinary times. It was only because Brother Mo took care of her that she could have such a big gain. But she still planned to return the 100 yuan profit from selling flower baskets to Chen Mo. Chapter 86 An incomprehensible situation. 2 in 1. When Yitong left, Chen Mo glanced at the system prompt. Even though she was just a child, she was a 6th level monster after all. Her close contact with Chen Mo just now still caused the system to sound an alarm for a while. But the system also reported that Yitong had a high favorability towards Chen Mo. The current favorability has reached 90 points, which is obviously the level of love. If you can reach this level of favorability, it will be easier to be identified as a close relative, close friend, or beloved. Yitong's feelings for Chen Mo are naturally included in the ranks of close relatives. To her, Chen Mo is like her own brother. Chen Mo also received a reward of 20,000 survival points from the little guy. Holding 2 red bills, Yitong quickly ran back to Chen Mo happily, took out one of the red bills and said obediently, "Brother Mo, the boss said that the flower basket is free. This 100 yuan is returned to you." Chen Mo smiled and touched her head and said, "This is considered to be bought from you by my brother, so the money is naturally yours." Chen Mo took the 100 yuan and stuffed it into Yitong's pocket. "Okay, let's not talk about money, let's go eat." After Chen Mo finished speaking, he picked up Yitong. The little girl hadn't been hugged by Chen Mo for a long time. She immediately happily stretched out her hands to hug Chen Mo's neck and leaned her little head on him. "What are we going to eat?" the little girl asked curiously. Chen Mo smiled and said, "Let's have a big meal." At this time, Yitong came to Chen Mo's ear and whispered timidly, "Brother Mo is dating a pretty sister. Mom said that when people are dating, you can't get close to others. You will become a light bulb and disturb them. You bring Tang Tang with you. The pretty sister won't be angry, right?" Chen Mo smiled and said, "No. What are you two whispering about?" Lin Xinru said with a smile. Tang Tang asked if you would dislike her eating together. Chen Mo smiled. "How could that be? Tang Tang, come here, sister hugs you." Lin Xinru liked this cute and sensible little girl so much that she immediately snatched her from Chen Mo's arms. Although Yitong preferred to stay in Chen Mo's arms, she immediately hugged Lin Xinru's neck and said, "Pretty sister smells so good, the same as brother Mo." Yitong's innocent words reminded Lin Xinru of the battle between the two in the bathroom before they went out. She blushed and said, "That's because Brother Mo is a smart guy who sprays the same perfume as others." Chen Mo smiled and said nothing more. Soon the three of them came to the front of Fengland in a restaurant. Seeing two young lovers bringing a little sister of about 12 years old who was dressed in shabby clothes and looked like a street stall product to dine together at the couple's restaurant, the receptionist at the door couldn't help but feel a little weird. He hadn't heard of anyone making a reservation for 3 seats today. "Hello, sir. We are a membership-based restaurant. Do you have an appointment in advance?" Chen Mo took out a pure gold card from his pocket and handed it over. "You are a restaurant under the name of Du Yuan Group, right? Can I use this card without making an appointment?" "Supreme Gold Card? I will notify the store manager to come and receive you." After taking Chen Mo's Supreme Gold Card and verifying it by swiping the card, the receptionist was immediately frightened and began to serve respectfully. When they were trained, they were emphasized on how to serve when encountering this card. After all, the superiors clearly stated that the status of customers who use this card to consume is comparable to Du Renyuan's personal visit. If you are disrespectful to Du Renyuan, even if the elders do not remember the villain's fault, he also has good subordinates who will teach those who are blind and offend their boss a lesson. "No, there is no need. I just want to have a meal with my girlfriend casually. There is no need to make such a fuss." Chen Mo waved his hand immediately. "Yes, then sir, please follow me." As the three entered, the receptionist pointed to several better private rooms and said, "Look, which private room do you need? Because you are a Supreme Gold Card customer, even if someone has reserved a private room in advance, you can use it first. Choose the one that has not been reserved. Don't break the rules." Sir, the good private rooms here are basically reserved. Only the lowest end private rooms are left. The lowest end private rooms only have dining tables and no other convenient facilities, but the sound insulation effect is equally good, so you won't be disturbed. The receptionist said respectfully. "It doesn't matter, we are just here to eat." Chen Mo didn't care about the luxury of the private room for a simple meal. "Then sir, please take a look at private room number 75. If you are satisfied, I will ask the waitress to come and order for you." Under the guidance of the receptionist, Chen Mo and the other two entered an ordinary private room. The private room is not big, but it is quite romantic. It is mainly red, with some rose petals scattered inside. There are 2 bouquets of flowers on the table, and the tabletop is in the shape of a heart. Yitong saw this room and said happily, "What a beautiful room, with so many flowers." Seeing that she liked it, Chen Mo smiled and said, "Then let's go to this room." "Okay, please wait a moment." Soon a waitress came with the menu. The receptionist just told her that this private room is for VIPs and must be well served. Although the waitress was a little surprised that the VIP was using the most ordinary private room, she still served enthusiastically. "Hello sir, would you like to order a set meal or order by yourself?" The waitress enthusiastically got a raised chair so that Yitong could also sit at the table, and then came to Chen Mo and asked, "Let's just serve you some of the signature dishes here." "Okay, please wait a moment, I'll ask the kitchen to serve you quickly. By the way, sir, do you have any requests for drinks? I heard that your special drinks are good, so just serve the drinks. I drove here, so there's no need to serve wine." "Okay." Before serving the dishes, the waiter brought in some cold dishes and some special drinks. After Chen Mo poured a cup for Yitong, it might be that this little girl didn't drink much water while selling flowers outside, so she was very thirsty. Chen Mo just poured her a cup, and after she said thank you, Brother Mo, she picked up the cup and drank it all in one breath. "Is it delicious?" Chen Mo asked with a smile. "It's sweet and delicious," Yitong said happily. "But even if it tastes good, you can't drink it so quickly. Be careful not to be able to eat other delicious food if you drink too much later." Hearing what Chen Mo said, Yitong immediately put the cup away from herself, fearing that she would not be able to control the temptation. This cute look made Chen Mo and Lin Xinru smile knowingly. Although Chen Mo said that he didn't need to notify the store manager still learned that a distinguished guest was coming. He was busy and wanted to put down his work and come over, but when he heard that Chen Mo didn't want to be disturbed, he didn't need to come over. However, he still ordered the kitchen to speed up the serving of the dishes in this private room. Although he didn't know who was coming, he thought it must be a couple of high-ranking couples, so he also specifically asked for a few extra dishes to show some love. Because they were specially taken care of, the serving speed was naturally very fast. The waitress was a little surprised at the serving speed of this private room. Not long after she reported it, the dishes were served one after another. It can be seen that they are really distinguished guests, but looking at the two young people in their 20s and a child in very shabby clothes, it is hard to tell where the expensiveness is. As the dishes were just brought into the room, Yitong's little nose was fascinated by the fragrance of the dishes, and she twitched her little nose in different ways. Chen Mo smiled and helped her get the tableau ready. Then he smiled and said, "Tong Tong, if you feel that you can't reach the food, you can stand on the chair to eat." Ah, wouldn't that be very impolite? Although Yitong's family didn't have much money, her mother Yu King had a very good upbringing for her. But everything that Yu King told Yitong not to do or shouldn't do, Yitong remembered in her mind. For example, standing on a chair to eat is not a very polite behavior, and you can't do that when eating outside. Tong Tong is really good, a good and polite child, but you are eating with your brother now, so it doesn't matter. You have to be polite when eating with outsiders, but when eating with your brother, you just have to eat happily. Chen Mo touched Yitong's little head and said. As the dishes were served, the three of them started eating. After eating a few bites, Yitong suddenly stopped. Chen Mo asked unexpectedly, "What's wrong, Tong Tong? Is there any dish that doesn't suit your appetite?" "I was thinking that I'm eating delicious food here, and I don't know what my mother eats at home." "Silly child, I'll ask the waiter to make some new dishes later and pack some delicious food to take back for your mother to try. Then give your brother the 200 yuan that Tong Tong just earned as food money." Yitong took out 2 red bills from her pocket and said. Chen Mo smiled immediately, stuffed them back to her and said, "Silly girl, I haven't seen Sister King for a long time. It's a courtesy for me to bring things to see her. How can I ask you to spend money to buy them?" Because she didn't understand the world of adults very well, Yitong didn't say anything else. The waiter on the side saw that this little girl was so innocent and couldn't help but think that this little baby was a little cute. 200 yuan was not enough to buy the bottle of homemade juice in front of her, not to mention any dish ordered in this private room. No matter which dish it was more than 200 yuan. Seeing that her mother would have something delicious soon, Yitong started to eat, and her guilt was much less. Otherwise, when she thought of her mother suffering at home while she was eating delicious food here, Yitong would not be able to enjoy her meal. After eating and drinking for a while, Yitong suddenly became a little embarrassed. Chen Mo was sensitive and immediately asked, "Tong Tong, what's wrong? Where do you feel uncomfortable?" At this time, Yitong blushed and lowered her head and said, "I want to pee." It made sense. She had just sold flowers outside for a long time, and she came in to drink beverages. It was normal to want to pee. Generally speaking, high-end private rooms have toilets inside, but Chen Mo's private room is the worst. In addition to the dining table and some mood decorations, there are no additional facilities. Lin Xinru immediately put down her chopsticks and said with a smile, "I'll go with you." Yitong waved her hand and said, "Thank you, Sister Zaoru, but my mother said that walking around while eating is not good for the stomach. I can go by myself. I'm not a child anymore. I feel very embarrassed to need someone to accompany me to the toilet." Upon hearing this, everyone in the private room couldn't help laughing. Yitong, who was obviously still very young, said this, and everyone naturally thought it was very cute. However, she had already said this, and children also have their own faces. Chen Mo still took care of Yitong's feelings and let her go in order not to offend her face. But he still said to the waiter beside him, "Please explain to her the location of the toilet. Then little sister, please follow me." After hearing Yitong's cute words, the waiter also liked her very much and greeted her with a smile. After Yitong followed the waiter out, Chen Mo smiled apologetically at Lin Xinru and said, "I ran into Tong Tong by accident, so I took her to eat." I'll make up for it with a candlelight dinner next time. Tong Tong is a very likable child. I think she doesn't disturb the atmosphere even when she's around. Instead, she's quite happy. When she saw us talking just now, she ate silently and tried not to make any noise, just to avoid disturbing us. Lin Xinru said with a smile. She's really a good child. When the two were eating and chatting about Yitong in the private room, Yitong had already found the toilet under the guidance of the waiter. Because the waiter knew that she was embarrassed to be treated as a child by others, and those who could work as waiters here were more or less a little bit discerning, so she smiled and said, "The toilet is in front. I'll wait for you outside." "Sorry to bother you, sister. I remember the room number. I'll go back by myself in a while." Yitong smiled and thanked her, then hurried into the toilet. Looking at Yitong's well-behaved appearance, the waiter smiled and turned away. After Yitong hurriedly went to the toilet and came out to wash her hands, she just climbed up the sink and suddenly found a shiny object on the side of the sink. When she picked it up and looked at it, she found that the shiny object was a ring with a super large diamond. Yitong knew that this thing was very valuable. "I don't know whose ring fell. This thing is so expensive. The person who lost it must be very anxious. I have to tell the waitress and let her find the owner." After washing her hands, Tong Tong took the nearby hand towel and carefully wrapped the ring and put it in her pocket. Then she jumped down from the sink and prepared to hand it to the waitress after going out. As a result, Yitong just walked out of the toilet door and was suddenly knocked to the ground by a woman who was walking in a hurry. Ouch. Yitong was too small and was thrown back by the collision. She screamed in pain. "What's going on? Why is there such a dirty girl in Finglanwen? Doesn't she know how to look at the road when she walks?" Seeing Yitong wearing a street stall outfit, even some shabby street stall outfits, the woman obviously didn't think that Yitong was someone's child who came here to consume. She just thought that it was a child brought by the service staff here. She immediately scolded the waiter who happened to walk by nearby. "Waiter, what's going on in your restaurant? It's okay for employees to bring children in, but how can you let such a dirty child run around? It hurts my calf. I now seriously suspect that there is a problem with your personnel management and sanitary conditions here. Please ask your store manager to come out." Seeing that the customer was furious, the waiter was just a small service staff and had no way to deal with it. In addition, he didn't know how this poor child got in, so he immediately took out his phone to contact the manager. His opinion at this time was similar to that of the woman. They both felt that Yitong shouldn't be here. After all, this is a high-end restaurant with 3 Michelin stars. The consumption is not something that ordinary people can afford. Even if the guests who come here are not rich, how can someone bring such a poor child in? Obviously, it was a child brought in by an employee. Now that she had bumped into the guest, she naturally had to find her family to apologize to her. Seeing that she seemed to have angered the scent in gorgeous clothes, Yitong, who was obviously knocked down, endured the pain from her fall and said to the woman beside her sensibly, "I'm sorry, aunt. Please don't be angry. I didn't mean to bump into you. Did I bump into your calf? I'll rub it for you, and it won't hurt. My mother always helped me this way when I fell and got hurt before." As she said that, Yitong obediently wanted to help the aunt rub the bumped part to help her reduce the pain. Unexpectedly, before she even touched the woman, she was kicked away by the woman in front of her. Yitong, who fell heavily to the ground, only felt a pain in her chest. She looked at the aunt who kicked her with a blank face. She didn't know why the aunt kicked her. She had obviously listened to her mother's words and apologized to the other person and was ready to rub the hurt part for her. Why did she kick her? Even if Yitong was sensible at a young age, she couldn't understand the current situation. Chapter 87, Stubborn Child. 2-in-1. PS. In view of some readers' feedback, we hereby add a plot avoidance reminder. Chapters 87 and 88 may be quite cruel. For readers who cannot accept such plots, it is recommended to jump directly to Chapter 89. The protagonist waits for the scene. Or Chapter 90. The protagonist takes action. To start reading, the plot structure of Tong Tong's family line has been determined, and it is difficult to change. We can only ensure that this plot is completed, and no such plot will appear in the future. the protagonist will enter the random killing mode in the future. After kicking Yutong away, the woman grabbed the silk scarf worn by the waiter next to her with disdain, wiped her shoes, threw it back to the male waiter and said, "Take this dirty thing away quickly, you blind thing. My skirt was custom made for more than 100,000 yuan, and she almost got it dirty. Originally very thin, and now being kicked hard, Yutong even felt very difficult to stand up. But the people around her didn't allow her to rest on the ground at all. Seeing that the dead child brought in by an unknown staff member had annoyed the distinguished guest, the waiter quickly picked her up and said to the woman next to him, "I'm really sorry. It was our restaurant's negligence that brought you such a bad experience. I deliberately said that this little girl must have sneaked in when our doorman didn't notice it. I will drive her out immediately." The waiter said this because he received a text message from the manager, who came up with a countermeasure. That is, he should try his best to clear all the relationships between this little girl and their restaurant staff. As for which employee brought her in, it won't be too late to investigate slowly after this matter is over. At present, we should try our best to appease the guests' emotions first, and try to completely clear the relationship between this girl and our restaurant, so as not to let the guests feel that their restaurant is so unprofessional. So there was this speech. The moment he finished speaking, in order not to further cause the guests' dissatisfaction, he immediately picked up Yutong and prepared to throw her out of the restaurant. Yutong was only 8 years old. She was picked up by the male waiter. She had no ability to resist. She could only quickly explain, "Big brother, I didn't sneak in. I came with my brother. I didn't sneak in. Don't throw me away." At this time, she regretted asking the waitress not to wait for her. If the waitress was here, she could explain it for her. Hearing Yutong's words, the male waiter couldn't help but stop. He just said that Yutong sneaked in, which was his own nonsense. Since this little girl could appear in the restaurant, there must be a reason. There were several people watching at the door, including the receptionist and the doorman. It was impossible for a little girl to sneak in directly, so the male waiter was still willing to listen to Yutong's words. Of course, he didn't think that Yutong came in to eat with a guest. He just thought that the brother Yutong mentioned was a staff member in the restaurant. After all, everyone would see each other sooner or later, and he couldn't treat the other person's sister too much, so he immediately prepared to ask clearly. Seeing that the other party finally threw her back to the ground, Yutong breathed a sigh of relief and was about to say which private room she was in just now. The woman next to him suddenly rushed over here. It turned out that when Yutong was lifted up, she struggled and the paper towel wrapped in the ring fell out of her pocket. As the paper towel fell to the ground and was shaken, the diamond ring inside was also exposed, and naturally it was seen by the woman nearby. The woman just ran over in a hurry, actually to find her ring. Because she didn't know what the external hand sanitizer was made of, in order not to corrode the ring, she habitually took it off before washing her hands. As a result, she just wiped her hands clean, and a phone call came, so she subconsciously answered the phone and left, completely forgetting about the ring. After the call, she realized that she didn't take the ring, so she hurried back to find the ring. As a result, before she could find it, she bumped into a little girl first, and now she saw her precious ring wrapped in the paper ball that fell out of the little girl's pocket. She immediately rushed over, raised her hand and slapped Yutong's tender face with a slap. Yutong was already weak at a young age. Suddenly, an adult slapped her hard in anger, which made her dizzy and her ears bust. Feeling the burning pain on her face and the constant buzzing sound in her ears, Yutong looked at the aunt next to her with a confused and helpless look. She didn't understand why the aunt had just kicked her for no reason and slapped her again. But Yutong was very strong and didn't cry. She just asked the woman next to her without knowing why, "Auntie, did Tan Tan make you angry in any way? If Tan Tan did something wrong, you can tell Tan Tan directly. Tan Tan will definitely change. Don't hit Tan Tan again." In Yutong's opinion, if a stranger was angry enough to hit her, it was very likely that she had done something wrong, but at this time she really didn't understand what she had done wrong, so she could only make herself realize her mistakes by asking. Hearing her say this, the male waiter beside her couldn't stand it anymore. He had already carried the little girl away, so why was this customer so cruel? He even chased after her and slapped her. It was too much. Customer, she is just a child after all. We will educate her. You don't need to be so angry and chase her. I will take her away immediately, he said with a forced smile. HMPH. Go? Why are you going? At this time, the woman stopped the male waiter who was about to take Yi Tong away and glanced at Yi Tong, who looked aggrieved and at a loss, and snorted, "Stinky girl, why are you pretending to be innocent here, and you still ask me what I did wrong? You are born by your mother, but not taught by her. You don't learn well at such a young age, but you learn to act and deceive people first." As she spoke, the woman immediately squatted down, picked up the ring from the paper bowl on the ground, and said, "You stole my ring, and you still dare to pretend to be innocent. I just saw my ring fall out of your pocket with my own eyes. There are also surveillance cameras around. Do you still want to quibble? You thief." "I'm not a thief," Yi Tong quickly retorted. HMPH, not a thief. If you are not a thief, why did my ring fall out of your pocket? Do you know how expensive this thing is? You really dare to steal it? With the price of this ring, you can't afford to pay, even if you sell your whole family," the woman said coldly. "I found it on the sink." Yi Tong didn't finish her words, and she slapped the woman again. "Nonsense, my ring just fell on the sink. It's not yours. You picked it up and put it in your pocket, and you still dare to say it's not stealing?" Yi Tong wanted to say that she was going to find the waitress after she picked it up and let her find the owner, but unfortunately the aunt didn't even give her a chance to speak, and she kept slapping her head. "What? Stealing a diamond ring?" Seeing the diamond ring that the woman just picked up, the male waiter also saw at a glance that this thing was worth a lot of money. He couldn't help but be a little speechless. This child actually stole things? That's a serious problem. No matter which colleague's sister she is, he can't protect her. "I didn't steal it, I picked it up." Seeing that the aunt couldn't make sense, the male waiter next to her also misunderstood. Yi Tong quickly turned around to explain to the male waiter, but before she finished her words, she was kicked again. She was kicked to the ground by the woman next to her. "Auntie, please don't hit Tang Tang. Tang Tang really didn't steal anything. It hurts so much. Oh." The leather shoes on the woman's feet were extremely hard. They kicked Yi Tong's delicate body, leaving a black bruise on her body. She felt so painful that she couldn't breathe. She quickly covered the painful part with her small hands so that she could barely breathe without hurting the painful part. Yi Tong, who had been strong and patient until now, finally couldn't bear it anymore at this time. She cried in pain. Of course, the reason for crying because of pain accounted for a small part, and the majority of her tears were because she felt wronged, because she was wronged. She didn't steal anything at all, so why didn't the aunt listen to her explanation and beat her? Yi Tong felt wronged in her heart and wanted to find brother Mo to cry. At this time, the woman didn't care how hard she had hit a child. Instead, when she saw her crying, she scolded with a superior and sneering attitude. "So what if you found it? Can you take the things you found away by yourself? Can you hide the things you found in your pocket? What's the difference between you and stealing from others?" "I didn't hide it." Yi Tong injured the pain on her body and tried to get up to defend herself. She was obviously worried that the owner would be anxious if he lost his valuables, and the things would be lost for various reasons if they were left in the same place, so she put them away and kept them carefully for him and planned to give them to the waitress before to find the owner after she came out so that the waitress could find the owner. She didn't hide them at all. Still trying to be stubborn. Seeing that the little girl was caught red-handed and still refused to repent, the woman rushed up again and gave her 2 loud slaps. At this time, Yi Tong's originally pink and tender face was already swollen with blood. Seeing that the customer was angry and hit her without mercy, the male waiter didn't want her to be beaten too badly. After all, this girl might be the sister of his colleague. So he squeezed in between the two of them and tried to comfort her. "Customer, I'm really sorry that this unpleasant thing happened to you. You see, she is just a little girl after all. The lesson you just gave her is enough. She will definitely remember it and won't do it again. Calm down first. Your body is your own. Don't get angry and hurt yourself. She is worthy of being a waitress in Finglanwen. She can talk. For your sake, I will let her go this time." The woman snorted coldly, put on the ring, and looked at Yi Tong again and said, "Silly girl, remember, don't let me see you stealing again, otherwise I will break your legs. I really didn't steal anything, you wronged me." Even if she was beaten continuously, she didn't steal anything. Although Yi Tong was young, she had her own stubbornness and dignity. She was determined not to accept such unwarranted accusation. Even if she was beaten to death today, she would not admit what she did not do. Mom has always taught her not to do anything bad. She has always listened to her mother, and it is impossible for her to do anything bad. Why did this aunt wrongly accuse her? She really couldn't understand. Her mother clearly said that, if she picked up other people's things, she should try her best to keep them well, hand them over to the police or the store manager, and then return them to others. She did the same. Why did the aunt wrongly accuse her? Yi Tong felt extremely wronged at this moment. Even if she was beaten severely, she could hold back her tears, but the words that scolded her as a thief were like sharp swords, piercing her weak and stubborn heart, causing her great pain. A strong little girl who would not cry, even if she was hurt and in pain, felt as if her throat was blocked by something when she was wronged. She really wanted to hug someone she could trust and cry loudly. "Thief girl, I have already forgiven you, but you are still stubborn here. Well, don't think about letting things go peacefully today. My ring is worth 1 million. You stole such a valuable thing. I forgive you this time, but you are still not satisfied. Then I will peel off a layer of skin from your family today. There is no point in arguing with a little brat like you. Hurry up and call your parents over. I will settle this account with them today." The woman snorted coldly. "Woo woo woo. Brother Mo." Seeing that the woman had been wrongly accusing herself and being mean to herself, Yi Tong finally couldn't help but burst into tears. This cry immediately attracted the attention of many people around. The waiter who brought Yi Tong here before did not leave too far. After all, even if Yi Tong said that she remembered the private room number, she was worried that Yi Tong did not remember it all, so she was waiting nearby. It was just that, while she was waiting just now, she was temporarily called away by the foreman to do something. When she came back, she heard the cry, and she hurried over. At first, she thought that Yi Tong was crying anxiously because she couldn't find the private room number after going to the toilet. Unexpectedly, when she came back, she saw a very clear red palm print on Yi Tong's face, and her face was much more swollen than the Yi Tong she had seen before. She was shocked and didn't understand what happened for a while. She rushed over and hugged Yi Tong, stroking her back to comfort her, and asked the male waiter beside her, "What happened? Do you know whose sister this is?" The male waiter asked unexpectedly. Then he told her everything that happened and asked the waitress to apologize on behalf of Yi Tong to calm the guests down. At this time, many people had already gathered around. After listening to the male waiter's description of the cause and effect, many people around also pointed fingers at Yi Tong and the waitress. Chapter 88 Bad Stuff. 2 in 1. Even if your family is poor, you can't do this. How can you teach a child to steal? That's right. It's $1 million diamond. If it were an adult, you would have been in jail for life. Alas, poor people come from bad places. Some people are poor for a reason. But didn't the little girl always say that she didn't steal? Look at this little girl crying like this. Could it be that she really didn't steal? Among the voices of accusation, there were still some voices that trusted Yi Tong. Listening to the discussions of the people around her, Yi Tong also stopped crying at this time and hurriedly explained to the waitress, "Sister, I didn't steal the aunt's things. I saw her lost things on the sink and was going to bring them out to you to find the owner." Woo woo woo. Listening to Yi Tong's sincere voice, plus the behavior of seeing her innocently taking out 200 yuan to give to Chen Mo as money for buying vegetables in the private room just now, she believed that this girl was a kind girl, not the kind of person who would steal things. She was sure that what Yi Tong said was the truth. Seeing that Yi Tong was beaten up like this because of being wrongly accused, she felt sorry for the child. She immediately shouted angrily at the woman, "Are you going too far?" The child said that she just found your ring and was going to take it out to find the owner. She had no intention of stealing it. Why did you beat a child who was only 10 years old so harshly before you figured out the matter? Seeing that an inconspicuous waitress in Fengland in a restaurant dared to contradict her, the woman in gorgeous clothes immediately became angry and slapped the waitress in the face. Why did you hit me? This waitress was not a child like Yitong. She was a woman of blood. Even if she was just a worker, she would not allow others to bully her and slap her at will. Suddenly, she was slapped hard for no reason. She immediately raised her hand angrily and was about to hit back. Fortunately, the male waiter beside her was quick to stop her. He said quickly, "Zioke, calm down. Most of the guests here are people we can't afford to offend. If something happens to you, what will happen to your brother in the future? Everyone is an old employee who has worked here for a long time, and they know a little about their own situation." The waitress is called Lin Yike. She is a very responsible person at work, courageous and kind. She has a good reputation among her colleagues. Because of this, the male waiter tried his best to stop her. He was afraid that she would offend someone and get into trouble. Although he knew that Lin Yike must be very aggrieved when she was slapped inexplicably at this time. But he saw from just now that this woman who beat people without mercy could be so fearless to attack others. Obviously, she has her own support behind her. This kind of person who is obviously not easy to mess with. If she has some powerful background behind her, then Lin Yike will be courting death if she attacks her. If she gets angry for a moment, not only will she harm herself, but she may also harm her brother. In order to avoid this from happening, the male waiter tried his best to stop her. After being stopped by the male waiter, Lin Yike calmed down a little from her hot-blooded state. Although she was still furious at this moment, she knew clearly that there were many people in this demon city whom a rootless person like her could not afford to offend. She also had a brother in the hospital to take care of, and she couldn't just fall down casually. Otherwise, once she fell down, it would be equivalent to killing two people at the same time. Because she also had a brother and sister, she was naturally furious when she saw Yitong, a sensible and cute little sister, being beaten like this, and it was completely based on self-suppositions. She was beaten when she was wrongly accused. However, although Lin Yike was stopped by the male waiter from slapping her, her action of raising her hand just now seemed to have stepped on the tail of the woman in front of her. At this moment, she was like being slapped by Lin Yike. She was furious and roared on the spot, "Asshole, you are just a waiter, how dare you hit me? Who are you?" Hearing the angry roar of this woman, Lin Yike looked at her inexplicably and said angrily, "Are you still unreasonable? Didn't you hit me for no reason first? I hit you because you don't know what's good for you. You dare to teach me without considering your own weight. Who do you think you are? Since you dare to talk back to me, I can hit you. You deserve it." As she spoke, she raised her hand and slapped Lin Yike again. But this time Lin Yike was prepared. She grabbed the woman's hand and didn't give her a chance to slap her. "You bitch, let go of your dirty hands." Seeing that her hand was firmly held by Lin Yike and could not move, the woman immediately cursed angrily. Being spoiled, she was naturally no match for Lin Yike, who worked every day. Lin Yike glared at the crazy woman in front of him and refused to let go of her hand. But, very good, very brave. Where's the store manager? Go and call your store manager for me." The woman was furious and finally pulled back her hand and said to the male waiter beside her. At this time, there was no need for the male waiter to call. After all, the matter had become a big deal, and a waiter immediately asked the store manager to come out. After a while, a middle-aged man with a big back hair ran over quickly. As soon as he arrived at the scene, he recognized the woman who was shouting at a glance. This woman is Teng Jiao, the director of the Eastern Magic City of Duoyuan Group and the biological sister of Teng Yuanshan. In addition to this relationship, she is also the girlfriend of the general manager of the Eastern Magic City Group of the Yellow Robe Club. Has a close relationship with the senior executives of the two top Magic City groups, Duoyuan Group and Zao Group. This identity is extremely noble. Fengland in a restaurant is just a restaurant under the Duoyuan Group. All the restaurants here are under the control of Teng Yuanshan, the Eastern director of the Duoyuan Group. How dare the store manager offend her? Because of such an unusual identity, it is no wonder that this woman dares to be so arrogant and hit whoever she wants. After all, in her opinion, as long as it is someone she can't afford to offend, she must know them. If she doesn't know them, it must be someone she can afford to offend, so she will hit them. Her arrogance is not mindless to anyone. Whenever someone like Duzixi and Zhao stands in front of her, she is absolutely respectful. But facing the little girl in front of her wearing street goods and a little waiter, she is absolutely high and mighty, without a trace of fear. This kind of person, even if you offend 100 of them, it doesn't matter. With your own identity, you can do whatever you want. In any environment, there are good people and bad people. There are always some ignorant people under the hands of two large groups like the Duoan group and the Yellow Robe Society. Although they often clean up such people internally, no matter whether it is a small group or an empire, some bad things can never be dealt with, no matter how hard they are dealt with. After recognizing Teng Jiao, the manager of Finglin ran over into steps. Teng. Miss Teng. Before he could catch his breath, the manager respectfully addressed Teng Jiao. Manager Liao, I think your Finglin is about to end. What kind of quality waiters have you hired? They dare to hit customers. Teng Jiao snorted. As soon as these words came out, Liao Zuzan hurriedly said, I'm really sorry, Miss Teng. I wonder which waiter was so blind that he bumped into you? It's her. Teng Jiao immediately pointed at Lin Yike and said, tell her to pack up and leave quickly. This kind of employee doesn't deserve to continue working here. She was fired for beating a customer. She violated the regulations, so there's no need to pay her a month's salary. Upon hearing what Teng Jiao said, Lin Yike was immediately angry. Her brother was lying in the hospital and he relied on himself to earn money to treat his illness. Now it was obviously this woman's own fault. Why should she be fired for paying a month's salary? Manager, it's obviously her fault. She has always been beating people here. I didn't hit her at all. Lin Yike quickly looked at the manager and explained. Hearing Lin Yike say this, Liao Zuzan believed it. Because Lin Yike has always been a very good, dedicated and qualified waiter. She has been working here for a long time, and everyone has seen her character. But now that Teng Jiao said she wanted to fire her, there was no way to keep her no matter what. Liao Zuzan also knew that Lin Yike had a younger brother in the hospital, and someone was needed to pay a considerable amount of medical expenses every week. If she was fired like this, and she looked for a new job, her salary would be withheld for a month, and her brother would be forcibly sent out of the ward. The hospital does not organize charity activities. If Lin Yike was really fired, it would be equivalent to harming her family of two at once. It was somewhat cruel, and Liao Zuzan hesitated. Seeing that he hesitated, and did not speak, Teng Jiao snorted coldly, Manager Liao, if she doesn't leave, you have to leave. If you leave, she will eventually leave. You have to think it through. Hearing this, Liao Zuzan was helpless. Who told him that Teng Jiao was someone he had no strength to offend? He could only bow his head to her. He looked at Lin Yike with an apologetic look and said, you are fired from today. Although he said so, he actually made a gesture to Lin Yike, wanting her to leave temporarily. As for the subsequent salary deduction, he could give it to her privately. How could Teng Jiao find out about it? No, this is not fair. But Lin Yike was also stubborn. She did not understand what the manager meant, and protested on the spot. Liao Zuzan had to move closer to her and whispered, don't say anything more. I will pay the salary. You go first, and we will talk about other things later. Lin Yike was not a fool. Since Liao Zuzan made it clear, she understood the manager's good intentions. She suppressed her anger, and prepared to turn around and leave. Unfortunately, Teng Jiao had sharp ears. She sneered and said, why should we pay her salary? This kind of employee is at fault for talking back to customers. She should be fired directly and unconditionally. You still pay her salary. She is flattered. Manager Liao, I will always send someone to keep an eye on you. If you dare to pay her salary, don't blame me for being ruthless. Miss Teng is right. I was confused. Liao Zuzan could only deal with Teng Jiao first. When the time comes, he will ask someone else to pass on the salary to Lin Yike. He didn't believe that Teng Jiao was really so well connected that she could find out. Lin Yike, as a service staff, you violated the rules of our store and talked back to customers first. Now you are fired for your fault. You can't get any salary. Get out of here. Although Liao Zuzan said it fiercely, he kept winking at Lin Yike. Lin Yike also understood that Manager Liao was helpless at this time, so she didn't make a fuss anymore. But she was very dissatisfied in her heart. She felt that the world was too unfair. Why did she work diligently and conscientiously, never complain, never slack off, and never make mistakes? She relied on her own hard work to earn hard-earned money, but was fired because of an unreasonable woman. The injustice of fate made her feel powerless. But now she felt that it was too early to end the matter. Are you unwilling? Are you indignant? Are you wronged and sad? Seeing Lin Yike's mood, Teng Jiao felt extremely happy in her heart, but the few ridicules at the moment were just the beginning. This ungrateful woman dared to contradict her, and even prepared to hit her. How could she let this woman go so easily? Manager Liao, let her know who I am, and let her know who she offended today. Teng Jiao sneered. After Liao Zuzan solemnly introduced Teng Jiao's identity to Lin Yike, Lin Yike was already scared and stayed where he was. She didn't expect that the person she offended was actually a relative of the two top groups in the Magic City. Then Teng Jiao called a group of her bodyguards in. Seeing the 6 tall and strong men in black entering here, Liao Zuzan hurriedly said, "Miss Teng, there are still many customers dining in the store now. Among the people who come here, there are occasionally people of higher status. It's better not to cause a commotion here." He always remembered that there was a distinguished guest in the store who showed the supreme gold card to dine in. Although he was currently in a private room a little far away from here, generally speaking, he would not disturb the other side. But Liao Zuzan was still afraid that the commotion would be too big and cause news to spread. After all, he had never seen who that person was. If he was a person with a bad temper, it would be more difficult to deal with than Teng Jiao. Teng Jiao smiled and said, "Manager Liao, don't be afraid. This is our store after all. I certainly can't do anything unwise in your store that would ruin our reputation. I just wanted to know how serious the consequences of offending me are. She's fine in the store now, but what about after she leaves? When people walk outside, it's very likely that they'll encounter any random dangers. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 89 Shocking Scene. Extra update, more to come today. Liao Zuzan was slightly relieved to know that Teng Jiao would at least not let anyone attack Lin Yike directly here. At least he still had some time to find a way to help Lin Yike. Seeing that Teng Jiao refused to let him go, the thought that if something happened to him, his brother would be almost sentenced to death. Lin Yike could be stubborn for herself, but she didn't want anything to happen to her brother. After the time when her mind was hot, she now had to compromise for her brother's safety. She was scared. She was not afraid of her own safety being threatened, but that if something happened to her, her brother would lose the chance of treatment. At this time, she only had her brother's safety in her mind, but unfortunately she didn't know that the so-called distinguished guest in the worst private room that she heard from the receptionist was a huge life-saving straw. At the moment, when she was shocked by Teng Jiao's identity, she only had one way left, which was to kneel down and beg Teng Jiao to let her go. She immediately kowtowed to Teng Jiao and apologized. "Miss Teng, I was blind and didn't know what was good for me. I offended you. You can vent your anger on me in any way you want. I just ask you not to bother me again after you've vented your anger." She had only thought that this woman was domineering before, but she had never thought that this woman's background was so terrible that she was actually related to Du Yuan Group and Huang Pao Society. It was so terrible that she could easily control the fate of herself and her brother. At this moment, she was extremely terrified. She seemed to have seen her brother alone in the hospital, receiving the news of her accident, and his look of being at a loss and helpless. So dignity was not important at this time. As long as this woman could calm down quickly and let her go, she would accept whatever she wanted to do to her. Seeing that Lin Yike, who was originally unruly and challenged her, finally knew fear, and begging for mercy, Teng Jiao's heart immediately surged with infinite pleasure. She sneered, stepped on the back of Lin Yike's head, and wiped her dirty soles with her hair. At the same time, she said, "Let you go, no problem. Start slapping yourself now, until I say stop, until I say I'm satisfied." When she heard that Teng Jiao was willing to let her go, Lin Yike's eyes also showed a light of hope. She quickly raised her hand and slapped herself hard. Even though every slap made her cheeks burn, even though every slap made her ears ring, Lin Yike had no intention of stopping or reducing the strength. She endured all the pain, just hoping that Teng Jiao would be satisfied. Seeing Lin Yike slapping her crazily, Yitong, who was standing by, immediately cried out in fear, "Stop, sister, stop, auntie, tell sister to stop." Woo woo woo. She had never cried when she was beaten, but seeing her elder sister forced to beat her because of helping her, Yitong immediately cried very sadly. Yitong wanted to reach out and grab Lin Yike's hand to ask her not to hit her. She felt that this elder sister was so innocent and pitiful, and she felt so uncomfortable. This auntie was so bad. She was a big bad guy like her father. Seeing Yitong trying to stop herself, looking at this sensible and well-behaved little girl, Lin Yike forced a smile to her and said, "Tong Tong, good girl, sister is fine. You should go back to your brother soon. You are so weak that you can't even save yourself, and you are still interested in caring about this little girl. Didn't I say she can leave? If I don't call her parents over today, this matter is not over yet." As a result, Lin Yike didn't expect that she would not even let Tong Tong go. Teng Jiao sneered at Lin Yike and said, "Kneel down. Did I tell you to stop? Keep slapping me." Seeing Teng Jiao say this, Lin Yike didn't dare to offend her and could only continue to slap himself. The private rooms in Finglin are all very soundproof. After all, they are all couples who come to dine. It's unknown what happened in the private room. One is to prevent the outside sounds from disturbing the inside, and the other is to prevent the inside sounds from leaking out. Therefore, even the worst private rooms here have excellent soundproofing. It is basically impossible for normal humans to hear what is happening near the toilet far away from this private room. Although Chen Mo's hearing is not bad, he has to be calm and listen carefully to catch the sound from a long distance outside the strong soundproof room. However, although the sound is not good, his keen sense of smell for blood still makes him smell some wrong blood in Finglin restaurant. But the smell of blood is very faint. Maybe someone broke it. Why did Tong Tong take so long to go to the bathroom? Seeing that Tong Tong had been out for almost 5 minutes and had not returned, Chen Mo asked curiously, "The little girl must not have lost her way. Didn't a waiter follow her? You seem to care about her." "I just want to go to the bathroom, so I'll go and check for you." Lin Xinru smiled and stood up. "I'm mainly afraid that this little girl is too precocious. She won't let anyone accompany her to the bathroom and must find her way back by herself. If she gets lost, it's best to check for her, since you just happen to be going to the bathroom," Chen Mo said with a smile. Just as Lin Xinru opened the door and prepared to go out, as the strong soundproof environment was destroyed, Chen Mo keenly heard a little bit of very weak crying. This crying sounded very much like Yitong's voice. He immediately stood up. "Brother Mo, what's wrong with you?" Seeing Chen Mo suddenly stand up, Lin Xinru asked curiously, "You want to go to the bathroom too?" "No." Chen Mo listened carefully and said, "No, Tong Tong seems to be crying." Chen Mo immediately followed Lin Xinru out of the private room. However, from the location of the private room, they had to go around a corner and walk to the end to get to the toilet. So when they just came out of the private room, they couldn't see what was happening in front of the toilet. But after Chen Mo came out of the private room, he could hear Yitong's crying more clearly. Something's wrong. This little girl seems to be really lost. Chen Mo immediately ran in the direction of the crying. Seeing Lin Yike kneeling in front of her and slapping herself in the face to punish herself, Teng Jiao was obviously not satisfied enough. She stretched out her dirty soles and said, "Lick the soles clean for me, and I'll let you go." Looking at Teng Jiao's extremely dirty soles, blood was flowing from the corners of her mouth, and her cheeks were swollen. The anger and shame in Lin Yike's heart were transformed into materialized energy and burst out. But for the sake of her cherished brother, she could endure any shameful thing. She resisted the shame and disgust and grabbed Teng Jiao's right foot. Just when she was ready to lick the dirty sole with her tongue, a voice suddenly rang out from behind the crowd. Tong Tong. Chen Mo came here and saw a bunch of people around. He couldn't help but shout out with some curiosity. He thought everyone was just watching a little girl who got lost. Hearing this familiar and reassuring voice, Tong Tong, who had just turned from crying to sobbing, suddenly burst out with infinite grievances and sadness in her heart. She immediately cried and shouted, "Brother Mo, I'm here. Come quickly, woo woo woo." Seeing the little girl crying and looking for herself so sadly, Chen Mo immediately squeezed through the crowd and came to the front. Originally, he thought that, after passing through the crowd, he would only see a little girl who couldn't find her relatives. Who would have thought that the scene at this time was simply shocking? Almost instantly, his anger rushed to the top of his head. Chapter 90. I think the surveillance is broken. Extra update. Looking at the red and swollen faces of Yi Tong and Lin Yike, Chen Mo helped Lin Yike up and hugged Yi Tong in his arms. He glanced at Manager Lio who was standing by and said, "Who did it?" Manager Lio knew Chen Mo, and Chen Mo's supreme gold card was bound to his identity. Manager Lio knew it the moment he entered the store and swiped his card. But when Chen Mo entered the private room, he told them not to pay too much attention to their private room and treat them as ordinary customers, so Manager Lio didn't dare to disturb them. Chen Mo didn't want them to cut in line for other people's meals because of the special service they gave them, but they still secretly ordered the kitchen to speed up the delivery of meals for Chen Mo's private room. But Manager Lio himself didn't dare to contact them. Just now, he specifically reminded Teng Jiao not to make trouble here because he knew Chen Mo's existence. But Manager Lio didn't know who Chen Mo brought with him. He only knew that Chen Mo must have brought a female companion when he came here to eat. Otherwise, who would go to a couple's restaurant to eat alone when they have nothing to do? At the same time, he would never have thought that Chen Mo would bring a child with him to a couple's restaurant. Seeing the little girl being held in Chen Mo's arms and crying while hugging him, Lio Zuzan felt that his brain was about to crash. What's going on? Why is this little girl with this gentleman? This is something he never expected. It was also because after he swiped Chen Mo on the card machine, he only said that he would take good care of this man and give them the best private room service, and he didn't know much about the rest. Seeing Chen Mo appear, Lio Zuzan quickly pointed to Teng Jiao and said tremblingly, "Miss Teng and your sister have misunderstanding." Misunderstanding? Papa. With 2 loud slaps, they hit Teng Jiao's face. Teng Jiao only felt stars in her eyes, and the next moment, she felt a burning pain on her cheek. This was because Chen Mo controlled the strength, otherwise a slap would have smashed her head into pieces. Okay, now let me sit down and listen to what the misunderstanding is. After Chen Mo finished speaking, Teng Jiao's 6 bodyguards saw their master being beaten and immediately stepped forward to defend him. Which of you 6 wants to die? You can take one more step forward. Chen Mo glanced at the 6 people in a cold voice. The murderous intent that seemed to be real shocked the 6 people. "I'm giving you a chance to speak. You'd better speak quickly. Don't regret it when you are speechless." Chen Mo's cold words made Teng Jiao feel cold all over. "You, who are you? How dare you?" Pa. As the saying goes, every time Yi Tong wanted to speak, Teng Jiao would interrupt her. Now she was about to speak, but it was Chen Mo's turn to slap her. "Noisy, answer whatever I ask you. This is the last time I warn you. I have lost my patience with you." After saying that, Chen Mo handed Yi Tong to Lin Xinru who had just come over and said, "Zaoru, take Tong Tong back first. I have something to deal with here." Okay. Lin Xinru saw that Chen Mo was very angry at this time, and she took Yi Tong away without saying a word. "Brother Mo, the bad aunt is so fierce, let's go." Before Yi Tong was taken away, she was afraid that Chen Mo would suffer a loss, and she was worried about his reminder. Seeing Lin Xinru taking Yi Tong away, Chen Mo glanced at the people around him and said, "Don't watch the excitement you shouldn't watch, otherwise you won't know how you offended people." As soon as these words came out, the people around him were immediately scared and scattered. They had heard clearly what Teng Jiao was just now. As a result, when this gentleman came over, Lio Susan immediately changed sides. Everyone could see that Chen Mo's identity was not ordinary. Naturally, everyone didn't dare to stay any longer. Manager Lio, are these surveillance cameras broken? Chen Mo pointed to the surveillance cameras nearby. No, they are still working fine. Lio Susan was stunned for a moment and said, I think they should be broken. Chen Mo narrowed his eyes and said again. As soon as this was said, Lio Susan immediately understood, and he quickly nodded and said, they are broken, they are broken. He immediately took out his phone and called the monitoring room. Turn off cameras 75, 76, and 77. Soon Lio Susan said to Chen Mo, Mr. Chen, it has been confirmed that these 3 cameras are all broken. Very good. The moment Chen Mo's voice fell, he suddenly punched the bodyguard next to him, who took an extra step. In an instant, the bodyguard's head exploded, as if there was a bomb inside. A pile of filth was scattered all over the ground. The headless body also fell to the ground with a bang. Whether it was the male waiter, Lin Yike, Lio Susan, Teng Jiao, or the other 5 bodyguards, they were all horrified and trembling at this scene. They didn't expect that a boy who looked so gentle and refined could be so cruel and terrifying. The bodyguard just now was quite big, but he was killed by a single punch. I told you, whoever of you 6 wants to die, take another step forward. It seems that this friend doesn't want to live. Chen Mo ignored the one who fell to the ground and the other 5 bodyguards whose calves were shaking with fear. Instead, he turned to look at Teng Jiao and said, tell me the whole story. How did my sister offend you, that you need to punish her like this? At this moment, Teng Jiao no longer had any pride in her status. She immediately said, trembling with fear, she stole my diamond ring. Oh, did she steal it? Chen Mo turned to look at the others around him. The male waiter said with courage, the item did fall out of the little girl's pocket, but the little girl said that she picked it up and was going to give it to Yike to find the owner, so I don't think she stole it. But after she explained, the lady still didn't believe it, so she hit her. As soon as he finished speaking, Teng Jiao immediately glared at him. But at this moment, she suddenly felt a pain in her left eye, and then she felt that half of her vision was black. If you don't want your right eye anymore, you can continue to glare. The moment Chen Mo's voice fell, he looked at the male waiter and said with a smile, I understand. What did you do? My eyes, my eyes. Teng Jiao covered her left eye, shouting in pain and panic. This scene shocked everyone present again. The group of people only felt a phantom pain in their eyes. None of them saw what happened to Teng Jiao's left eye just now. They only saw her suddenly covering her eyes and wailing. This was the first time they saw someone who could be so cruel and decisive. By the way, which hand did she use to hit my sister? Chen Mo continued to ask the male waiter. Seeing Chen Mo's creepy eyes, the male waiter did not dare to be vague and said tremblingly in fear, okay, it seems to be the right hand. Chapter 91, it's your own fault. Additional update, ending today. PS. After receiving everyone's opinions, I realized that the emotional pressure of today's plot is a bit high, so I have tried my best to update nearly 20,000 words, and finally ended this emotional plot. Thank you for your enthusiastic opinions, and you are welcome to correct me at any time. Mr. Chen, I know that you are noble, but this person's identity is not simple. This woman is Teng Jiao, the director of the Eastern Magic City of Duoyuan Group and the biological sister of Teng Yuanshan. In addition to this relationship, she is also the girlfriend of Zhao Jinshang, the general manager of the Eastern Magic City Group of Zhao Group. If you do this, I'm afraid it will. Lio Susan couldn't help but remind Chen Mo. Thank you, Manager Lio, you gave me good information. Teng Yuanshan and Zhao Jinshang, right? They are really lucky to have such a precious sister and girlfriend. The moment Chen Mo's voice fell, everyone saw something suddenly thrown up. The next moment, they looked again and saw an arm falling to the ground. As for how it left its owner, no one knew, and no one saw it. The speed was too fast. It was so fast that it could not be captured by the naked eye. Hand. My right hand. At this time, Teng Jiao felt that her left hand was not enough. She had to cover her left eye and her right shoulder. Tell me, how did this waitress named Lin Yike get beaten? Chen Mo turned his head and looked at Lin Yike. She came to speak up for the little sister just now and was beaten by this Ms. Ting. The male waiter had already said so much, so he just gave up. So that's how it is, Miss Yike. This time, in order to speak up for my sister, I caused you to suffer. I will thank you later. Chen Mo, who was talking to Lin Yike, and Chen Mo, who was talking to Teng Jiao, were like two different people. The people around them couldn't help but feel dazed. One was a polite young man. The other was a cold and ruthless character. The contrast was quite strong. Mr. Chen is polite. I just spoke from my heart. That's why it's rare. Chen Mo smiled. After saying that, Chen Mo looked at Teng Jiao and said, you are in this state now. I think there is no need for you to live anymore. It is necessary, very necessary. Don't kill me. Teng Jiao said quickly. Really? Well, do what you asked Miss Lin to do just now. Once you are done, and I'm satisfied, I can let you go and start your performance. Chen Mo pretended to seal the acupuncture points with silver needles and stabbed Teng Jiao's right arm casually, using his healing ability to temporarily seal the wound on her right arm, and said with a sneer. This was just because he didn't want to see her faint from excessive blood loss, but that would be hard to settle. Seeing that the bleeding on her right arm suddenly stopped, and seeing Chen Mo acupuncture, she suddenly remembered a famous person in the recent rumors in the Magic City. The legendary figure who claimed to have cured Du Renyuan with the Tai Divine Needle technique. You are Chen Ai, she said in amazement. As soon as these words came out, the 5 bodyguards around were immediately startled, and they were secretly glad that they had not moved before. Don't even mention whether this guy has the ability to kill them back. Even if he doesn't, if they had offended this guy just now, they would have been in trouble. When President Du was furious. Once she knew Chen Mo's identity and understood his position in the hearts of Du Renyuan and Zhao Yu, Teng Jiao no longer had any luck. In terms of status, her status and Chen Mo's status in Yuan group and Zhao group are completely different. This guy socializes with people at the level of the presidents of 2 groups, while her relationship is only at the middle level. How can she compare with him? Not to mention even her brother and good boyfriend, whom she relies on, can't afford to offend this guy. At this moment, Teng Jiao knew that she couldn't get back the situation, and her life was in danger. She immediately trembled with fear and said, I will do it. I beg Master Chen to be magnanimous and spare me, a guy who doesn't know the real man. You are wrong. It's not that you offended any master. You are wrong, because you are too arrogant. This demon is not someone you can bully. Stop talking nonsense and start your atonement performance. You must do more than 10 times what I asked Miss Lin to do just now, and I will let you go. 10 times? Teng Jiao's brain was confused. But if she didn't do it, she would die, and she didn't want to die. Even if she lost her left eye and her right hand, she still felt that it was better to live than to die. She immediately kowtowed to Chen Mo. Just now, she asked Lin Yike to kowtow to her, and now Chen Mo wanted her to kowtow 10 times, so she naturally had to kowtow 10 times. Don't say it to me, say it to Miss Lin. Yes, Miss Lin, I, Teng Jiao, am an ungrateful bitch. Please just treat me like a fart, and forgive me this time. I will kowtow to you and apologize. As she kowtowed to the ground, Lin Yike was still a soft-hearted person. Although she was very angry with Teng Jiao at the beginning, she couldn't help but sigh in her heart when she saw her miserable end. There must be something hateful about pitiful people. After all, she deserved it. After she kowtowed 10 times, Lin Yike said, okay, I forgive you. After hearing this, Teng Jiao immediately kowtowed again, as if she had been pardoned, and then looked at Chen Mo with her only remaining right eye, praying for his affirmation. Not only that, isn't there a part where you slap yourself? Miss Lin is still too soft-hearted, so you should slap yourself as many times as Miss Lin slapped you just now. Chen Mo has the ability to read minds, and even if he doesn't ask the people around him, he can easily understand everything that happened before. Seeing this, Teng Jiao can only suffer for what she has done. All the suffering she is experiencing now is all the causes she has planted before. except for the extra punishment she received for daring to be violent and glare at the male waiter. All other punishments Chen Mo gave her were based on her previous crimes, and none of them were unfair to her. At this moment, Teng Jiao also understood this, and she really regretted herself to death in her heart. If possible, she really wanted to travel back a few minutes ago and kick the arrogant and domineering self out of the restaurant so that she would not offend people without knowing how to see, causing herself to fall into such a miserable situation now. However, her regret and repentance at this time are actually no different from those of the criminals sitting on the regret chair. They are all the kind of people who will not cry until they see the coffin. It's too late to regret after sitting on the regret chair. After she slapped herself dozens of times with her only remaining left hand, Chen Mo sneered and said, "Okay, that's enough." Chen Mo said this to give Teng Jiao hope that she could really get forgiveness by accepting all the punishments. At this time, Chen Mo glanced at Lin Yike's shoes and asked Liao Zuzan, "Did you change shoes here?" This sudden question made the people around stunned. Liao Zuzan immediately said, "Yes. Well, Miss Lin Yike, since Miss Teng likes to watch others lick the soles of shoes, she must have the same hobby. Take off your shoes and let her lick them to her heart's content." After Chen Mo said this, Lin Yike was stunned. Liao Zuzan was quick. He immediately went to get a new pair of shoes and asked Lin Yike to change her shoes. Chen Mo threw the shoes that Lin Yike had just taken off to Teng Jiao, who was squatting on the ground at this time. She had just slapped herself in the face. Her face was swollen, her ears were ringing, and her head was buzzing, and felt a little concussed. Teng Jiao took a look at the dirty soles in front of her. She was physiologically repulsive and limited to such things. But she had been slapped and slapped before. She had already abused herself to this extent. If she gave up at this step, all the previous efforts would be in vain. Chen Mo knew that this step was the most difficult for such a high-handed and arrogant person to do. In order to make her do it, Chen Mo asked her to do so many things before. This is called sunk cost. If she was asked to do this kind of thing at the beginning, Teng Jiao would probably find it difficult to force herself to do it even if she died. But now, with so many sunk costs in the past, she suddenly realized that if she didn't do it, she would lose too much, so she had to do it. As she resisted the nausea, she licked the dirty soles while retching. The male waiter looked at a person who deserved to be punished for his own actions, while Liao Zuzan had mixed emotions and didn't know if his store could be saved after such an incident. Although Lin Yike also felt the pleasure of revenge, he also felt a little pity. His emotions were still quite complicated. Chen Mo looked at the translucent floating window in front of him. He had just killed a 5th level zombie bodyguard and injured him, destroying the psychological defense of the 4th level weirdo Teng Jiao, causing her great psychological trauma. At the same time, his behavior shocked other high-level strongmen around him. Chen Mo directly received an A-level gift package, a B-level gift package, and a 50,000 survival points reward. Among the 6 bodyguards, 2 died, which reduced the reward a little. But the reward for the others was actually very good. Lin Yike was even a 7th level superpower, which showed that she was also working hard to grow up during the end of the world. Chen Mo had rarely seen such a high level superpower. When Chen Mo read her mind, he learned that she had a younger brother. He guessed that it might be because of her infinite belief in protecting her younger brother that she grew up so quickly to become a 7th level psychic. But no matter what, the 7th level psychic Chen Mo could only reach was the 3rd in command of the Tiger Group, the perverted killer skeleton ghost, whom he met in the morning. Lin Yike was the 2nd 7th level psychic that Chen Mo met after meeting so many people. This made Chen Mo look at Lin Yike with more appreciation. For such a person, even if he goes through the timeline again, as long as he is well trained, his future achievements will definitely not be too bad. What's more, he has a guide in this life, and he thinks that Lin Yike can be considered for recruitment. Chapter 92, Do Whatever You Want. 3 in 1. After being carried back to the private room by Lin Xinru, Yitong touched her face blankly and said, "Strange, why doesn't my face hurt? My body doesn't seem to hurt either." At the same time, she found that she suddenly felt no pain all over her body. At this time, Lin Xinru looked at Yi Tong curiously and said, "What happened over there just now?" Yi Tong immediately told Lin Xinru what happened just now. Hearing that someone could do such a cute little girl, Lin Xinru was also quite surprised and distressed. She immediately looked around at Yi Tong's little face, only to see that her face was still normal at this time. She suddenly remembered that when Chen Mo handed Yi Tong to her just now, Yi Tong's little face seemed to be swollen. How come she was fine after she brought her back? In fact, when Chen Mo handed Yi Tong to Lin Xinru's arms, he had already treated her directly. It's just that everyone's attention was on Chen Mo at the time, and no one noticed the changes in Yi Tong's injuries. Why hasn't Brother Mo come back yet? That bad aunt is so fierce. Brother Mo seems to have hit her, because I was angry with him. Will Brother Mo be in trouble? Seeing that the little girl had just been treated like that, and was still caring about others, Lin Xinru touched her little head distressedly and said, "It's okay. Brother Mo is not someone that ordinary people can bully." After learning about the relationship between Chen Mo and Du Zixi, Lin Xinru felt that with Chen Mo's social circle, nothing would happen. At this time, in another private room, seeing that his lover said he was going to find the ring and never came back, Zhao Jinshang immediately asked curiously, "How come you haven't found the ring, even after calling 6 bodyguards?" He immediately opened the door and walked towards the direction of the toilet curiously, ready to see what was going on. He just approached that direction, and before he walked around the corner, he was stopped by the waiter in the store. "Sorry sir, the store manager just issued a rule that the area in front is temporarily closed." Temporarily closed? Is it because they are looking for a ring? Zhao Jinshang immediately understood. No outsiders can go through. "I'm not. Please tell the store manager." "Then please wait." As the waiter turned on the intercom, Liao Zuzan's voice immediately rang. "What's the matter? A gentleman here said he wanted to go over. Please confirm his identity." "Sir?" Liao Zuzan just asked curiously, and Zhao Jinshang's voice rang. "It's me, Zhao Jinshang. Manager Liao. Are you guys looking for a ring in a closed area?" As soon as he said this, Liao Zuzan immediately glanced at Chen Mo. Teng Jiao, who was licking half of the sole of her shoe, and was so disgusted that she couldn't lick it anymore, couldn't stop crying when she heard Zhao Jinshang coming. Although she said that she deserved it, she didn't think so. She was naturally wronged in her heart. It would be fine if there was no one to cry to, but when such a person appeared, she couldn't hold back her emotions in an instant. This was the same as Yi Tong's collapse and crying when she heard Chen Mo's voice just now. No matter how Yi Tong was bullied, she would not cry. When she was wronged, she would only shed tears of grievance. But the moment when she burst into tears and screamed and completely burst into emotions only appeared when she heard Chen Mo's voice. That was when she felt the most helpless in her heart, and she finally felt relieved to see her relatives and backbone. This infinite sense of relief and the previous helpless state offset it, making it extremely easy for people to collapse mentally. At this time, Teng Jiao had a similar feeling when she heard the voice of her lover, but her backbone could not protect her. Seeing Liao Zuzan looking at him, Chen Mo smiled lightly and said, "I haven't found him yet, but he came here by himself. Let him come." "Yes." Liao Zuzan nodded and immediately said through the intercom, "Please ask Mr. Zhao to come over." Zhao Jinshang was quite happy to hear Liao Zuzan's words. He directly bypassed the clerk's obstruction and walked around the corner. As a result, when he just walked around the corner, he saw a shocking scene. 8 people were standing around. His lover Teng Jiao was kneeling on the ground crying with her left eye closed, her right hand behind her back, holding a shoe in her left hand. He didn't understand what was going on. He approached blankly and suddenly found that Teng Jiao didn't just close her left eye and put her right hand behind her back. It turned out that both her left eye and right hand were injured. "Manager Liao, what's going on?" He looked at Liao Zuzan in disbelief. Miss Teng offended Mr. Chen, and now she is atonement. Liao Zuzan looked at Zhao Jinshang and said, "Mr. Chen?" Zhao Jinshang glanced at Chen Mo. He was stunned for a moment. Such a familiar face, such a familiar surname. Almost in an instant, he understood who the person in front of him was. After all, the Yellow Robe Society specially attended the meeting before Xiaoyu to explain that they wanted to protect Chen Mo, and then notified the entire group to let everyone keep an eye out. Naturally, everyone with a little status in the Yellow Robe Society knew Chen Mo's image. Later, they learned that the person that their eldest lady wanted to protect was actually the famous Chen Mo in the Magic City, and everyone felt that Xiaoyu's order was issued well. Such a peerless doctor was actually an old acquaintance of their eldest lady. In the future, if everyone has any incurable terminal illness, won't they have a place to go? So they were impressed by Chen Mo's appearance. In comparison, Chen Mo's image in Qingshu was not so popular, but his popularity was popular. You are Xiao Jin's Hong, right? I'm quite curious. Is this Miss Teng's arrogant and domineering character raised by you, or by her brother, or is she born like this? Mr. Chen, I know you have a relationship with our eldest lady, and you have the life-saving grace of President Du in your hand. Your identity is not something we can touch, but no matter how much Zhao Jiao bumps into you, she won't hurt you to this extent. Xiao Jin's Han looked at Teng Zhao Jiao's half-crippled appearance, and said with anger, "It seems that Mr. Xiao is also a man of temperament. Let's first listen to what your girlfriend did." After Chen Mo finished speaking, Xiao Jin's Han immediately looked at Liao Zuzan, who was nearby. Liao Zuzan immediately told Xiao Jin's Han everything that had just happened. He was stunned when he learned that Teng Zhao Jiao had beaten and slapped Chen Mo's 12-year-old sister. Because in his impression, Teng Zhao Jiao was a very delicate person. She was always like a little bird in front of him, and it was completely impossible to see that she had such a vicious side. He shook his head and couldn't believe it. At this time, Liao Zuzan showed Xiao Jin's Han the video of Teng Zhao Jiao beating people taken before the surveillance camera was turned off through the tablet in his hand. At this moment, Xiao Jin's Han's mind was buzzing, and he was stunned. You. He looked at Teng Zhao Jiao in anger and couldn't speak. At this time, Chen Mo also discovered through mind reading that Xiao Jin's Han really didn't know the true face of Teng Zhao Jiao. Although Xiao Jin's Han's position in the Yellow Robe Society is not bad, after Xiaoyu secretly controlled the Yellow Robe Society, the industries they were engaged in were relatively formal, and there were also many clear orders to punish subordinates who made trouble. After all, the Yellow Robe Society was originally founded on the family tradition of loyalty and righteousness. There are still some loyal and righteous people among them, so it is easier to implement a better family tradition. It's just that it's always difficult to eradicate the black sheep of the group, so we can only try to investigate and deal with them one by one. Teng Zhao Jiao is arrogant and domineering, but her lover Xiao Jin's Han is not such a person at all. Because she knows Xiao Jin's Han's character well, Teng Zhao Jiao is completely weak and easily pushed down in front of him, but she doesn't look like a fierce woman at all. As a result, after watching this video of two completely different people, Xiao Jin's Han was naturally confused. Although the two sides of Teng Zhao Jiao were made clear, after all, a husband and wife are bound by 100 days of grace. Although the two are not husband and wife, they are still in love. Even though Xiao Jin's Han realized that he had been deceived, seeing that the other party was so miserable now, he still thought of their old friendship and said, "Mr. Chen, Zhao Jiao really went too far this time. She deserved all the lessons you taught her, but she is like this now. I think she has been punished enough. Can you please show some leniency?" Chen Mo smiled and patted Xiao Jin's Han on the shoulder and said, "Xiao Jin's Han, don't you think you can't protect yourself now? You still dare to plead for her?" After these words came out, Xiao Jin's Han suddenly reacted. He knew that there was nothing wrong with his own behavior, but this Mr. Chen didn't know, and he was afraid that he would vent his anger on himself. He said quickly, "I think Mr. Chen should be the kind of person who has a clear distinction between gratitude and resentment, and will not implicate innocent people. Mr. Chen can investigate my behavior throughout my life. Even if it is brought to the Elders Council or the eldest lady, I dare to say that I have never broken the rules of the council. I pleaded for her not to protect her, but because of our old relationship, I couldn't bear to see her end. She is now injured in the eyes and arms, and I think she has been punished enough." Hearing what Zhao Jinshang said, Chen Mo smiled and nodded. Mr. Zhao dared to say such a thing. Then I naturally believe in Mr. Zhao's innocence. But you have to open your eyes in the future to judge people. Okay, I will give you this face today and let you take her away. As soon as Chen Mo said this, Teng Jiao's only remaining eye immediately showed the brilliance of surviving a disaster. Thank you, Mr. Chen, for your sister's matter and the harm to Ms. Lin. I will immediately arrange for someone to send compensation. Jinshang, thank you. At this time, Teng Jiao on the side said with tears in her eyes, stop talking. From today on, we'll be done with each other. Zhao Jinshang was not a fool. A woman like Teng Jiao would sooner or later harm the people around her. He saved her this time purely because of their old friendship. Otherwise, he would have walked away long ago. Just as Teng Jiao's bodyguard helped Teng Jiao up and prepared to leave, there was a click, and Teng Jiao suddenly screamed again. When everyone looked at her, they found that her right foot had been broken into 2 sections directly from the knee, and the stump was barely attached to Teng Jiao's right leg because of the stockings. Seeing this scene, everyone gasped again, and Zhao Jinshang's pupils couldn't help shrinking. He was also a martial artist, but he didn't see how Chen Mo made his move just now. He only saw Chen Mo's body shake slightly, and the next moment, he heard Teng Jiao scream. This kick is to pay back the kick you gave my sister. You don't think I missed it? Chen Mo said indifferently. He didn't take revenge for her kicking Tang just now, just because it would be inconvenient for the woman to kneel down to be punished. Now that she has stood up, it's time to take it back. Thank you, Mr. Chen, for being generous and sparing her life. Zhao Jinshang didn't have much to say, but thanked Chen Mo instead. At this moment, Teng Jiao felt mixed emotions, but she didn't even dare to think of hating Chen Mo. Miss Teng, although your matter is over, I will still find time to talk to him about your brother's incompetence in teaching his sister. You'd better tell him to be prepared. Seeing that Chen Mo finally said it was over, Zhao Jinshang quickly asked the 5 bodyguards to drag him away, lest Chen Mo regret it and be unable to leave. The 5 bodyguards quickly grabbed Teng Jiao's right arm and dragged the disabled Teng Jiao with her right leg to leave from the back door next to the toilet. But Chen Mo pointed to the headless bodyguard lying on the ground and said, "Did you forget that there is still a brother you didn't take away?" Upon hearing this, 2 of the 5 people hurried back, endured fear and nausea, and dragged the headless bodyguard away. When they went out from the back door, Teng Jiao had fainted from the pain. Zhao Jinshang glanced at the 5 people coldly and said, "Send her to the hospital, and the other one directly to the incinerator, and then notify Teng Yuanshan to tell him about his sister. From now on, I, Zhao Jinshang, will have nothing to do with their Teng family." Watching the bodyguards take Teng Jiao away, Zhao Jinshang sighed in his heart. Why is such a gentle person on the surface such a vicious person in private? Manager Liao, I'll leave you a phone number. If anyone comes to trouble you because of what happened in your store today, just call me directly. Although Liao Zuzan had been very cooperative from the beginning, Chen Mo still read the worry in his heart. He was just a small figure. Whether it was Chen Mo, Zhao Jinshang, or Teng Yuanshan, they were not people he could offend. He stood on Chen Mo's side today because of Chen Mo's identity and the right and wrong of the matter. He must have offended Zhao Jinshang and the Teng family. Zhao Jinshang might not retaliate because of what happened today, but Teng Yuanshan might not. Chen Mo gave him the number, which was also a reassurance to Liao Zuzan. After reassuring Liao Zuzan, Chen Mo said to Lin Yike, "Ms. Lin, please follow me back to the private room." "Mr. Chen, Yike's face is so injured, can you allow her to apply ice first?" Liao Zuzan still cares about the good employees under him. The main reason was that, although Chen Mo was ruthless, he was actually quite polite in his behavior. His ferocity was only shown to the wicked, so he dared to interrupt. Chen Mo glanced at Lin Yike's swollen cheek and said, "Have you forgotten how I became famous in the Magic City?" As soon as these words came out, Liao Zuzan quickly slapped his mouth and said, "Knock on me for being so talkative. With Dr. Chen here, he is naturally better at healing than us ordinary people. Okay, you guys take care of your own business and clean up the floor." After Chen Mo brought Lin Yike back to the private room, Tong Tong immediately rushed over. "Brother Mo, are you okay?" Chen Mo smiled and picked her up and said, "What can happen to my brother?" At this time, Yitong's tears had already been wiped by Lin Xinru with a wet towel. She was no longer crying and hugged Chen Mo's neck. When she saw Lin Yike beside her, tears immediately flowed out. "It's all because of Tong Tong that my sister was beaten. I'm sorry, woo woo woo. Silly child, my sister was not beaten because of you, because bad people are bad." Chen Mo immediately took out a tissue to wipe the little girl's tears and said, "Tong Tong, don't cry. My sister's injury will heal soon. Look, brother will show you a magic trick." As soon as Chen Mo reached out to touch Lin Yike, the injury on Lin Yike's face immediately subsided at a speed visible to the naked eye. It returned to normal soon. Seeing this scene, Yitong and Lin Xinru couldn't help but look a little stunned. Although Lin Yike couldn't see the changes on her face, she could feel that the burning pain on her face had disappeared in an instant. Not only that, even the backache caused by overwork in daily life was gone. "Great, sister's face is fine. Brother Mo is so amazing." After a moment of stunned, Yitong immediately kissed Chen Mo on the cheek happily, and then clapped her hands happily. "Okay." Lin Yike took out her phone in disbelief and turned on the front camera to look at herself. It turned out that there was no injury on her face now, only a little dried blood left at the corner of her mouth. Lin Xinru immediately handed over a wet towel and said, "Wipe it." After Lin Yike wiped her face, she looked at her current state and found that there was no injury at all. She looked at Chen Mo in shock and said, "Did you do this? Why do you think they called me a miracle doctor before?" As soon as these words came out, Lin Yike was stunned at first, and then immediately knelt down in front of Chen Mo. "Ms. Lin, what are you doing?" Chen Mo immediately put Tong Tong down and prepared to help her up, but she insisted on kneeling and kowtowing. Although Lin Yike didn't know how Chen Mo treated her, Chen Mo's title of Divine Doctor was indeed confirmed by Teng Jiao Jiao and Liao Zuzan. In addition to his miraculous ability to heal the wound on his face just now, she naturally felt that her brother's strange disease could be cured. "Mr. Chen, please forgive my self-righteous attitude, but my brother has suffered from a strange disease since he was a child. He is paralyzed and lives in the hospital. I really can't bear to see him like this for the rest of his life. If possible, can you please help me take a look? I know that with your medical skills, I can't afford it, even if I go bankrupt. As long as you can cure my brother, you can let me work like a cow or a horse for you, or do anything else. I can do whatever you want for the rest of my life. I just hope you can help my brother." It was rare to encounter a life-saving straw, and Lin Yike wanted to grab it desperately. She was willing to sell everything she had, just to exchange for her brother's safety and happiness. Seeing the other party's appearance, Lin Xinru and Yitong on the side couldn't help but look at Chen Mo. Although Yitong is very young, she also knows that there are some things that she cannot interrupt. It is true that she really wants to say a word for this sister and let Brother Mo help her, but whether Brother Mo wants to help others or not depends on Brother Mo's own ideas, and she cannot interrupt. Chen Mo looked at Yitong's little hand holding his big hand, and looking at him pitifully. He smiled and picked her up again and said, "Tong Tong, do you have anything to say to your brother?" Tong Tong hesitated and said, "Just now, the big sister helped Tong Tong, and Tong Tong also wants to help the big sister. Little girl, you learn to beat around the bush when you speak at such a young age." Chen Mo gently hooked Tong Tong's little nose and said, "Do you want me to help you too?" Chen Mo smiled and looked at Lin Xinru. Lin Xinru smiled and gave a lame reason. "After all, Miss Lin and I are from the same family, so of course I want to help her." Chen Mo smiled and stretched out his hand to stop Lin Xinru's willow waist and said, "Since you two, my big and small babies, want me to take action, how can I not listen to you?" As soon as Chen Mo said this, 3 more smiling faces appeared in the room. Lin Xinru, Yitong, and Lin Yike all showed happy smiles. "Thank you, Brother Mo." A childish and a tender voice said this at the same time. Along with this sentence, 2 tender lips were printed on Chen Mo's left and right cheeks at the same time. Yitong kissed Chen Mo's left cheek, and Lin Xinru kissed his right cheek. "If I don't agree, there will be no reward for kissing." Chen Mo smiled and looked at the 2 big and small babies on the left and right. The two immediately giggled. At this time, Lin Yike immediately kowtowed 3 times to Chen Mo and said, "Thank you, Mr. Chen. I may not be free today, but I should be free tomorrow daytime. I will go to see your brother's illness tomorrow." Chen Mo said with a smile. It's okay. When you are free, you can find me again. I'll write down the phone number for you," Lin Yike said excitedly, after being helped up by Lin Xinru. "You can use it. Just tell me directly. I have the ability to remember everything I hear." "Okay." After that, Lin Yike reported his phone number to Chen Mo. After Lin Yike left, Lin Xinru smiled and looked at Chen Mo and said, "Brother Mo, you have deceived a good girl again." "What?" Chen Mo was stunned for a moment and said, "Humph, she said that, as long as you cure her brother, she will be treated as a cow and a horse and let you do whatever you want. That doesn't mean you can do whatever you want. Are you pretending not to hear it?" Lin Xinru gently twisted Chen Mo's waist. "So that's it." Chen Mo immediately smiled and said, "This kind of words are usually just talk, but you take it seriously. I don't think Miss Lin is this kind of person. She looks like a very serious person. I think what she said should be true." Lin Xinru commented. "That would be the best. If there is a talent who has the potential to be quickly trained to a 7th level mutant, and is someone who is willing to listen to him wholeheartedly, then it would be a good thing. Whether to subdue her now, to get rewards, or to keep her to train her into a reliable comrade in the future." Chapter 93 Turtle Man. 2 in 1. After Chen Mo agreed to help Lin Yike's favorability towards Chen Mo soared to 80 points. Chen Mo found that the increase in her favorability was almost equivalent to the favorability he had gained after saving someone else's family. If she really cured her brother, her favorability would soar even higher. Wouldn't that mean that Lin Yike could help him complete the condition of reaching 90 points of favorability for a unit above level 5? And Yitong, who he met unexpectedly, also had a very high favorability towards Chen Mo, which was directly 90 points. The little girl also helped Chen Mo to complete a target. In fact, Chen Mo basically only needs to raise Duzix's favorability to more than 90 points, and he doesn't need to deliberately improve Suyan Yuxiao's favorability, and he can complete the 5 important targets. When he thought of this, Chen Mo felt that his main survival mission, second, would probably be completed soon. After dinner, Chen Mo helped Yitong pack some delicacies to take back to her mother Yu Yuking to taste. Number 158 Minsheng Road. Yu Yuking learned that Chen Mo might come home, so she forced herself to get up despite her discomfort and cleaned up the house to avoid being laughed at by people for being too messy. Just when she finished cleaning the house and could finally sit down to rest for a while, her gambling husband Yi Shixin also returned home. The moment she saw him coming back, Yu Yuking couldn't stop trembling when she heard his voice. What she feared most was that Yi Shixin would come back drunk. Because when Yi Shixin came back drunk, he would always beat people. Not to mention that he didn't get the money. Even if he got the money, he would still give her 2 slaps if he was unhappy. But this time when Yi Shixin came home, Yu Yuking didn't smell the familiar smell of alcohol, so she was relieved. Although Yi Shixin was a domestic violence, he was not so unreasonable and beat people at will when he was not drunk. Wife. As soon as he entered the door, Yi Shixin shouted to the inner room, and he seemed to be quite happy. Seeing that her husband seemed to be in a good mood, Yu Yuking walked out of the bedroom despite her uncomfortable body and said, "What's wrong? You seem to be very happy." "Haha, look." While talking, Yi Shixin suddenly slammed a thick stack of money on the table. Seeing that the idle Yi Shixin suddenly took out so much money, Yu Yuking was stunned for a moment, and then said nervously, "You didn't steal the money?" Yi Shixin, who didn't drink, was relatively easy to communicate with, so Yu Yuking didn't feel any fear when talking to him. "How is it possible? Your husband has made a name for himself. This is the lottery I won. This is only 10,000. I still have 90,000 in my bank card." Yi Shixin showed Yu Yuking the balance in his bank card. Seeing that there was really so much money in her husband's passbook, Yu Yuking was also quite surprised. "What about your gambling debt?" "Silly, I won 500,000, and the other 400,000 has been used to pay off debts. This 100,000 is the remaining." Yi Shixin immediately hugged Yu Yuking and said with a smile, Then how do you plan to use this money? Yu King asked immediately. Although she was happy that her husband had the luck to win the lottery and pay off his debts, if her husband did not change his bad habits of idleness, alcoholism and gambling, then no matter how much money he had, he would still lose it all. I plan to use this money to open a small shop for us, and we will make money from it in the future. Yi Shixin smiled and stroked Yu King's arm. At this time, Yi Shixin gave Yu King the same reliable feeling as when she first dated Yi Shixin. Yu King was not a masochist. If she knew that Yi Shixin had such a bad habit from the beginning, she would definitely not marry him. The reason why she was able to be pursued by Yi Shixin was naturally because when Yi Shixin pursued her at the beginning, he was so hardworking and attentive. It can be said that he did everything to Yu King's heart and finally moved her, and the two came together. When they just got together, in fact, Yi Shixin still maintained the enthusiasm when he pursued her and the attentive attitude that everything was based on her. But as Yu King became pregnant and after Yi Tong was born, Yi Shixin's true colors gradually emerged. He became more and more idle, more and more alcoholic and gambling. And as long as he gets drunk, he will become a devil. But after sobering up, he admits his mistakes quickly. This kind of schizophrenic state of Yi Shixin really makes Yu King very painful. After all, she had felt Yi Shixin's tenderness before, plus they already had children, and Yi Shixin, who didn't drink, would listen to him a few words. Yu King enjoyed it. But Yi Shixin was really crazy after drinking and getting drunk. After a crazy beating of Yu King, when Yu King asked for a divorce, he rushed directly to the kitchen and found a knife to put on his daughter's neck. He clearly threatened Yu King that if she dared to talk about divorce again, he would take his daughter to hell with her. At that moment, Yi Tong's neck was cut. It really scared Yu King, causing Yu King to never dare to mention this topic again. We can only hope to persuade Yi Shixin to be well when he is not drinking. But drinking does not make people split. Drinking only further unleashes a person's self-restrictions. In fact, Yi Shixin after drinking is still the same person as Yi Shixin when he is sober, but he is a Yi Shixin who has completely let go of his self-restrictions. But Yu King would rather give herself a possible hope in this desperate environment, hoping that Yi Shixin in a sober state will listen to her advice one day and stop drinking and stop releasing the devil Yi Shixin. Seeing the joy today, Yu King held Yi Shixin's hand and said, "Shixin, this time you won the lottery. It is God who gave us a chance. Can we be down to earth and stop drinking and gambling in the future?" "Wife, I was wrong before. I have changed my ways. After winning the lottery, I already understand that this is another chance God gave me. I promise you that I will no longer gamble and drink in the future. If I break my oath, let me be struck by 5 thunders and die a miserable death." Yi Shixin stretched out 3 fingers and swore to the sky. Seeing her husband swearing so seriously, Yu King also believed him. She felt extremely relieved. At this time, Yi Shixin smiled and held her hand and said, "Wife, to celebrate, I will take you out for a good meal. I have made you work so hard, and I have never repaid you well." After that, he looked at the room and said, "Where is Tong Tong?" "Tong Tong went to dinner with a young man I met when I was working before." "Young man?" Yi Shixin frowned slightly and then forced a smile and said, "How can you let your daughter go out to dinner with a boy you don't know the details of? There are many perverts now. Momo is a good child. I can still judge this." Hearing her say this, Yi Shixin couldn't help but think about himself and said, "You can know a person's face, but not his heart. But forget it. Since you believe in him, it should be fine. Tong Tong is not here. Let's enjoy a long-awaited dinner for two." Ahem. Yu King was not feeling well, and she didn't want to move because she had just forced herself to clean the room. But if her husband was willing to change his ways, she really couldn't refuse this dinner. "Where are we going to eat?" "Let's go to the nearby Hangan Hotel." "Okay, but Mo may send Tong Tong back later. I'll talk to him first and ask him to send Tong Tong directly to the Hangan Hotel." When Yi Shixin heard Yu King say this, his face darkened slightly, but he didn't say anything. "Well, it's windy at night. You haven't been feeling well recently. Put on a coat before going out." At this moment, Yi Shixin was as gentle and considerate as when he was pursuing Yu King. This long lost feeling of being carefully cared for made Yu Yuking feel like her husband had turned over a new leaf. At this moment, Chen Mo had already walked out of Finglinwen with Lin Xinru and Yi Tong. As soon as he came out, he received a text message from Yu Yuking. Sister King, Mo, Shixin and I went to the Hangan Hotel near Minsheng Road for dinner. If you send Tong Tong back, just send her directly to the Hangan Hotel. Mo. Okay, Sister King, aren't you feeling unwell? Are you still going to the hotel for dinner? Chen Mo was a little surprised. From what he heard from her on the phone before, she was still quite weak. Sister King, it's alright now. After all, it's a family matter, so Yu Yuking couldn't explain too much about Yi Shixin to Chen Mo. Mo, then send me the room number later, and I'll take Tong Tong there. Sister King, okay. After getting in the car, Chen Mo smiled and said to Yi Tong, who was sitting obediently in the back seat, Tong Tong, you said that your mother didn't have anything good to eat, but your mother is going to the hotel for a big meal now. Yi Tong felt weird. The family obviously had no money, so why would her mother have money to go to the hotel for a big meal? In Hangan Hotel, Yi Shixin hugged Yu Yuking with great care and took her to room 333. Sir, what would you like to order? The waiter came over to serve enthusiastically. I reserved the number 1 set meal before. Okay, what do you need for drinks and alcohol? Just a pot of tea. My wife is not in good health and can't drink other drinks and alcohol. Okay, please wait. Soon, the waiter came in with a pot of tea. After brewing a pot of tea for each of them, he turned and left. Dear, we haven't eaten in the hotel for a long time, Yi Shixin said with a smile. Yu Yuking nodded nostalgically and said, since Tong Tong was born, we don't seem to have eaten in the hotel. As she spoke, she had already drunk a cup of tea. Why does this tea taste weird? Yu Yuking said curiously after drinking it. As soon as the voice fell, Yu Yuking felt dizzy. She thought her physical illness had flared up, and she immediately said weakly, husband, I feel a little dizzy. Wife. As Yu Yuking listened to the increasingly hollow and distant voice of her husband, she had fallen into a coma. After shaking his wife and finding that Yu Yuking had completely fallen into a coma, Yi Shixin immediately took out his mobile phone and made a call. Brother Shan, it's done. Yes, it's in your hotel, room 333. It's confirmed. She's definitely asleep. Okay, I'll wait for you. As Yi Shixin hung up the phone, a complex emotion flashed across his face. Then he secretly got a lighter-shaped camera and quietly placed it in a position that could be aimed at the large sofa in the room. After he finished all this, a middle-aged man who was clean and slightly fat opened the door of room 333 and walked in. Brother Shan. Seeing him come in, Yi Shixin immediately bowed respectfully. Yi Shixin, you are such a beast. You are willing to give up such a beautiful wife to others to play with. You don't have the legendary cuckold fetish, do you? Then you stay in the room and watch. Brother Shan said with a lewd smile on his face. No need. Yi Shixin shook his head quickly. He doesn't have a cuckold fetish. He can't stand seeing his wife being played with by other men. But just as he refused, Brother Shan sneered, I told you to watch, so just watch. With you watching, I'll be more interested. Hearing this, Yi Shixin's eyes turned red, and his right hand clenched into a fist, but he still took a few deep breaths and said, everything is up to Brother Shan. I can't waste this 100,000 in vain. 100,000. Do you know how many women I can play with? If your wife wasn't of high quality and had the blessing of your identity as a cuckold husband, would I pay this price? Take this video recorder with me and film it well for me. Don't film my face, but film your wife clearly. After that, Brother Shan took back the camera and said, I almost forgot. Let's shoot the beginning first. As he said that, he pointed the camera at Yi Shixin, sneered and introduced, comrades, this is a cuckold man who betrayed his wife. Look how despicable he is. Ha ha ha. Hearing him say this, Yi Shixin's face couldn't help but look very ugly. Seeing him like this, Brother Shan turned off the camera, grabbed him and brought him close, and hit him hard in the stomach with his knee and said, is your mother dead? You have a stinky face. Do you think the 100,000 yuan is for playing with your wife? This is the salary for you to film the movie. You better be more professional. how to act like a slut and what expression to show. I don't need to teach you. The pain of the collision immediately made Yishixin's face red and veins popped up. He knelt on the ground, holding his stomach, and felt a twitching pain in his stomach. He tried to take a few deep breaths, and finally relieved some of the pain. Shan. Brother Shan, I know I was wrong. I will definitely shoot it well. After taking a few breaths, he forced himself to stand up again. His fists were clenched, and his nails were almost pinching into the flesh. Although he was extremely angry, he could only smile on his face. One evil is defeated by another evil. Yishixin, who had hit hard at home, could only be submissive in front of more evil person. P.S. I'm scared of you guys, so I'll just beat up the bad guys. I hope you all have no objection to that. Chapter 94. Pain to the point of collapse. 2 in 1. Come on, kneel down here, and look at the camera carefully. Brother Shan said to Yishixin with a sneer. Even though Yishixin was extremely ashamed and angry, he had no choice but to do it. After all, he had already received Brother Shan's money, and Brother Shan himself was powerful and influential, so he couldn't afford to offend him. Very good, come and speak and introduce yourself. Brother Shan turned on the camera and filmed Yishixin with a sneer. Yishixin suppressed his shame and anger and said with a forced smile, "My name is Yishixin. I am a turtle man. Go on." I'm very grateful to Brother Shan for playing with my wife. Well said. Brother Shan was very happy to hear it and said, "Move your wife over." Yes. Yishixin ran obediently and moved Yu Yuking, who had fallen into a coma, to the big sofa in the private room. Seeing his wife's appearance, even though she was sick, she was still so beautiful. Yishixin felt mixed emotions for a while. He regretted accepting the 100,000 yuan, but it was 100,000 after all. Anyway, his wife was in a coma. She wouldn't know anything after the deed was done. As long as he kept his head down and lived his life, he would live the same way as before. After a mental struggle, he turned to Brother Shan and said, "Brother Shan, what should we do next?" "Next, of course you come to get the camera." Hearing what Brother Shan said, Yishixin nodded and walked over slowly. However, the closer he got to Brother Shan, the more uncomfortable he felt. After all, he was not really a cuckold. On the contrary, he was a person with a strong possessive desire. So when he heard Yu Yuking talking about Chen Mo before, he had all kinds of unhappy expressions. The younger the guy, the more he didn't want his wife to get in touch with him. He had seen the MOMO mentioned by his wife before. He looked like a decent man, but at first glance he was a gigolo. If his wife got in touch with this man for a long time, who knows what would happen. At normal times, he would probably jump up and down just by hearing Yu Yuking talking about Chen Mo. But today he had already received the money in advance and was ready to sell out his wife, so how could he have the nerve to say that his wife talked about other men? Seeing Brother Shan approaching his wife step by step, ready to touch her, Yishixin couldn't stop shaking with the hand holding the video recorder. Brother Shan. When Brother Shan's hand reached out to Yu Yuking, he suddenly shouted, "What?" Brother Shan turned his head and looked at Yishixin coldly. "I was thinking, if you filmed me stripping off my wife's clothes and then kneeling to offer her to you, begging you to have sex with her, wouldn't it be better?" Yishixin said, trying to suppress the uncomfortable feeling in his heart. "Yishixin, you are really a beast. You can think of such a cheap plot. Okay, come on, it's interesting." Brother Shan was very happy after hearing this and immediately walked over quickly, took the camera, and kicked Yishixin over. At this time, Chen Mo's car had already arrived downstairs of Hangan Hotel. After all, it is impossible for a child as young as Yitong to work far away from home. Therefore, Hangyuan Square is relatively close to Minsheng Road. Chen Mo just turned out of the square and drove a little way to reach Hangan Hotel on Minsheng Road. After arriving at the hotel, Chen Mo took out his mobile phone and looked at the information on it. After Yu Yuking entered the private room, he sent Chen Mo the room number. No 333. Chen Mo immediately smiled and picked up Yitong and entered Hangan Hotel with Lin Xinru. As they entered the hotel and took the elevator to the third floor, Chen Mo was surprised to see that there were two people who didn't look like waiters guarding the door of private room number 333. These two people looked like martial artists. This made Chen Mo feel a little weird. At this time, the waiter at the elevator door immediately came over and said, "Hello, three of you, which private room do you want to go to?" Chen Mo frowned and said, "Private room number 333. As soon as these words came out, the waiter's face changed immediately. "I'm really sorry, sir. Did you remember the wrong room number? Room 333 is being used by our boss, and he said that he will not receive any guests during his use." In room 333, Brother Shine was holding a camera and waiting for Yi Shixin's performance with great interest because of the plot proposed by Yi Shixin. "Hurry up for me." Seeing that Yi Shixin walked to his wife and didn't move, Brother Shine immediately urged him. Yi Shixin didn't want to see Brother Shine untie Yu Yuking's restraints step by step in front of him. That feeling was really too tormenting for him. He would rather suffer a short pain than a long one. So when he came to Yu Yuking, he hardened his heart, gritted his teeth, and quickly removed all the restraints on Yu Yuking. Looking at Yu Yuking's flawless and well-shaped body, Brother Shine's eyes immediately lit up, and he swallowed his saliva. After listening to what the waiter said, Chen Mo was immediately convinced that something was wrong. He immediately turned on his perspective glasses and looked directly through the wall at the situation inside the private room 333. Seeing Yu Yuking lying on the sofa naked, her husband was kneeling beside her, saying something to a man. Chen Mo's eyes flashed coldly, and he handed Yi Tong to Lin Xinru beside him, whispering in her ear, "Take Tong Tong and wait for me here, don't let her come over." The moment he finished speaking, Chen Mo had already rushed to the front of the private room 333. Before the two bodyguards at the door could speak, Chen Mo used a knife to knock them down directly. Then, with a bang, he kicked the door open. At this time, Yi Shixin just knelt in front of Brother Shine and said, "Bitch Yi Shixin, I'm ready, please enjoy my wife." Hearing this, Chen Mo just felt incredible. Rather than being angry, he was more shocked that a person could be so cheap. "You beast, what are you talking about?" After entering the room, Chen Mo closed the door and rushed to Yu Yuking's side. He kicked Yi Shixin next to him away and directly spent 1 point of the 4 points that he had never spent from the system. He changed a long dark cloth and wrapped Yu Yuking's body to cover her up. He thought about whether he should wake Yu Yuking up at this time. Considering that waking Yu Yuking up at this time would be a big blow to her, Chen Mo decided to let her continue to sleep for the time being. Only then did he have time to look at the two people around him. Xianje also reacted and said angrily, "Who are you? How did you get in? What are the two idiots at the door doing?" Xianje glanced at the closed door unhappily. "Yi Shixin, you are really mean. I was thinking about giving you a chance to reform because you are Tong Tong's father, but I really didn't expect that you would do such a despicable thing." Chen Mo was furious at this time, but Yi Shixin was Yi Tong's father after all. If he killed him, wouldn't it be the same as becoming the enemy who killed Yi Tong's father? When he thought of this, he could only think of other ways to punish this guy. "Stinky boy, my family affairs are none of your business. She is my wife. I can use her however I want. It's none of your business if she gets rotten or smelly." Yi Shixin was originally dissatisfied with Yu Yuking's mention of Chen Mo just now. Now he saw that he actually rushed in as a hero to save the beauty, protecting his wife and scolding him. The more he thought about it, the angrier he became, and the more jealous he became. At this time, the two of them didn't even notice that Chen Mo had just conjured up a long piece of cloth out of thin air. Brother Shine was also angry. He threw the camera in his hand aside, looked at Chen Mo and said viciously, "Stinky boy, you have learned to meddle in other people's business before your hair has grown up. Do you know where this place is?" After that, he rushed up and prepared to punch Chen Mo. But the moment he punched out with a whoosh, Chen Mo easily grabbed his wrist. Ah! The next moment, he screamed in pain because his wrist was pinched so hard that it hurt. "Stinky boy, do you know who is behind the Hangan Hotel? You are really not afraid of death, but I'm a member of the Han family." "Very good, another reason to deal with the Han family." Chen Mo said coldly, and directly took out the blade of his right hand and slashed it forward. The next moment, the Cheyenne brother just now disappeared in the room out of thin air. Before he disappeared, Yi Shixin clearly saw that Cheyenne brother's head seemed to fall off. After all, it was in someone else's territory. After Chen Mo solved the enemy directly, he put the person into the ring, so as not to cause unnecessary trouble. Yi Shixin, not only are you a rotten person, but your mouth is also foul. The moment Chen Mo finished speaking, a big slap hit his face, and instantly half of Yi Shixin's face was torn. Yi Shixin was in so much pain that he didn't dare to scream. Because his face was already rotten, it hurt to move his mouth at any time. How could he dare to scream? At this moment, he couldn't say anything, and could only watch Chen Mo retreat in fear. But it was useless for him to retreat. Chen Mo grabbed him, and broke his hands and feet at the joints. For a moment, Yi Shixin's hands and feet turned into the shape of a swastika, and connected to his body. At this time, Chen Mo suddenly reached out to Yi Shixin's head, and as his healing ability was activated, Yi Shixin's mouth recovered. He said coldly, "Does it hurt?" Feeling a burst of warmth in his mouth, and then it didn't hurt anymore. Yi Shixin looked at Chen Mo in horror and said, What did you do?" At this time, his limbs were broken, and he couldn't move at all, and he was extremely terrified. Yi Shixin was a little dumbfounded when Cheyenne disappeared from the room inexplicably. He couldn't understand what was happening. But pain can't be faked. Feeling the immense pain in his hands and feet, Yi Shixin felt pain, anxiety, and helplessness. In front of the young man, he was just like a doll, allowing others to pinch and flatten him. "I asked you if it hurts. You tell me something else here." The moment Chen Mo's voice fell, he crushed Yi Shixin's heirloom 3-piece suit with one foot. At this moment, Yi Shixin fainted from the pain. But just after he fainted, he woke up again in the next moment, and all his injuries had healed. It was as if he had just had a dream, but the pain he had just experienced was lingering. As Yi Shixin woke up, Chen Mo crushed his heirloom 3-piece suit again. This time, Yi Shixin did not faint, but sweated on his forehead in pain. "I was wrong. Don't step on it please. I was wrong." "What did you do wrong?" "I was wrong in everything. Tell me where I was wrong. I was wrong. Please don't torture me." Yi Shixin cried bitterly. "For a beast like you, shouldn't you just tear down the unnecessary places?" "Wow, I was wrong. I was really wrong, big brother, father, grandfather, ancestors. Please forgive me, please." Under the repeated torture of Chen Mo's restoration and crushing, Yi Shixin finally collapsed and kowtowed and begged for mercy. He had never felt so much pain in his life. This kind of pain that seemed to involve the soul, he actually had to endure continuously. For a moment, he really hoped that his 3-piece suit would be rotten directly and would not transmit pain to him. Seeing Yi Shixin trembling and mad with pain, Chen Mo said coldly, "You can live, because you are Tang's father. I don't want her to be sad because of your death. She is a kind and sensible child. Even if you are no longer a father, you are her father after all. She doesn't want you to die in her heart. She just wants to see you reform. However, having a gold medal of immunity from death is not necessarily a good thing. There are many means in this world that make people want to die. Do you feel it clearly now?" "It's clear. It's very clear. Please don't step on it again," Yi Shixin said with tears and snot. "I will arrange a labor environment for you that you have to obey. You should reform yourself for me, but before that, you have to get a divorce first. From now on, you have no other identity except the identity of Tang's father." Chen Mo said coldly. "Divorce? Divorce immediately. I will do whatever you say. I will give you my wife," Yi Shixin said crying. "Don't repent. Is she your property? Damn it." Chen Mo crushed Yi Shixin's heirloom 3-piece suit dozens of times until he was in so much pain that he wailed wildly and his throat was hoarse and he was almost mentally collapsed. Only then did he completely heal Yi Shixin. But at this time, Yi Shixin was already in a trance due to the torture of the pain, and he stood there motionless. Even though all the injuries on his body had been healed, the countless pains just now seemed to be reappearing in his mind. So much so that until this moment, the corners of his mouth were still twitching in pain. Chen Mo ignored him and completely destroyed the cameras in the room, as well as the lighter-shaped miniature camera that Yi Shixin had secretly placed. Then he turned around and picked up Yu Yuking, who was wrapped in a dark cloth, and left the room directly. Chapter 95, New Life. 5,000 words. System prompt. The host has killed a 5th level zombie by crossing levels, and the host is rewarded with 2,500 survival points and a B-level gift bag. System prompt. The host has tortured a 5th level demon by crossing levels, causing his mind to suffer severe damage, which is comparable to killing him. The host is hereby rewarded with 2,500 survival points and a B-level gift bag. After Chen Mo killed Brother Shine and severely punished Yi Shixin, Chen Mo also received a wave of decent rewards. After closing the system prompt interface, Chen Mo carried the unconscious Yu Yuking out and checked her physical condition. He found that Yu Yuking was not completely in a coma. She was just in a state of being knocked unconscious, but she could still hear and feel the surrounding situation. As he walked out of the door, Yi Tong was being held in Lin Zhenru's arms, looking at this side curiously. Brother just seemed to be acting on TV, knocking those two people unconscious, Yi Tong said, while holding Lin Zhenru's neck. Lin Zhenru smiled and said, maybe he was acting on TV. After waiting for a while, she saw Chen Mo walking out holding someone. Mom. Yi Tong saw her mother act like a Zhangzi. She asked curiously, how did mom become a caterpillar? Chen Mo could only smile helplessly at her. Mom is playing a caterpillar. After Chen Mo finished speaking, he immediately took Lin Zhenru and Yi Tong downstairs in the elevator. At this time, the waiter beside him did not dare to speak. After all, Chen Mo just used 2 knives to easily knock down the 2 thugs at the door. After taking Yu Yuking into the car, Chen Mo asked Yi Tong to sit in the front seat, and Lin Zhenru watched Yu Yuking in the back seat. He quickly sent her back to the door of her home. After carrying her back home, Chen Mo released the healing skill to remove the drugs and all diseases on Yu Yuking. Just as he performed the healing skill, the system prompt began to beep. System prompt. It is detected that the host is rescuing a dead body in vain. Please stop such behavior immediately. System prompt. Warning, warning. Abnormal detection. It is detected that the dead body has been resurrected. Data error. Data error. The character data is being repaired. The repair is complete. The target information has been corrected to 9th order demon. What? 9th order demon? It seems that this incident has accumulated quite a lot of negative energy in Sister King's heart. Chen Mo was also stunned when he rescued a 9th order demon with a casual rescue. Recalling what happened to Yu Yuking today, plus everything she had suffered before, it is foreseeable that her heart is full of negative energy. System prompt. Summarizing data error. Character information. Character information summary completed. It is detected that the demon unit was resurrected because the host used miraculous means. The host once again demonstrated the ability to revive the dead. The host's divine power amazed the world for the 2nd time. Since this is not the first time to trigger a special achievement, you can no longer get special rewards. But after all, the resurrected is a 9th order demon. The system hereby issues a consolation prize for you. You get 100,000 survival points as a reward. After the system beeped, Yu Yuking also opened her eyes, but at this time, her face was full of despair. On his seemingly calm face, how much pain and grief he hid in his heart was unknown. No wonder he could advance to the 9th level demon. Zioru, you accompany Sister King. Seeing Yu Yuking wake up, Chen Mo immediately said to Lin Zhenru, and then pretended to forget to take the food that Feng Linwen had just brought back. He turned to Yi Tong and said, oh, I forgot to take the dishes from the restaurant. Tong Tong, you and your brother go get them. Okay. The little girl didn't know what happened and happily went out with Chen Mo to get the delicious food. Only Lin Zhenru was left to accompany Yu Yuking. Looking at Yu Yuking wrapped in a long cloth with her shoulders exposed, Lin Zhenru had already noticed that something was wrong. Sister King, are you okay? Chen Mo had introduced Yi Tong's mother to Lin Zhenru in the restaurant before, so she still knew something about Yu Yuking. A tear slid down Yu Yuking's eyes, and then she shook her head and said, I'm fine. I should have given up long ago, and shouldn't have had empty fantasies. This time, I've reaped the consequences. After that, Yu Yuking slowly tore off the long cloth wrapped around her body and appeared in front of Lin Xinru in a naked posture. This made Lin Xinru more certain that something might have happened in the hotel just now. Soon Yu Yuking put on her clothes, washed her face, changed her demeanor, looked at Lin Xinru with a gentle smile and said, "Are you Momo's girlfriend? You can be considered as such." Lin Xinru smiled and said, "You two are really a perfect match." Yu Yuking said with a smile, "It's not easy to find a good man." Lin Xinru guessed that Yu Yuking was harmed by her bad husband and comforted her. There must be good and bad in the world. Half and half. You will always meet good ones. That's true. Yu Yuking smiled bitterly, but in his heart, he had already lost hope. "I was so busy talking to you that I forgot to pour you a cup of tea. Wait for me," Yu Yuking said, and immediately prepared to get up. But when she subconsciously thought that she was still as weak as before and needed to support the table in front of her to get up, she suddenly realized that she didn't know when her body had completely lost all the pain. Seeing Yu Yuking suddenly standing there in a daze, Lin Xinru asked curiously, "Sister King, what's wrong with you? Are you feeling uncomfortable?" "No." Yu Yuking thought it was just an illusion and shook her head quickly. "If you feel uncomfortable, you must tell me. Brother Emo is a very good doctor. He can cure any disease." As soon as Lin Xinru said this, Yu Yuking reacted immediately. She just couldn't open her eyes all the way, but she was aware of the surrounding environment. When she was betrayed by her beastly husband, when she was stripped naked by him and exposed to the evil, when Chen Mo rushed into the room and wrapped her body for her at the first time to maintain her dignity, she had a clear feeling, including being carried by Chen Mo all the way back, and just now, when Chen Mo's hand touched her body, a warm current flowed into her body, and then her drowsiness disappeared, and her eyes could open. She remembered all these feelings. It was just that she was a little drowsy before, so she subconsciously ignored them. But now that she remembered everything, she realized that she just woke up from a coma, and it seemed that it was because of the warm current in Chen Mo's palm that flowed into her body. Knock knock. "Zaoru, the door seems to be locked. Come and open it." With the knock on the door, Chen Mo's voice sounded outside the door. In fact, the door was not locked. Lin Xinru and Yu Yuking knew it. Chen Mo knocked on the door, just to confirm whether Yu Yuking had put on her clothes. For his gentleness, the two women smiled at each other. Yu Yuking pressed Lin Xinru, got up and walked over to open the door. Mo, thank you this time." Yu Yuking glanced at Tang Tong and looked at Chen Mo. System prompt. It is detected that a 9th level demon has a favorability of 90 points for you, which belongs to the love level. System prompt. It is detected that the host can actually make the 9th level demon with a lot of negative energy reach the level of love for you. The host's amazing charm is extraordinary. Hereby reward the host with 5,000 survival points, an A-level gift package, and 5 points of charm. Hearing the system prompt, Chen Mo remembered the system prompt when Muziai's favorability was increased to 95 points. Muziai is also a 9th level demon. When her favorability reached the admiration level, Chen Mo was rewarded with an S-level gift package. It can be seen that the favorability of the 9th level demon is a little bit different, but the reward can be one level different. Yu Yuking's favorability to Chen Mo at the level of love is not just increased, but it has always been. It can be seen that she has liked this hardworking and reliable big boy from the beginning. This like is not the kind of like between men and women, just like Yi Tong also likes Chen Mo's 90 points of favorability. This is a kind of personal emotional like. Yi Tong likes Chen Mo as if he were her own brother. Lin Xinru likes Chen Mo as if he were her lover. Yu Yuking liked Chen Mo as a close junior. Chen Mo naturally had no misunderstanding, so he didn't care about the system's favorability rating. But this made Chen Mo unexpectedly complete a target. Now, Yi Tong, Yu Yuking, Liu Qinlan, and Muziai made up the four. Chen Mo only needed to cure Lin Yike's brother tomorrow. With her willingness to work like a slave, Chen Mo felt that her favorability would definitely increase. By then, it would be fully filled. Putting the matter of favorability aside for the moment, Chen Mo held Tang Tong and looked at Yu Yuking with a smile. "It's nothing, Tong Tong is my real sister. It's not worth thanking me for taking her out for a meal. You know what I'm thanking you for. Yu King's beautiful eyes flashed with a trace of gratitude, and she took Yi Tong from Chen Mo's arms and said, "You are so old, but you still let your brother hold you. Shame on you." After that, Yu King stepped aside and said, "Coming quickly." Hearing her mother say that, Yi Tong's face turned red and said, "I like to be held by my brother." Chen Mo smiled, closed the door, and walked into the room. He showed the new dishes that he brought back from the restaurant and asked the kitchen to make specially and said, "I haven't seen you for a long time. It's not good to come to see you empty-handed, so I brought you some dishes. I have to eat and pack this up. It's really a trouble for you, Momo." Yu King said embarrassedly, and then she immediately went to get the plates. "No way, Sister King, you took such good care of me when I was working before. I will never forget it." Chen Mo said with a smile, "These dishes are all new dishes that I asked the kitchen to cook. If you haven't had dinner, try them." After saying this, Chen Mo suddenly paused. He felt that he had said something wrong. Yu King smiled and walked to his side, patted his back gently and said, "It doesn't matter, everything is over. The previous Yu King had died before you entered the door, and the one you carried out was a brand new Yu King." Hearing her words, Chen Mo was quite touched and said, "Sister King, the future will get better and better. If you encounter any trouble in the future, just contact me." "Thank you Mo. I haven't seen you for only a month or so, and I didn't expect you to grow into such a reliable man now." Looking at Chen Mo, Yu King seemed to see the original Yi Shixin. The original Yi Shixin was just like Chen Mo now, making people feel extremely reliable. But it was only a moment, and she threw this idea out of her mind. She wanted to live again for herself. The Yu King who was nostalgic for Yi Shixin in his mind has died. Chen Mo smiled and said, "A man should be looked at with new eyes after 3 days of absence. We have been here for more than 30 days, so we have to shave again and again." "PFFT, you are still so good at making people laugh," Yu King said with a smile. After all the dishes were prepared on the table, Yu King said, "Look how embarrassed I am. You come to my house, not only do I have nothing to cook for you, but you also have to bring so many things. It's the same. Since Tong Tong treats me as a brother, I will treat my sister's house as my own home. Okay, then come often in the future, and let you taste Sister King's cooking. You two really have different opinions." Lin Xinru smiled. Tong Tong calls brother Mo brother, and brother Mo calls Sister King sister. We are almost of the same generation here. Yu King couldn't help laughing when he said this. It's good for each of us to talk about our own things. Otherwise, if a 20-year-old boy calls me Aunt King, and I'm only 32 years old, wouldn't that make me old? Seeing that Yu King was now able to talk and laugh, and was in a good mood, Chen Mo finally felt relieved. While they were talking, the door of the room was suddenly opened. It was Yi Shixin who had changed his clothes. He walked in tremblingly and knelt down in front of Yu King with a plop. After a long silence, he said, "I know that it's useless to say anything. I'm here to tell you that I'm going to handle the divorce procedures tomorrow." Hearing his words, Yi Tong couldn't help but be stunned. She wanted a good father who had reformed and came back, and didn't think about becoming a child from a single parent family. But thinking that her father always beat her mother, divorce would be a good thing for her mother, she didn't say a word. But it can be seen that her mood was not high. "Tong Tong, dad was too bad before. He will reform in the future. You wait for dad." "Really? Will you become a good father?" Yi Tong heard the words she wanted to hear the most, and her eyes lit up instantly. "Yes, daddy has let you and mom down before. When daddy feels that he can be a good father, he will come back to find you." Yi Shixin cried. "Then make a pinky promise." Yi Tong immediately stepped forward to make a pinky promise with her father. Seeing his innocent daughter still willing to accept him at this time, Yi Shixin could no longer hold back. He immediately hugged Yi Tong in his arms and cried bitterly. But he was sincere now, and no one present dared to guarantee it. Even Chen Mo, who could read minds, could only ensure that what he said at this moment was sincere, but he could not guarantee whether he could carry it out to the end. Anyway, he had arranged a place for Yi Shixin to be reformed. Yu King had already given up on him. If Tong Tong had not been here, she would have kicked Shixin out directly. This time, she would not be cowardly anymore. If he dared to continue to threaten Tong Tong, she would kill this man immediately. At this time, she had an unfillable black hole in her heart, which made her fearless. After you're done, get out of here, she said in a cold tone. Okay, I'll go, don't be angry. Shixin put Tong Tong down and crawled away. Seeing her father like this, the young Tong Tong was also in mixed feelings. Feeling her sadness, Chen Mo immediately stepped forward and picked her up. Tong immediately hugged Chen Mo's neck, buried her little head in his shoulder, and sobbed. Can dad really change? Although Tong was young, she knew that it was not so easy for a bad person to change. However, at such a young age, she could only hold the seeds of hope. I hope he will, Chen Mo said in his heart, but he said to Tong, yes. After comforting Tong, Chen Mo looked at King and said, Sister King, do you want to move to another place? After all, his debt collectors may come again. Chen Mo read Shixin's gambling debts, but he did not mean to help him pay it back. Instead, he prepared to move King and her mother. It was just right to send them all to Mingyuan community. At that time, they would directly use that place as the center to start building the doomsday barrier. Do you have any good recommendations? King asked with a smile. Yes, I live in a place called Mingyuan community. The landlord there is very nice, and the community is well managed. They won't let bad people in casually. How is the rent? King asked curiously. It shouldn't be too expensive. It's a single family apartment, about 3,000 a month. So cheap. King was a little surprised. That's why she said the landlord is very nice. She doesn't make money from this. That's good. If you think it's suitable, you can stay in the hotel tonight. I'll find someone to help you move tomorrow. That's too much trouble for you. Sister King, you are still so polite as always. Then it's settled. You haven't had dinner yet, so eat something first. Seeing that King didn't seem to have no appetite when eating, Chen Mo felt that she might have really let it go. Of course, he could use mind reading to peek into King's heart, but after thinking about it, he still didn't do it. After King finished dinner, Chen Mo took the two to a hotel near Mingyuan community to check in. After saying goodbye to the two, he took Lin Xinru back to Mingyuan community. At 10 o'clock in the evening, Chen Mo received messages from Du Renyuan and Zhao Yu. Everything was ready, and he could only wait for his good news before taking action. At this time, Lin Xinru was about to find Chen Mo to play some games that single men and women should play. After reading the message, Chen Mo smiled helplessly and said, Zaoru, I have something to deal with tonight. You go to bed first. Ah, what are you going out to deal with so late? Lin Xinru said in surprise. It's important. You stay at home obediently. I will try to deal with it as quickly as possible and come back to accompany you. Seeing Lin Xinru's loss, Chen Mo smiled and kissed Lin Xinru's forehead and said, after experiencing the previous things, Lin Xinru is now a little afraid of being alone. Seeing Chen Mo leave, she immediately called Zhao Huang over and hugged him to her side, and then she felt a little safe. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 96 Weird. 5,000 words. Hong Xingyu, Hong Xingyuan, and Hong Xingsheng. These three brothers are interesting. They are involved in prostitution, gambling, and drugs. It was a dark, windy, and murderous night. At some point, the dark clouds over the magic city began to slowly gather, and as the drizzle fell, the number of pedestrians on the road gradually decreased. It was already past 10 o'clock in the evening. When Chen Mo came out of the central area of the magic city, he could still see many people on the road, but as he walked towards the outer areas, the number of pedestrians became fewer and fewer, until he came to the East City district of the magic city. Although there were not many pedestrians on the street here, some entertainment industries were still operating. There were many customers consuming inside. According to Chen Mo's understanding, when he came here, The entertainment industry here is controlled by a total of 3 groups. They are the Duoan group of Kingsh, the Zhao group of Huang Peohu, and the Hangan group of the Han family. The 3 groups almost monopolize the entertainment industry in the entire area. In order to seize the source of customers, they have also engaged in many commercial competitions. In addition, the 3 companies also have some cooperation in construction projects here. As long as one party has a problem, the other 2 parties will immediately come to take over. The competition is quite fierce. But after all, it is the outer area of Shanghai, and the superiors don't care too much. The people under them are all capable, and everyone handles it well. There is nothing to worry about. If the upper echelons of a certain group mobilize forces to intervene and break the balance, it will be bad. A small fight may turn into a big trouble. So everyone is content with the status quo. But after tonight, it will be different. In the owner's room of a bar in Dongcheng district, there was a man with a cigar in his mouth and a disheveled woman sitting in his arms. His hands were constantly moving while he looked at the young girl kneeling on the ground in front of him with tears on her face and said, "Little girl, as the saying goes, it's only natural to pay back a debt. Since you can't pay back the money, then how can I make up for the loss if I don't use your body to pay it back? I will pay it back, but your interest is too high. I just borrowed 10,000 from you, and it's only been a month, and you have to pay back more than 20,000. I finally got together 10,000, and now I have to pay back another 12,000. I didn't even borrow so much at the beginning. Please give me some more time. Grace." "Sure. Calculate it according to the interest in the old contract, but you must pay it back once a month, and each repayment must not be less than 10,000. After you pay it back again for another month, your interest plus 12,000 principal will double to more than 20,000 next month. Can you afford it?" the man said with a sneer. At this time, the woman in his arms straightened her clothes and stood up and said, "Zio Yao, we are all classmates. How can I harm you? What's the point of you keeping that layer of things? What era is it, and you are still so pure? If you are willing to sell your virginity, you can pay off your debts in an instant. In the future, our boss can continue to introduce you to jobs in this field, and you can earn more. You don't have to take out loans to buy things in the future. Buy whatever you want, earn money by yourself, and spend it yourself." How happy it is. Listening to the words of the woman in front of her, the young girl named Zhao Yao obviously still couldn't accept it. She always felt that, if she took this first step, she would never turn back. "It's okay. We won't force you into prostitution. It's all up to you. You can think about it slowly. Anyway, your interest will increase by 400 yuan every day. We can wait, but we are afraid you can't. If you agree now, you can get rid of all your debts after today. After a few days, even if you are willing to sell it, it will be impossible to sell it at this price without the boss." The boss put down his cigar, picked up the teacup filled with wolf berries next to him, took a sip, and said with a faint smile, But I have a boyfriend. I can't do this." Zio Yao hesitated and struggled for a while, but still shook his head. "You silly girl, a boyfriend who can't even help you pay back 12,000 yuan. What a waste he is. You still treat him as a treasure? Men like Mr. Han are the reliable men you should really find. Even if we are just lovers of such people, we can live 100 times more comfortably than the girlfriends of those loser men. Wake up." "No, he has helped me a lot. 80% of the 10,000 yuan was obtained by him, but he is just a student and can't get so much money. He is very good to me, and I don't want to hurt him." Zio Yao shook her head and cried. Hearing her say this, Hong Xingyuan immediately smiled. "I didn't expect that there are still such loyal girls in this era. Quite interesting." At this time, the woman next to Zio Yao immediately laughed and said, "You are so loyal to your boyfriend, but do you know whether he is so loyal to you? Silly girl, you are just young and ignorant, and you take the so-called love too seriously. When you have suffered enough from the hardships of life, you will know that no matter how good your boyfriend is, when you are in love, when he can't make you live a comfortable life, the future will still be extremely painful. No, I can't let him down." Zio Yao bit her lip and insisted, "Ziana Hong, since she is so loyal, don't force her anymore." Hong Xingyuan smiled and said to the woman named Ziana Hong, Okay, since you are so affectionate and righteous, then we won't force you. Pay back the money. As long as you pay back the money, we will be even. Xiao Han looked down at Xiao Yao, who was kneeling on the ground, and said, speaking of paying back the money, Xiao Yao was speechless again. It's not that she didn't want to pay it back, but she couldn't pay it back at all. 12,000 yuan is a huge sum of money for students like them. At this moment, she hated herself for not knowing how to judge people. She actually treated the woman in front of her as a good person. After being taken by her to enjoy high consumption, she was gradually filled with vanity and could not turn back. However, it should be said that the woman named Xiao Han next to Han Xingyuan was still very capable. She deliberately contacted some girls who looked good but did not come from a good family. She approached them in the way of making friends. After becoming friends, she began to frequently pay for them to have some high consumption, gradually cultivating their vanity. After they had been hyped up as princess level figures in front of their classmates, she pretended to have encountered some difficulties temporarily and asked these girls to get back the luxury goods they had bought before, saying that they would temporarily use them to pay for money. When the funds were turned over well during this period, they could continue to take them to high consumption. In order to make a steady income, these girls naturally handed the things back to Xiao Han without any hesitation. On the one hand, they no longer had luxury goods to decorate themselves, and on the other hand, they no longer had the high consumption and enjoyment of life on weekdays. This made those girls who had gradually become accustomed to high consumption and the envy and admiration of their classmates suddenly fall into an extremely empty and mediocre life. At the same time, they had to suffer from the comments of their classmates around them about why they suddenly started to wear the old street style goods, why there were no luxury goods, etc. Feeling the classmates' eyes of envy and admiration turned into contempt and suspicion. They naturally couldn't bear it. So Xiao Han appeared beside them again as a conscientious consumer loan, inducing them to make loan consumption. In this way, one by one, young and beautiful girls were easily trapped by Xiao Han and pulled into their Hangletian dance hall, acting as high quality princesses, improving the quality of their own dance halls, and driving consumption. This is just the tip of the iceberg of their actions. Xiao Yao, who originally insisted on not letting her boyfriend down, gradually began to collapse her psychological defense line under the offensive of interest and money. When she learned that they would ask her boyfriend for the debt, she finally cried and gritted her teeth and said, "Don't bother him. As long as you promise not to let him know about what happened here, I'll agree." Although these young girls are not easy to lure into the trap, everyone lured in will become a long-term star princess, bringing huge profit returns to the dance hall. This period of trap setting and the time spent on talking are still worth the investment. Seeing another girl with a good appearance and figure fall into the trap, Hong Xingyuan was obviously very satisfied. "Before you spend money with the guests, play with me for a night. I will help you develop it well, so that the guests can have fun. Don't worry, the boss will keep your stuff. After all, it is very valuable. As for other places, let the boss help you develop it well." Xiao Han said with a smile. "Okay, Xiao Han, take her to my room first. Remember to wash her. You too, I haven't loved you for a while. You should stay here tonight. Then boss, we'll go back to the room and wait for you," Xiao Han said, and blew a kiss to Hong Xingyuan. Only Xiao Yao, with a dull face and tears on her face, was taken out of the room by Xiao Han like a zombie. "I have to get some raw eggs to replenish my body. Drinking wolfberry alone is not enough." Looking at Xiao Yao's wonderful buttocks when she left, Hong Xingyuan began to get agitated. But recently, he felt that he seemed to have played too much, and his clone was not as strong as it could be. Just as he took another sip of wolfberry water and prepared to replenish himself, suddenly, a figure suddenly appeared in the empty room. "You." Before he could finish his words, a cold light suddenly flashed by. The next moment, the figure disappeared again, and the door opened and closed automatically. As the door closed, the head that was just connected to Hong Xingyuan's neck suddenly tilted, and then rolled to the ground. On the ground, Hong Xingyuan's eyes were wide open, still full of incredible expressions. As the head fell to the ground, a blood fountain immediately spurted out from the incision. The whole room was covered with bright red. The wolfberry water on the table beside him also completely turned into a cup of black tea. After leaving, Chen Mo glanced at Xiao Yao and Xiao Hang, who had not yet walked far. Everyone has their own destiny, so he didn't care much, and turned away directly in invisible state. Anyway, Hong Xingyuan was dead, and his industry would soon be swallowed up by the King Shan Tuan Peohu groups, and the people they had lent money to cheat would naturally disperse. As for where they should go, after getting used to high consumption, this was not something Chen Mo wanted to care about. After leaving Hang Letian dance hall, Chen Mo immediately turned around and ran to the next location. There are a total of 3 people in charge of the Hang family branch in this area. Solving one is not enough. As Chen Mo came to the next area, this place was located in the basement of a billiard room. After entering the basement, you can see that there is a huge underground gaming field. This kind of illegal industry that is not allowed by law is currently only being secretly carried out by the Han family in Shanghai. It is not that the King Shtuan group and the Huang Pao Huzea group, 2 of the 3 underground giants in Shanghai, are so White Lotus. It is that their development indicators and goals are different, and their internal policies are also different. The Han family and the Tang family are as close as a family. The Han family basically does all the industries that can make money, and they don't care about the impact at all, because they are the Tang family as the facade. Although the Tang family has the surname Tang, it is actually the orthodox bloodline of the Han family. Just like the Ko family and the Zhao family during the Three Kingdoms period, because one of the bloodlines changed its surname in the middle, it became the current 2 surnames. In general, their ancestors actually had the surname Tang. Later, for some reasons, some of them were included in the Han family, changed their surnames to Hong, and successfully inherited the Han family. From then on, the Tang and Han families began to develop in a bright and dark way. The open line development must abide by the rules everywhere, and is constrained, so it naturally does not develop so fast. But the Tang family still developed into the top 10 industries in Shanghai. The Han family has been developing in the dark, and there is no need to follow so many rules. It can do whatever is beneficial, so the scale of the group will naturally expand very quickly. However, King Sh has established a foothold in Shanghai earlier than the Han family, and has a firm foothold and deeper roots. Even if the Han family develops wildly, it cannot beat it. For this reason, the Han family has few scruples about doing some black industries. But King Sh has become Du Renyuan's one-man show. Du Renyuan is ambitious, and does not want Du Yuan Group to be just a top group in Shanghai. His goal is to go global and international. Naturally, all the projects of the group will gradually move in a formal direction, to avoid negative business news that will affect the group's plan to make a name for itself. And the Yellow Robe Society has been taken over by Zhao Yu since Zhao Xian Heo's death. The same is true. Although Zhao Yu retreated behind the scenes, she actually controlled the development direction of the Yellow Robe Society throughout the process. She is similar to Du Renyuan. They both have great ambitions. She also wants to make the Zhao group bigger and stronger, considering the relevant impact. Many black industries were also shut down at her instruction. However, although their leader has such ambitions, after all, there will always be people who can't help but get involved in profitable projects. But as long as the group manager is ruthless enough, the subordinates will gradually dare not do it. Now the industries within the Du Yuan group and the Zhao group are basically relatively clean. Only a few of them, Du Renyuan and Zhao Yu, temporarily turned a blind eye, because these not so clean places have some very good leads, which implicate some of the hands and feet of the Imperial Capital Forces, leaving them to follow the clues. Enter the secret underground game field of the Han family. Chen Mo walked directly to the boss's room. This manager of the Han branch family is very pure. When Chen Mo opened his perspective glasses, he saw that he was actually knocking on the wooden fish and chanting scriptures. Chen Mo was really confused. Boss, Liuan Min already owes us 5 million, and he wants to borrow money to get back the principal. Should we lend him money? A voice suddenly rang out from the intercom, placed in front of the Buddhist shrine. As the saying goes, saving a life is better than building a 7-story pagoda. Since young Master Liu wants us to give him a chance to help, how can we just stand by and watch him die? Give him another 1 million. Yes. Boss, Miss Yang has lost all the 2 million she just withdrew. What should we do? The Buddha said that everything has a cause and an effect, and karma must be repaid. Since she has a debt, let's send it to my eldest brother and let her pay it back by receiving customers. When she has paid enough, we will let her go. Understood? Because of the loud Buddhist sounds playing around him and talking to his subordinates, he didn't notice that the door of the room he was in had been opened and closed once. After he finished speaking, he began to recite his own sutras again. You have a gambling field outside, and you are beating a wooden fish inside. Your Buddhist chanting is really creative. Seeing Hang Xingyu's Buddhist words one by one and his inhuman behavior just now, Chen Mo was really amused. He had seen strange people, but this was the first time he had seen such a strange person. Hang Xingyu, who was immersed in chanting, turned his head in surprise when he heard the strange sound behind him. Who are you? I'm the Buddha who saw that you worship him so much and never leave him at all, so he sent me to take you to the west to see him. Chen Mo sneered. As soon as Chen Mo finished speaking, Hang Xingyu immediately realized that something was wrong. He suddenly threw the wooden stick in his hand and reached into his arms, seeming to want to take something out. But unfortunately, he was destined to not be able to take this hand out. Chen Mo was much faster than him. With a flash of cold light, Chen Mo's figure disappeared from the room. After the door opened and closed again, a bright red suddenly sprayed from the headless corpse of Hang Xingyu, which fell on the nearby futon, the wooden fish, the shrine, and the Buddha statue. The whole room, which was already lit by the dim red light of the candle, was even more eerie. However, compared with the weirdness of his words, that were full of Buddhist words, but had nothing to do with human affairs, it was still a little less interesting. As Chen Mo left Hang Xingyu's room, he saw a young woman being carried by several big men, and left from a special elevator passage. I think this girl is the so-called Miss Yang in the intercom just now. Looking at her struggling appearance at this time, and some people nearby who lost to numbness and sluggishness, and some people who won to ecstasy, like crazy, Chen Mo also understood the saying, that gamblers should not die well. Ignoring these people, Chen Mo went directly to the last place. The industry run by Hang Xingsheng can be said to be the most powerful among the three brothers. However, unlike his two brothers, his business does not have a fixed place of business. If he is caught in this business, he will be sentenced to death. Each of the lines is relatively separate. It is much easier to deal with him than his two brothers, because he rarely stays in the industry he controls, so there are not so many security forces. You just need to go directly to his house to find him. Chapter 97. Amazing resolution speed. 5,000 words. At Hang Xingsheng's house. Although he sells decadent things, he himself will never touch them. He even lives a very self-disciplined life and exercises regularly. It was just over 10 o'clock, and he was already ready to go to bed. Because he goes to bed at 11 o'clock every night, and gets up at 6 o'clock in the morning. He is a guy with a regularity comparable to that of a robot. Maybe it's because he has such excellent self-control, so he is also the most capable one among the three brothers. After washing up, lying on the bed, Hang Xingsheng, who was reading a book, suddenly heard the sound of the door opening at home. Although there are no bodyguards in his house, there are several locks on the doors. In the dead of night, the sound of the door opening is still quite loud. He quickly took out his mobile phone and clicked on the surveillance, curious about why his door was opened. There is no one else who can have the key to his house, except the eldest brother and the second brother. But the eldest brother and the second brother know their own schedules, and it is impossible for them to come to find themselves at this time. Even if they come to find, they should call to notify first. How could it be possible that someone would just open the door and break in without any information at 10 o'clock in the middle of the night? As he turned on the surveillance video playback, Hang Xingsheng was somewhat surprised to see that the door seemed to be haunted. It automatically removed all the locks and turned the door knob when no one was there. Then the door opened, and the next moment it closed immediately. He had never seen such a strange thing in his life. He was so scared that he immediately took down the sharp sword hanging on the head of the bed for warding off evil spirits and held it tightly in his hand. If you don't do bad things during the day, you won't be afraid of ghosts knocking on the door at night. Now you know you are afraid. Suddenly a young voice sounded from outside the bedroom door, but no matter how Han Xingsheng looked at the surveillance screen on his mobile phone, he couldn't see a figure. Who are you? There is a head for injustice and a master for debt. Just tell me what's going on. Even though Han Xingsheng did all kinds of bad things every day, he was so scared that his hair stood up in the face of this strange situation. He held the long sword and shouted in fear in the direction of the bedroom door. Bang! As the door suddenly exploded, Han Xingsheng was so scared that he almost peed his pants. His bedroom door was a specially made super strong door, and it actually exploded directly. There was really no other possibility except that it was haunted. He was so scared that he immediately raised his sword and started to chop around randomly. Come out quickly. What do you want to do? Tell me if you have any grievances. I will burn money for you, perform rituals for you, or do anything else. Just come out and talk. Han Xingsheng looked around in fear and shouted at the air. Seeing that the other party was so scared, Chen Mo immediately smiled and showed up. Seeing Chen Mo so young, Han Xingsheng looked at him in horror and said, Why are you looking for me? To kill you. Don't come over here. I tell you, I'm a human now, and you're a ghost. I'll still be afraid of you, but when I become a ghost, I won't be afraid of you anymore. You let me go. I can burn anything you want. Han Xingsheng has completely regarded Chen Mo as a ghost, but it's no wonder. After all, it was late at night, and the locked door at home opened and closed automatically for no reason, and then the door of his bedroom exploded inexplicably, and an unknown young man appeared in front of him out of thin air. Anyone would regard him as a ghost. Seeing the other party so scared, Chen Mo smiled and said, I still like to use things from the world of the living, so you don't have to burn them. After that, the ring blade on the middle finger of Chen Mo's right hand popped out instantly. I have never seen a ghost kill people with weapons, and Han Xingsheng didn't know how to deal with it for a while. He mustered up his courage, picked up his sharpened sword, and slashed at Chen Mo. Unfortunately, the difference in strength between the two was too great. Chen Mo simply turned his feet and dodged sideways, easily avoiding Han Xingsheng's attack. With a wave of his right hand, Han Xingsheng's body, which was rushing forward, was split into two. Until his death, Han Xingsheng did not figure out whether Chen Mo was a human or a ghost. After dealing with Han Xingsheng, Chen Mo deleted the cloud records in the monitoring app on his mobile phone and turned off the monitoring, and then left directly. After walking a long way out of Han Xingsheng's house, Chen Mo held up an umbrella that he had picked up in the dance hall before, took out his mobile phone, and sent a message to Du Renyuan and Zhao Yu. Message: the target has been solved, and you can act. These simple words really shocked Du Renyuan and Zhao Yu. So fast? Du Renyuan was a little surprised to see the message Chen Mo restored. Dad, has Dr. Chen already dealt with it? Du Zheng brought a cup of warm milk before bed. Well, we haven't received any news, which shows that even the Han family hasn't discovered that the three brothers have been dealt with. Du Renyuan narrowed his eyes and felt deeply the horror of Chen Mo. It's impossible. It's easy to deal with these three people, but it's almost impossible to deal with these three people in succession and get away unscathed without being noticed. Du Zheng also felt incredible. I also find it very strange. According to the report from our subordinates, these three people, Han Xingyuan, have not come out since entering his Han Letian ballroom. Logically, he should be in the owner's area of the ballroom, which is heavily guarded and difficult for outsiders to enter. The only ones who can enter should be the girls who were deceived into entering. Han Xingyu is also the same. According to the information reported by our subordinates, he has been staying in the owner's room of his casino. There are countless thugs in that casino, and the security force is extremely strong. In addition, in order to prevent media exposure, the strictness of detecting outsiders is also extremely high. It is also a place that is not easy for outsiders to sneak in. Basically, only familiar customers can enter. It seems that Dr. Chen knows a lot of talented people. Is there a way to sneak into these two places? Since Du Renyuan and Du Zheng have not seen Chen Mo take action with their own eyes, they don't know much about Chen Mo's strength. Du Renyuan only listened to Chen Mo's self-narration that he killed the 5 killers of the Seagull team. but whether it was really done by Chen Mo alone, or there were other masters guarding him behind him, that is unknown. After all, considering Chen Mo's extraordinary medical skills, his master might be a super expert, and it is not impossible that he has taught disciples with different levels in different fields. It's really hard to tell. According to the previous life trajectory and reports of Dr. Chen, he is just a child from an ordinary family. I don't know when he met his master. This master is a real great man of the time. He can teach a child from an ordinary family to this level. Du Zhen couldn't help but sigh. Then you are wrong. The more such people are, the more carefully they choose their disciples. In order for Dr. Chen to be chosen, he must have extraordinary qualities that ordinary people don't have. This extraordinary trait that ordinary people don't notice was seen by this great man, so he selectively taught him. Du Renyuan analyzed. After that, he said to Du Zhen, forget about the information we have investigated before. Tell your subordinates not to continue investigating the matter of Dr. Chen in the future, so as not to cause unnecessary misunderstandings and offend the other party, which will be counterproductive. After all, even if we find out where his master is, such a person is not something that can be moved by mundane things in the world. I think the other party will not care about gold, silver, money, fame, and status. If he cares, he would have been famous all over the world with his ability. Father is right, I will give the order. Well, it's late, you go to bed, and you can ask the servants to do this kind of thing in the future. Your father is already well, and you don't have to worry about the servants not taking good care of me. You have been working hard these days. Du Renyuan looked at Du Zhen and smiled with relief. You can recover, and everything else is nothing. Du Zhen said with a smile. Good boy, you guys are all good boys. Du Renyuan looked at Du Zhen to help him close the door, and his mood was a little complicated. In fact, he thought Du Zhen was the most suitable heir. Both his temperament and ability are good, but he is not obsessed with this aspect. He was forced to take over because he was sick. Du Renyuan can see that Du Zhen does not like these, but he really wants Du Zhen to take over and expand the Duoan group from his predecessors and further take over and improve it. Although Chen Mo said that his body has recovered and he can have his own children. But compared to his own blood, Du Renyuan has actually regarded these 5 children as his own children. He has no intention of reducing their power and kicking them out of the Duoan group just because he can have the ability of his own blood. On the contrary, the 5 children have no such thoughts, which makes him feel anxious. Children and grandchildren have their own blessings. Alas, let them go. Du Renyuan opened his mobile phone and found a number that had been in his mobile phone but had not been contacted for a long time. Looking at this number, he couldn't help but think of the scene when he was young. It was a dance party, and he was invited to dance by a girl with an extremely sunny smile and cheerful personality. Although the girl was not the type who was very pretty, her confident, calm, and carefree smile was extremely charming. Du Renyuan still remembered the 2 dimples when she smiled. At this moment, Du Renyuan's face unconsciously showed a look of affection that a young person would have when seeing the person he liked. It was really unbelievable that a person who dominated the Magic City and controlled the Duoan group, the top group in the Magic City, could have such a tender side. Heh. Really, what am I being stupid about? After so many years, Rose should have started a family a long time ago. Even if my body is better, everyone is already this age. Time flies and has gone forever. Du Renyuan sighed and finally did not have the courage to dial the number or send a greeting message. When Chen Mo quickly dealt with the 3 brothers of the Han family, the Yellow Robe Society was also amazed after receiving Zhaoyu's message. In the video conference, after listening to what Zhaoyu said, several uncles and aunts were immediately amazed. This kid is a bit too scary, isn't he? You said that he just solved these 3 guys. I'm not that surprised. But the speed at which he solved these 3 people is too fast. Yeah, there is not even a little news. Until this moment, they themselves don't know that their boss is dead. What kind of assassination ability is this? Zhaoyu, where did you dig this Chen Mo out? How can he have such a great ability? We can hardly find out any details about him, and all we can find are his ordinary experiences in this life. The uncles and aunts looked at Zhao in amazement. They couldn't help but think about it from another perspective. If someone assassinated them in this way, could they escape? Although these three people are just branches of the Han family, and the security forces around them are not top-notch, but they can't be solved without revealing any news. Of course, there is another possibility that Chen Mo lied, but this possibility is naturally equal to nothing, because there is no point in him telling this lie. Once they act, the truth will be known immediately. Telling a lie to discredit yourself, is there anything wrong with it? Seeing the shocked looks of the uncles, Zhao was quite satisfied. She was also amazed when she received the information that Chen Mo had solved the target. But the more so, the more threatening Chen Mo's existence becomes. Let these uncles know that there is such an ace master around them, and the uncles in the Yellow Robe Society will only become more dependent. Okay, Chen Mo's business has been done. It's up to you all now. Try to take the share you deserve, but there's no need to rush with Kingsh. Du Renyuan has already said that this time when dealing with the Han family, all the shares taken by Kingsh will belong to Chen Mo. Since Kingsh has given up the opportunity to grow stronger, we don't need to be impatient. What? Why would Du Renyuan say that? The Han family share is not a small number. He can let our Yellow Robe Society take 1/3 and give the remaining 2/3 to Chen Mo. Are you sure he's not trying to paralyze you with this sentence? Yes, it is unlikely. Chen Mo saved Du Renyuan's life. I know Du Renyuan a little bit. Although he is arrogant and domineering, he always distinguishes between gratitude and resentment. Chen Mo has done him such a great favor. Even if he deceived Zhao, he should not deceive Chen Mo. After all, if Chen Mo can save him the first time, he can save him the second time. Compared with the future safety of his life, I think Du Renyuan still knows how to choose a mere 1/3 of the Han family's industry. If he really wants this share, then he should take this 1/3 from the beginning. His relationship with Chen Mo is still stable, so there is no need to. It's unnecessary to say that he would give this 1/3 to Chen Mo and then take it back later. Isn't that the same as throwing away his life-saving card? That's true, but since Du Renyuan came to power, he has been centralizing power and expanding the Duoyuan group. Isn't it just to make the industry passed down by his ancestors bigger and stronger in his own hands? This time, he was able to swallow up such a large share of the Han family's industry, but he was willing to work for nothing and contribute manpower and material resources for nothing, but in the end he didn't get any benefits. Even if he had Chen Mo's life-saving grace, he shouldn't be like this. Looking at the puzzled expressions of the uncles and aunts, Zhao said, Du Renyuan has never had his own blood descendants. I think everyone knows what's going on. It seems that there are rumors that his body has had problems since he was a child. Yes, that's what I heard. Zhao nodded and said, the rumors are correct, but after Chen Mo rescued him this time, he not only cured his terminal illness, but also the illness that you said had accompanied Du Renyuan since he was a child. This is equivalent to giving the Du family the ability to continue the incense again. Think about this favor. How does it compare to the grace of saving a life? As soon as these words came out, everyone immediately understood. Saving Du Renyuan was just saving his life. But saving the Du family's incense, it was saving his entire lineage. This favor was absolutely transcendent. Everyone finally understood why Du Renyuan was like this. Saving his life and continuing the incense, these two great favors, it really can't be repaid by 1/3 of the Han family's industry. It is completely reasonable for him to help so carelessly and give this 1/3 of the profit. The uncles and aunts did not question anything. Since they did not need to worry about Kingsh, they could contact their subordinates immediately to start work quickly. After the meeting, Zhao stretched lazily, showing her weak body. She stood up and looked at Chen Mo's rental house. She had a feeling that Chen Mo seemed to be planning some big actions, but she still did not quite understand what Chen Mo wanted to do. After sending the message, Chen Mo was too lazy to care about the situation here. He just needed to wait for Du Renyuan, Zhao and their people to take over this place. When the time came, he would gather the personnel and put them under his name. He would wait to receive the rewards issued by the system for conquering a large number of subordinates. On the way back, Chen Mo opened the system interface to check it out. The three brothers of the Han family branch have future development, and each of them can reach the 5th level. Chen Mo killed the three of them and directly received 7,500 survival points and 3 B-level gift packs. A small gain. However, after knowing that the gift pack can be combined into a higher level gift pack, Chen Mo is not in a hurry to open the junk gift pack for the time being. Rainy nights are quiet streets with few pedestrians on the road. But tonight, Dongcheng district is very lively. After returning to Mingyuan community, Chen Mo parked the car in the garage, and the third daily task settlement reward of the day also rang. System prompt. Congratulations on successfully completing daily task 3 and bringing back a means of transportation that can reach a speed of 200 km/h. You have exceeded the daily task, and this reward is doubled. You have obtained 2,000 survival points and 2 daily gift packs. Chen Mo opened 2 daily gift packs casually. This time, the 2 daily gift packs are pretty good. They give 2 beneficial beast pills, which can be eaten by pets, to increase the strength of pets. In addition, Chen Mo also has a fierce beast advanced pill. If all are fed to Xiao Huang, Chen Mo estimates that Xiao Huang can be upgraded to the strength of a first level mid-stage alien beast. It is not bad to get a reliable alien beast bodyguard to protect the people he wants to protect when he is away. PS. Today seems to be the last day for double monthly tickets. Chapter 98. Mission Gambling. 5-star difficulty. 5,000 words. Chen Mo left home after 10 o'clock and even returned home at 10:30. It can be said that he really went and came back. At this time, Lin Xinru was still awake, holding Xiao Huang and playing with her mobile phone. The sound of Chen Mo opening the door had just sounded, and there was a sound of tapping in the bedroom, and the next moment a soft and warm body pounced on him. "What are you doing? Why are you so clingy?" Chen Mo smiled and picked her up, holding her buttocks, and said, "I just came back from outside, and my clothes are stained with rain. If you touch me, your previous shower will be in vain." "That's perfect. I'll take a shower with you again," Lin Xinru said with a smile. Looking at the two people kissing each other, Xiao Huang started barking at his feet and seemed to want to hug him. Chen Mo had already made Xiao Huang recognize the master, and he fully understood what it meant. It was indeed barking, and wanted Chen Mo to touch it. Chen Mo put Lin Xinru on the sofa with a helpless smile, turned around and squatted beside Xiao Huang, touched its little head and said, "You are still fighting for favor." As he said that, Chen Mo took out 2 beast benefiting pills that he had just opened from the system warehouse and fed them to Xiao Huang. Although Xiao Huang didn't know what these 2 things were, he was very happy to eat them when he saw that Chen Mo was feeding them. He stretched out his little tongue and rolled the 2 beast benefiting pills into his mouth and swallowed them. As the beast benefiting pills entered his stomach, Xiao Huang's body suddenly became larger at a speed visible to the naked eye because his flesh and blood became stronger. Lin Xinru said unexpectedly, "Why do I feel that after you fed it, it seems to have become a little bigger? I'm making a bodyguard for you so that you don't have to be afraid of someone when I'm not around." After Chen Mo finished speaking, he took out the beast advancing pill and fed it to Xiao Huang. As the beast advancing pill entered his stomach, the effect was much stronger than the beast benefiting pill. Xiao Huang's body began to change rapidly, and he immediately grew to a length of 1 meter, turning into a big dog. His eyes were red, and his whole image became more majestic. Woof woof. As Xiao Huang's realm was upgraded, Chen Mo also received a system prompt. System prompt. It was detected that your 9th level exotic pet, after being fed with the advanced pill by you, actually reversed and advanced to a 1st level exotic. The host's amazing operation is extremely creative. Hereby, a special reward is issued for the host. You have obtained the SSS level gift package. Amazing. This can trigger a special reward. Chen Mo never thought that upgrading Xiao Huang's level would cause the system's judgment of its level to return to normal, thus triggering a special reward. It's really interesting. That is to say, before I intervened in the level of a certain unit in the current world, the system recorded it according to the wrong timeline. But if I intervened in the strength level of this target, it would suddenly detect it normally. Although I didn't expect that raising Xiao Huang's level would cause the system's evaluation of Xiao Huang to return to normal, I got an SSS level gift package for free, which was really comfortable. As Xiao Huang's level was upgraded, Chen Mo immediately checked Xiao Huang's attributes. System prompt. To view the attributes of other units, you need to turn on the attribute query function. This function is divided into 2 levels. One level can only view targets with a favorability of more than 50 points with yourself, and you need to pay 1000 survival points. The other level can view the attributes of any unit, and you need to pay 10,000 survival points. I'll open the 10,000 level. Chen Mo said in his heart. System prompt. The deduction of survival points is successful. The attribute query function has been turned on, and the current remaining survival points are 637,903 points. As the query attribute system function was turned on, Chen Mo immediately checked Xiao Huang's attributes. Name, Xiao Huang. Race, alien beast. Level, first level. Bloodline, Howling Moon Wolf. Randomly evolved by taking Alien Beast Advanced Pill. 20 points of super energy. Ability, Flash. Can flash in space at will within a range of 50 meters. Basic attributes. Constitution 3 equals 15 points of super energy. Strength 5 equals 50 points of super energy. Agility 5 equals 50 points of super energy. Mental power 3 equals 15 points of super energy. Super energy. 150 points. Sure enough, if you want to grow quickly, you have to rely on drugs. Chen Mo also understood more and more why so many high-level units appeared in just half a year in the end of the world. With the advent of the end of the world, natural materials and treasures appeared explosively, and it was difficult not to upgrade quickly. But from the system introduction before, it seems that growing quickly by absorbing external objects still has some disadvantages. For example, after absorbing the demon particles, although it grows quickly, it must continue to absorb in order to continue to grow. However, the beneficial beast pills and alien beast advanced pills produced by the system, fortunately, there is no such situation. After simply taking it, the user's attributes can be quickly improved. Chen Mo couldn't help but secretly thought that it was a pity that this thing was only effective against alien beasts, otherwise he would have to take some. At this time, although Xiao Huang's alien energy was not as good as Chen Mo's, in terms of physical fitness, his strength and agility were even 1 point higher than Chen Mo. Of course, Chen Mo's current attribute limit is 10 points, but he did not use survival points to increase it, and deliberately suppressed the level to brush rewards. If it really improves, Xiao Huang, who has grown up simply by taking drugs, will not be Chen Mo's opponent at all. System. Are the abilities of alien beasts also awakened randomly? Can it be changed? System prompt. The host can buy a copy of detailed explanation of alien beasts from the system store to view the relevant introduction. I admire you. Chen Mo directly spent 10 points to buy a copy of detailed explanation of alien beasts and planned to read it when he was free in the evening. I didn't care about this for the time being. Instead, he hugged Lin Xinru, who was frightened by Xiao Huang's sudden mutation, and said with a smile, "Don't worry, Xiao Huang is very obedient. Although it looks a bit fierce now, it is a very strong bodyguard." Chen Mo immediately said to Xiao Huang, "Come here, Xiao Huang, let your sister Xiao Ru touch it." When Xiao Huang heard Chen Mo's order, he immediately changed from his majestic posture just now to the appearance of a good dog, pounced at Lin Xinru's feet and rubbed her. Seeing that Xiao Huang was still as obedient as before, Lin Xinru immediately reached out and touched it. Although Xiao Huang was not as cute as before, when he was small, he was more handsome at this time, and his hair was still furry. Seeing that Xiao Huang was still so obedient, Lin Xinru was relieved. "Brother Mo, why did Xiao Huang suddenly become like this? I said that I practiced some strange drugs that can make animals mutate. Do you believe it?" "You say, I believe it," Lin Xinru said with a smile. "Anyway, there will be more and more strange things in the future. Just be mentally prepared. You will soon be used to it." Chen Mo smiled lightly and patted her buttocks, then picked her up and walked towards the bathroom. "It's getting late. It's time to take a bath and go to bed." After saying that, Chen Mo turned to Xiao Huang, "You should go back to the room and go to bed." Hearing what Chen Mo said, Xiao Huang suddenly flashed and went back to his nest. Xiao Huang, who had just returned to the nest and was about to lie down to sleep, soon heard a sound of fighting from the direction of the bathroom, followed by the hostesses begging for mercy. At this time, it didn't know what the two were doing, it just felt strange, as if the two were fighting. It got up and walked to the door of Chen Mo's bedroom, wondering if it should go in and persuade them to stop fighting. After its advancement, its brain is more capable of thinking about things than before, when it was a little dog. But after sniffing carefully, it found a burst of hormones, and it seemed to understand what the two were doing. It then returned to its nest, drooping its ears, and turned a deaf ear. After Lin Xinru and Chen Mo fought fiercely twice, they washed themselves, took a warm bath, and returned to the bedroom. Because Chen Mo grabbed a 9th level corpse king and took advantage of him, the system perfunctorily rewarded Chen Mo with 1000 survival points, and then there was no sound. After Lin Xinru hugged Chen Mo and fell asleep with a sense of security, Chen Mo took out the detailed explanation of the alien beast and looked it up. It can be regarded as understanding some knowledge related to the alien beast. Although humans are originally animals, for some reason, the evolutionary direction of alien beasts and humans is very different. Alien beasts are more inclined to cannibalize each other, devouring flesh and blood and natural materials to improve themselves. And the books on superpowers that Chen Mo had read before, the improvement of human superpowers is more dependent on self-training, self-breakthrough, and mental mutation. Because of the different evolutionary conditions of alien beasts and humans, the growth results of the two after advancement are also different. Every time a beast advances, it will mutate. That is, the beast may breathe fire in the previous stage, but it may start to control ice in the next stage. This depends on what it eats during this period of advancement. If it eats about the same as the last time it advances, then there will not be much difference between this time and the previous stage. It will just make the supernatural power mastered in the previous stage more powerful. Seeing the convenient advancement conditions of the beast, Chen Mo is still envious. But seeing that the bloodline and appearance of the beast change randomly every time it advances, Chen Mo still can't accept it. The sense of identity of human beings is still more important to him. If the advancement of the beast is different from the fact that when he absorbs the bloodline, he only uses the bloodline as a plug-in to enhance his ability and does not change himself, then he will really be jealous. After reading the introduction of the beast, Chen Mo gently stroked Lin Xinru's smooth back, then turned off the lights and went to bed. The next day, at 8 o'clock in the morning, the system prompt rang on time. Chen Mo, who originally had very strong attributes, only needed a little sleep time to restore his full energy and spirit. Naturally, he didn't need to stay in bed. As soon as the system alarm sounded, he woke up. At this time, Lin Xinru was hugging him tightly like an octopus. If it weren't for the fact that this girl was still sleeping soundly after tossing a lot yesterday, he would have to do it to her a few more times early in the morning. Ignoring Lin Xinru, Chen Mo directly opened the system interface to check the settlement rewards for last night. System prompt: since you have successfully completed all daily tasks today, and the daily task completion rate has reached 100%, you can get an additional 10,000 survival points reward, and you can get a chance to draw a special reward. Since there are difficult tasks in today's daily tasks, being able to complete the difficult tasks is an outstanding performance. You have received an additional 10,000 survival points reward. System prompt: it is detected that all your daily tasks today have been completed in excess. You can get an additional 10,000 survival points, and you have an additional chance to draw a special reward. Since there are difficult tasks in today's daily tasks, being able to complete difficult tasks in excess is an outstanding performance. You have received an additional 10,000 survival points reward and a chance to draw a super special reward. With the reward for over completing all the daily tasks yesterday, Chen Mo's survival points have increased by a full 40,000 points. After taking a look at the daily task settlement rewards, Chen Mo looked at today's daily tasks again. System prompt: it is detected that you have exceeded the daily tasks for 3 consecutive days. You can increase the difficulty of the daily tasks by yourself today. The number of tasks that can be increased is 1. System prompt. It is detected that you have exceeded the daily tasks for 4 consecutive days. The daily task betting authority has been opened for you. System prompt. The daily task betting authority has been opened. You currently have the authority to bet on up to 3 days of daily tasks. If you choose to bet, the daily tasks of today, tomorrow, and the day after tomorrow will be used as the stakes. Today, the release of 3 days of daily tasks will be simulated, comprehensively combining all the task difficulties. 3 tasks that combine the star difficulty of 3-day tasks will be released for you today. If you can complete all the fusion difficulty tasks released today, you will win 3 times the daily task reward and the 3-day task settlement reward at one time. If you can complete all the fusion difficulty tasks released today in excess, you will win 3 times the daily task excess reward and the 3-day task settlement excess reward at one time, and the number of daily task days you can gamble on will be increased to 7 days. If you fail to complete any fusion difficulty task today, all the rewards for the tasks you completed today will not be issued. After the daily task bet, no matter whether the task is successfully completed or failed, no daily tasks will be issued for you in the next 2 days. Betting is risky. Please choose carefully. Chen Mo is now completely taking daily tasks with transcendent strength, and he is not worried at all. He directly chose to bet. System prompt. Serious reminder. According to the current host level, the highest difficulty of the fusion task may be a 5-star difficulty task. The difficulty of the 5-star difficulty task is extremely high, and there is a high probability that tasks that are difficult for the host to complete will be issued. Please consider carefully. Although the current maximum number of days for daily task betting is 3 days, the host can choose to bet on 2 days of daily tasks to reduce the calculation of the total difficulty star of the fusion task. No need, just 3 days, and start counting directly. Seeing that Chen Mo did not listen to the advice, the system was too lazy to continue to persuade him. The obligation of reminder has been fulfilled, and even if it cannot be completed, at most it will lose a few days of daily task rewards. It is not a punishment. Failure will be failure, and it is not a big deal. System prompt. Daily task simulation is being performed for the host. The simulation is completed. The total difficulty star of daily tasks today, tomorrow, and the day after tomorrow is simulated to 11 stars. It is detected that you have the authority to increase the number of task difficulties. You can use this authority once a day. You will be able to increase the task difficulty by 3 stars in total on the fusion difficulty. Do you want to increase it? Warning. Although increasing the difficulty of the task can allow you to obtain higher daily task rewards, you have already turned on the task betting mode. Once the task difficulty is too high, it may cause you to be unable to complete a daily task, and make the daily task efforts of the day go to waste. Please choose carefully. Add directly. Chen Mo did not hesitate at all. System prompt. The task difficulty has been increased. The simulation result is that the 3-day task difficulty is 14 stars in total. Now the fusion difficulty task is released for you. Betting challenge. The fixed number of tasks released is 3, and the task difficulty of the 3 tasks is completely random, but it must be a total difficulty star of 14 stars. System prompt. At 8 o'clock in the morning, the daily task will be released. Daily task, 5-star difficulty task, fight to your heart's content, and kill at least 5 powerful enemies above level 4 today. Due to the high difficulty of the task, a special prompt is given to exceed the task completion conditions. Kill 6 powerful enemies above level 4, or kill 4 powerful enemies above level 4 and 1 powerful enemy above level 5. Let the first level kill the 4th level, and kill 5 more. You can think of it. This task is 10 stars difficult. Chen Mo complained. It is easy for him to complete the task at this stage, but it will be too difficult in the real end of the world. Is this the value of a 5-star task? You know, even if Chen Mo has taken 2 superpowered divine fruits, and has the 3 source nuclear energies, his first level energy is only close to the 3rd level, and the first level fighting the 3rd level can only be considered evenly matched. And the daily task asked him to kill the 4th level, and kill 5 in one day. This difficulty is absolutely off the charts. No wonder the system frantically reminds him that the task is difficult. He immediately looked at the second daily task. Daily task, second, 5-star difficulty task, stay in the sphere of influence of a 9th level strongman for half an hour, or disturb a 9th level strongman and retreat unscathed. Due to the high difficulty of the task, it is specially reminded that the conditions for exceeding the task are stay in the sphere of influence of a 9th level strongman for 45 minutes or retreat unscathed after attacking a 9th level strongman. This behavior can be a sneak attack or an attack beyond the opponent's consciousness. For example, throwing stones at the opponent can also be considered an attack. It's really cruel. All the 5-star difficulty tasks are life-threatening. If I really receive these tasks in the end of the world, I might as well not do them. Complaints aside, this task release is simply a free task for Chen Mo. There is a 9th level strongman next to him. Not only can he attack her and retreat unscathed, he can even shoot like a dragon and kill her 7 times in and 7 times until she faints. Daily task 3. 4-star difficulty task, steal survival supplies or treasures within the influence of a 7th level strongman and bring them home. Due to the high difficulty of the task, it is specially reminded that the conditions for exceeding the task are take it in person. If you can complete all daily tasks, you will receive additional rewards. Yes, even the 4-star missions are equally fierce. If you want to exceed the target, you have to fight hard for each task. But if you don't want to exceed the target, there is still a chance to complete the last 2 tasks, even if you take huge risks. Chen Mo didn't care too much after taking a glance at the 3 fusion difficulty tasks, and he was ready to start completing the second task right away. Chapter 99 Super 5-star Daily Gift Pack. 5,000 words. After reading the daily tasks, Chen Mo first used up the 2 1-star Super Daily Life gift packs and 1 super special reward extraction opportunity obtained from yesterday's 1-star daily task. 2. After all, whether it is a synthetic gift pack or a designated exchange, only the number of special reward extraction opportunities is needed, and it is a bit wasteful to use the number of super special reward extraction opportunities. As the 2 1-star Super Daily gift packs were opened, Chen Mo obtained 2 daily supplies, which he threw into the system warehouse first and used after the end of the world. System prompt. Successfully opened a 1-star Super Daily gift pack. You obtained the item Inferior Protective Shield. Inferior Protective Shield. Although it is called an Inferior Protective Shield, it can still play a decent defensive role and can at least withstand 10 full strength attacks from a 5th level strongman. System prompt. Successfully opened a 1-star Super Daily gift pack. You obtained the item Super Smoke Bomb. Super Smoke Bomb. After use, the environment within a kilometer around can be filled with thick fog, and visibility drops to half a meter. Please note that this item cannot distinguish between friend and foe, so please use it with caution. It's okay if I can't tell friend from foe. Fortunately, I have perspective glasses, so it doesn't matter. After taking a look at the rewards of the 1-star Super Daily gift package, which were not too few, Chen Mo turned around to look at the next super special reward draw opportunity without paying much attention. System prompt. Congratulations on winning the special reward regional teleportation level skill book through this super special reward draw opportunity. Regional teleportation. You can set 3 fixed teleportation points and consume mental power to teleport directly from any location to the fixed teleportation point. You can also teleport to any point within a kilometer range. Although the teleportation skill does not improve combat effectiveness, it is still very practical. It is very useful, whether it is to dodge attacks, sneak attacks from behind, or quickly escape. Chen Mo immediately prepared to learn, but the skill bar was full. He had spent 100,000 points to open a skill bar before, and now the price of opening a second skill bar has increased again. System prompt. It is detected that the host's skill bar has reached the upper limit. A new skill bar needs to be opened before new skills can be learned. Do you want to spend reward points to open more skill bars? Open. System prompt. It is detected that the host has opened an additional skill bar. The price of opening the skill bar this time is 200,000 survival points. The host currently has 678,893 survival points. Do you want to deduct them? Yes. System prompt. The points have been deducted successfully. Your skill bar has changed to 6/7. You currently have 478,893 survival points. The moment the skill bar was opened, Chen Mo directly learned the teleportation skill. After learning the regional teleportation skill successfully, Chen Mo immediately thought about teleporting to the living room. As his mind moved, a special space fluctuation surged in his body. After 3 seconds, he appeared on the sofa in the living room. His sudden appearance on the sofa in the living room startled Zhao Huang, who was sleeping well in the living room. After it woke up and saw that it was Chen Mo who appeared on the sofa, it immediately rushed over and licked Chen Mo's feet. Okay. Chen Mo smiled helplessly at Zhao Huang's dog-licking behavior, reached out and touched its head to comfort it, and then teleported back to the bedroom with a thought. After 2 tests, Chen Mo found that each teleportation basically takes 3 seconds to complete. As for whether the teleportation distance has an effect on the loss of mental power, Chen Mo has not yet tested it. But according to the description of the skill, at least fixed point teleportation should not have much to do with mental power, otherwise it would not be described as being able to teleport directly from any place to a fixed location. Chen Mo directly set the first fixed point teleportation location at home. As for the second fixed point teleportation location, Chen Mo couldn't help but suddenly have a whim. Can it be set on someone? In this way, if you want to reach someone, you can teleport to him instantly. Thinking of this, Chen Mo decided to find Lin Xinru to test it. As he stretched out his hand to cover Lin Xinru's smooth back, his mind moved. He actually left the teleportation mark directly on Lin Xinru's back. As Chen Mo once again thought about it and started the fixed point teleportation, he really teleported directly to Lin Xinru's side. However, when teleporting at this fixed point, you have to control the teleportation distance, otherwise he will stand directly on Lin Xinru's back. Fortunately, the fixed point teleportation will teleport Chen Mo to any barrier-free position within 10 meters of the point range, and Chen Mo can sense and choose this position himself. In this way, you can really use someone as the target of fixed point teleportation. This is a very useful mark for protecting important people. Wait for my parents to come back from the sea and leave one on them. At this time, his parents were out at sea, and Chen Mo decided to use the mark on other important people first. When I meet sister you later, leave a mark on her. Although she has a lot of protection around her, it is still safer to leave a mark. As Chen Mo got up and did experiments in the room, he was tossing around, and Lin Xinru was also woken up. Little lazy bug, get up. Do you have classes in the morning? No, I had classes in the morning, so I didn't bother with you last night. Lin Xinru hummed lightly, stretched, and then curled up like a cat, and fell asleep with the quilt in her arms. Since you don't have classes, it's okay to toss a few more times. Chen Mo smiled. Come on, who's afraid of who? Lin Xinru didn't even open her eyes, just stretched her legs, and hooked at Chen Mo. Chen Mo smiled and said, then I'll show you. After Chen Mo gently got started for a while, the 9th level corpse king who was killed in a short time was trembling all over, and he had no power to resist. System prompt. It is detected that the host has fought the 9th level corpse king with the 1st level cultivation to the point of unconsciousness. Because the host has triggered the suppression reward from the 9th level corpse king, only 1000 reward points will be issued to the host this time. System prompt. After the host successfully attacks the 9th level strongman and escapes unscathed, they say women are made of water, but I think you are made of floods. I have to change the sheets again. Looking at the sheets that have turned into a world map, Chen Mo said with a doting smile. At this time, Lin Xinru no longer had the strength to speak and had already fallen into the numbness of defeat. Chen Mo picked her up, took a shower in the bathroom, and after a warm bath, he changed a new sheet and carried her back to the couch, letting her continue to sleep well. System prompt. Congratulations on successfully completing the daily task 2, 5-star difficulty task, and attacking the 9th level strongman and escaping unscathed, exceeding the daily task, and this time the reward is doubled. You have obtained 20,000 survival points and 2 5-star super daily gift packs. It would be great if every task was like this. Not only is the task process extremely happy, but the task completion reward is also so high level. Looking at the rewards released by the system, Chen Mo said with a smile. After getting the gift pack, he directly chose to open it. Chen Mo received 10 very good daily necessities, including a variety of top quality delicacies. It can be seen that the higher the level of the super daily gift package, the better the daily necessities will be. However, there are plenty of top quality delicacies to eat in the prosperous times. If you eat them now, you may not be able to find them in the end of the world. They are still collected in the system warehouse. Chen Mo looked at the 2 main items rewarded by the 5-star super daily gift package. System prompt. Successfully opened the 5-star super daily gift package. You got the advanced random ability scroll. Advanced random ability scroll. You can randomly get a scroll with a high level ability. Yes, it's a good thing. It can stably randomly get high grade superpowers. However, I have maximumed out my superpowers now, and they are all high level. I can consider giving it to Xiao Huang. Although Xiao Huang's flashing superpower is okay, it feels so. No, the superpowers of the beasts will change with the level upgrade factors. When it upgrades next time, the superpowers may mutate directly. It doesn't seem cost effective to use it on it. It seems that I can only put it aside for now. I just need to help Lin Yike's brother cure his illness today and maximum out her favorability. My main task too should be almost done. If I can get another superpowered fruit and open a garbage superpower, I can use this scroll. After throwing the high level random superpower scroll into the system warehouse, Chen Mo looked at the second reward. System prompt. Successfully opened the 5-star super daily gift package. You got the item energy storage ring S level. Energy storage ring S level item. It draws energy from nature every second for storage and can accumulate and store up to 12,500 energy points. When you need to replenish energy, you can draw energy from the energy storage ring to replenish it. The energy of the energy storage ring can replenish any energy loss, whether it is super energy, physical energy, mental energy, etc. Chen Mo had previously opened a sea level energy storage ring, which could only store 100 energy points. Because the energy storage was too little, and Chen Mo had already learned the super speed recovery skill, he didn't use it much. But this time, the upper limit of the S-level storage energy can reach 12,500 points, which can almost allow Chen Mo to instantly replenish any energy consumption at this stage. Chen Mo just used a little mental power to use the teleportation, and he immediately tried to use the S-level energy storage ring to recover. After the recovery was completed, he sensed the energy absorption and recovery speed of the S-level energy storage ring. It takes a full minute for the C-level energy storage ring to recover 1 point of energy. The recovery speed of the S-level energy storage ring is much faster than that of the C-level energy storage ring. It only takes 5 seconds to recover 1 point of energy. It can recover 12 points of energy in 1 minute, 720 points in 1 hour, and 17,280 points in a day. Basically, even if the 12,500 points of energy stored in this S-level energy storage ring are used up, it can still be easily restored within a day. The practicality of this energy storage ring is still much better than that of the C-level energy storage ring. The 5-star super daily gift package is still very powerful. 1 S-level, 1 high-level superpower scroll. They are all very good things. Chen Mo couldn't help but look forward to what the 2 5-star super daily gift packages given. After completing the daily task, this 5-star difficulty task can open. After opening the reward, Chen Mo dressed neatly and prepared to go out. Lin Xinru had completely fallen into a sweet dream at this time. Chen Mo had the ability to heal, and he was not afraid that Lin Xinru would get any disease due to irregular diet, so he didn't force her to sleep and let her sleep well. He slept soundly that night. But the Tang family and the Han family did not sleep all night, because suddenly the Yellow Robe Society and the Green Society strangely united and swallowed up their forces in Dongcheng district. And they received this news only after things had developed for some time. At that time, many of them had even gone to bed. As a result, they were woken up in the middle of the night. Two of the three brothers, Hong Xingyu, Hong Xingsheng, and Hong Xingyuan, were beheaded and killed by someone in their heavily protected territory. Another one was even more outrageous. There was a gun on the bedside, but he died holding a sharp sword before he died. This long sword was still hanging high on the wall. If someone suddenly broke into the room and attacked, it stands to reason that everyone would first take the gun that is easiest to get at the bedside, rather than the sharp sword hanging high on the wall. But after the Han family investigated overnight, they did not detect that Hong Xingsheng had any action to take the gun. It was more like he got up and drew his sword to prepare for a fight after being attacked. Such behavior is extremely abnormal and weird. Unfortunately, the surveillance records of their home have been deleted. We are currently trying to find professionals to see if they can be restored to interpret this strange situation. Hong Xingsheng thought he had encountered a ghost at the time. Guns have no killing power against ghosts. The sharp sword that can ward off evil spirits is obviously much more intimidating to ghosts than a pistol. He naturally did not consider taking a gun at all, but held the sharp sword tightly in his hand to give himself a little illusory sense of security. So he had this strange death environment now. Not only was his death strange, but the deaths of the other two were also strange. Hong Xingyuan was beheaded while sitting in his boss's chair. No matter how others broke in, as long as someone was chopping with a weapon, there would be a dodging action. But his body did not have this action at all, as if he was drinking tea, and then his head fell off. It was as weird as it could be. After checking the surveillance in the corridor of the boss's office, nothing abnormal was found at all. At that time, only Xiao Hang and Xiao had entered the boss's office. When they left later, there was nothing unusual. After that, no one was seen entering the boss's office. It's a pity that their surveillance was not facing the door of the boss's office. Otherwise they would have seen the door of the boss's office strangely opened and closed twice. Since only Xiao Hang and Xiao had entered Hong Xingyuan's boss's office, the two were investigated overnight by the Han family. But in the end, it was confirmed that they had no suspicion or ability to commit the crime. In fact, the main reason for withdrawing the suspicion of the two of them was the death of Hong Xingyu. The way Hong Xingyu died was almost the same as that of Hong Xingyuan. Both of them were beheaded by a knife, and the incision was extremely neat. It can be expected that the murder weapon was extremely sharp and the murderer was extremely experienced. It was basically just one move to deal with the two. Otherwise, it would be impossible for the two of them to leave no resistance and traces of fighting. But compared to Hong Xingyuan, Hong Xingyu at least reached into his arms to take out the gun. It can be seen from this that Hong Xingyu should have at least encountered the murderer and was ready to fight back. Unfortunately, he didn't have time to reach into his arms to take out the pistol after seeing the murderer, which was strange. How fast did the murderer act? What is even more surprising is that at least Xiao Hang and Xiao had entered and exited Hong Xingyu's boss's office. In the surveillance of Hong Xingyu's boss's office, there was only a record of him entering, and then his younger brother found that he died tragically in it, and then the Yellow Robe Society and the Green Society sent people to sweep it. For what happened suddenly last night, the Han family and the Tang family were at a loss at this time. It was a puzzle for a whole night. The first was the bizarre death of the three brothers of the Han family branch, and the other was that the Yellow Robe Society and the Green Society suddenly worked together to encroach on the marginal forces of their Han family. What does this mean? Is it going to declare war? Even Duranyuan knew that their Han family was deeply rooted in the Magic City and difficult to shake, and they naturally knew their own background better. That is not something that the Yellow Robe Society and the Green Society can easily shake. They suddenly united with Gideon just to move some of their industries outside the Magic City. This behavior is not only meaningless, but also very inexplicable. Even the top leaders of the Han family are a little happy because their inexplicable behavior gives them the opportunity to send people to the branch family to jointly take power. In the name of protection, it is actually co-governance. When the time is ripe, they can take back all the industries of the branch family. These branch families are lazy and immature, and most of them are just waiting to die. However, because of this blood relationship, they have to support such a large number of useless people. This has long made the main family of the Han family feel very unhappy. Now that they have a perfect excuse to send people to their power, they are naturally happy. The most important thing is that the Yellow Robe Society and the Green Society swallowed up the industries outside the Magic City that are completely insignificant to the Han family. They don't care about this kind of petty fight like children playing house. They also didn't believe that the Yellow Robe Society and the Green Society would dare or have the ability to take action against their main business, located in the middle of the Magic City. They didn't have the ability. But the inexplicable behavior of the Yellow Robe Society and the Green Society was really strange, and they had to investigate it clearly. In addition, the three brothers of the Han family died strangely. These were all things they had to investigate clearly at the moment, otherwise they would not be able to sleep well at night. So the main family of the Han family became busy in an instant, sending people to investigate the incident last night, and sending a large number of people to the Branch family. At this time, the Branch family of the Han family was also in a panic because of the unusual actions of the Yellow Robe Society and the Green Society, and naturally there was no way to oppose the main family of the Han family to move in. Chapter 100. People are in a panic. 5,000 words. For the Branch of the Han family, the sudden action of the Yellow Robe Society and the Green Society last night was a great threat to them. The main reason was that they didn't know why the Yellow Robe Society and the Green Society suddenly chose to unite and clean up the peripheral industries of their Han family in the Magic City. The union of the two families sent out a rather strange signal. After all, if there was no way to attack the main family of the Han family, then even if they got the Han family's industries outside the Magic City, it would basically be a waste of effort. Because for the Han family, as long as they were willing to spend a little time and find the upper management to operate them, they could easily take back all those industries again. Then the Yellow Robe Society and the Green Society did this, which was equivalent to a waste of effort, but also exposed their deep cooperation. After all, although they had a small cooperation because of Chen Mo before, but this cooperation was superficial, just a very simple exchange of benefits for both parties. The Han family actually didn't care much about their cooperation, but their current union was deep. They were equivalent to further offending the Han family. Although they did not have a friendly relationship with the Han family before, at least on the surface, they were not so stiff. But now that the two families suddenly quarreled, the Han family also had a reason to take action against the King Society and the Huang Pao Society. If the three major groups started to fight in the Magic City, it would inevitably cause chaos in the economic environment of the Magic City, and it would also have a significant impact on the reputation of the three groups. In this way, things are not right. Because the Han family is still very clear that Duranian has been trying to take the Duan group to the whole country and the world, and the image of the group is very important. If this offends the Han family and quarrels with them in the Han family because of some unnecessary interests, then the damage to the image of the group will definitely be very great. So Duranian's choice this time really made the Han family feel very incredible. This old fox can't even consider the pros and cons of this. Even if Chen Mo saved his life, it shouldn't be like this. After a careful and in-depth analysis, they can only conclude that Duranian did not want to be deeply involved in this incident. It was only because of Chen Mo's favor that they casually helped the Yellow Robe Society to raise the weight of this action. But in this way, things became even more weird. The Yellow Robe Society has always been in a state of disunity. Some people are close to their Han family, and some are close to Kingsh. But what is the situation now? Without receiving any news from their Han family, the Yellow Robe Society and Kingsh swept the East District's industry. What are the people in the Yellow Robe Society doing? When they contacted them last night, they all pretended to be dead. This also made the Han family very confused about the specific reason. So they made up a possibility on their own. That is, Duranian's participation this time was just to make those wavering fence-sitters in the Yellow Robe Society determined to stand on the side of good relations with Kingsh. That's why it happened that once Kingsh participated, the Yellow Robe Society became harmonious. They still didn't think that Zhao was secretly controlling the Yellow Robe Society. After all, Zhao has been giving up power for quite a while. She didn't do anything on weekdays. and she didn't see any special actions from the Yellow Robe Society. Recently, the so-called Chen appeared in the Magic City, becoming the middle line between the King Society and the Yellow Robe Society, causing the two families to get closer and closer. However, no matter how they thought about it, they couldn't figure out what the action last night meant. After all, they all based their thinking on the idea that the Yellow Robe Society and the Green Society could not touch their Han family's industry. It was not surprising that they could think so. When Chen Mo, Zhao and Du Yuan sat down to talk, Du Yuan had already explained in advance that the Han family had deep roots in the Magic City, and even the Yellow Robe Society and the Green Society could not shake it. Since even an old fox like Du Yuan admitted that their Han family was stable, their Han family naturally knew more about how many means they had than Du Yuan, and they had many hidden means that Du Yuan could not investigate. They naturally knew more about how stable their own family was. Naturally, it was impossible to base their thinking on the idea that the Yellow Robe Society and the Green Society wanted to touch their own family. After all, the fact was that it really could not be shaken. However, once you don't base your thinking on this idea, think about the actions of the Yellow Robe Society and the Green Society last night. This will lead to the very strange incident last night. This is also the reason why the Han family and the Tang family did not sleep all night. They gathered a few smart people and thought about it all night, but they still couldn't figure out what they were doing. While the main family of the Han family was thinking about the motives of the Yellow Robe Society and the Green Society, for the Han family branch, they were actually more worried about their own safety. Because the death of the three brothers of the Han family last night was too strange. Hong Xingguan, Hong Xinggai and Hong Xingsheng, it can be said that each of them died very strangely. Before they figured out the cause of their death, all the children of the Han family branch were like living with their heads on their belts. Because if Hong Xingguan, Hong Xinggai and Hong Xingsheng could be killed without anyone knowing, then the children of the Han family branch were obviously not that safe. After all, the defense force around them was not much different from that of these three people. The other party had the ability to kill these three people without anyone knowing, which was equivalent to having the ability to kill them without anyone knowing. So for a while, the children of the Han family branch were in a panic. This also led to the fact that after the Han family sent people over, they not only did not have any opposition, but also welcomed it. After all, saving their lives is the most important thing now. Du Yuan had actually expected such a situation a long time ago, and he deliberately wanted this situation to happen. Once the Han family branch temporarily gave up power and allowed the Han family to intervene in their own industry, the Han family's hands would not be easily pulled out. In this way, the internal struggle is already a foregone conclusion. At that time, the King and the Huang Pao Club only need to release a little news, saying that this action was based on some special reasons. For example, it was instructed by the Han family. At that time, all the weirdness of last night was instantly explained. And the behavior of the Han family's main family sending people to the branch industry to intervene in the management at the first time has become evidence. It is impossible for the Han family not to be chaotic. After all, the Han family couldn't figure out what the King and the Huang Pao Club meant last night, and the branch family naturally couldn't understand it even more. So when the important information accidentally leaked out from the King Society and the Huang Pao Society, it turned out that the Han family wanted to cooperate with them to make trouble, just to take back all the industries of the branch family. After the moment of thinking it through, the original doubts and fears will become a unified anger against the Han family in the future. Of course, Du Yuan's plan has a high success rate, and it also fits the psychology of the Han family and the branch family. But if this plan wants to be truly effective, it must first have the ability to cause major changes in the Han family, so that the Han family will be in chaos, giving the branch family the opportunity to seize control and make them even more chaotic. Otherwise, his plan will really become a plan to help the Han family regain control of all the industries of the Han family. Before Chen Mo went out, he also received a message from Du Yuan, saying that last night was very successful, and the current plan has not been completely successful, so the insignificant branch family industry obtained last night will be controlled by Du Yuan Group first. Chen Mo has no objection to this. He is not afraid that Duranian will regret it, nor does he believe that Duranian will regret it. This tiny bit of profit is not worth it. Chen Mo just went out and saw Zhao, who was wearing yoga clothes, with her hair tied up, doing yoga exercises on the grass in the yard. Mo, you worked so hard last night, and you got up so early today. Zhao smiled when she saw Chen Mo's thin red lips. It's not hard, it's easy to do. Chen Mo said with a nonchalant smile. Easy? Hearing his words, Zhao couldn't help but be speechless. The death of these 3 people can almost be described as science, but it's easy to do. Not to mention the Han family, the Yellow Robe Society and the Green Society took control of the relevant areas that night. After investigating all night, they didn't find out anything. The only useful clue is the surveillance records at Han Xingsheng's home. Unfortunately, the records were deleted and needed to be restored by professionals. But I don't know if Han Xingsheng is guilty or something. The surveillance saving program at his home was specially made by a master. Once the records are deleted, it is basically impossible to recover. At least for now, neither the Han family nor the Yellow Robe Society and the Green Society have found a way to restore the surveillance records. Then they can only repeatedly watch the surveillance of the place where Han Xingyu and Han Xingyuan are. But even if they watched it all night, they couldn't figure out anything. On the contrary, the more they watched, the more creepy they felt. Who can escape this kind of assassination method? This morning, Duranian was eating breakfast while repeatedly checking the surveillance records before and after the time of the death of Han Xingyu and Han Xingyuan. Dad, the fried dough sticks are soaked in vinegar. I've watched this video so many times, and you're still watching it. Du Zhen finished a bowl of porridge, looked at Duranian who was holding a fried dough stick in his hand, and was about to soak it in soy milk, but ended up soaking it in vinegar, and said with a helpless smile. At this time, Duranian finally reacted, and ate the fried dough sticks soaked in vinegar without caring and smiled. It's okay, it's appetizing. Du Zixi got up a little later, and came over curiously. Dad, what are you watching? You are so fascinated that you can't eat properly. Nothing. A surveillance video. What surveillance video is so attractive? Du Zixi walked over curiously, but only saw 2 videos about the corridor. There was nothing eye-catching. Dad, what are you watching? Du Zixi asked with a puzzled look on Duranian's shoulder. Duranian smiled and turned his head to look at her and said, the controller of the East District of the Han family in these 2 rooms was killed in them last night, but we have taken back the surveillance and have found experts to identify and confirm that there is no editing and splicing in this surveillance record. In other words, these 2 people were mysteriously killed without the murderer entering their room. It's just like the work of ghosts. Is there such a thing? Du Zixi was scared when he heard it, and he didn't dare to watch the video again. Even if she is the princess of the Duan group, with amazing power behind her, she has her own fears. Last night I thought that Dr. Chen was incredibly fast, but I never thought that he was not fast, but strange. The deaths of these 3 people were really strange, and each one was more confusing than the last. Duranian sighed. Hearing that the matter was related to Chen Mo, Du Zixi immediately remembered that Chen Mo discussed with his father yesterday about dealing with the Han family. Are the strange deaths of these 2 people related to Chen Mo? Who else can do it except him? In fact, apart from not being able to find traces of the murderer's entry and exit, there are no other particularly strange scenes. The death of Han Xingsheng is really strange. Du Zhen looked at Du Zixi and said with a smile. How is it strange? Du Zixi instantly became interested. You have been afraid of ghosts since you were a child. I'd better not tell you, for fear of scaring you. Du Zhen said with a mysterious smile. Brother, you are being unkind. You aroused my curiosity, but didn't tell me. Are you trying to stifle me? Du Zixi complained. Duranian smiled and said, Zixi can't stand hearing other people talk. You'd better tell her, otherwise she will have to make trouble with you. Du Zhen smiled and said, okay, I'll tell you. Soon Du Zhen told Du Zixi all the strange things about Han Xingsheng's death. How could such a thing happen? There is a gun by the bed, but he didn't use it. He actually went to the sword hanging on the wall. And in terms of power, a pistol is definitely better than a sword. Is there no bullet in the gun? No, I have checked it. It is full of bullets. It can be seen that this guy cares about his own safety. Not only is there a pistol by the bed, but he even has a shotgun hidden under his pillow. This guy's level of self-defense is still surprising. Under such circumstances, he actually only took a sword to fight against the attackers? Duzixi felt incredible. Yes, that's why I said this is the strangest death among the three. What kind of reason would make a person give up using pistols and shotguns and use a sword to fight? Duzixi asked puzzledly, unconsciously moving the table with his left index finger. If you want to explain it with the logic of normal people's behavior, it's basically impossible to explain, but if you use other reasons, it's easy to explain. By the way, doesn't this Hong Xingsheng sell contraband? Did he smoke that stuff that night and see some hallucinations? Duzixi thought of a possibility. No, he has been autopsied. This guy is very normal. Not only is he not a person who smokes contraband, but he is also extremely strong after training. Anyone who comes here may not be able to beat him. You know, even if he uses a sword, the sword in his hand is completely sharpened. Why did he go to get a sword instead of a gun, if he didn't take contraband? Could it be that someone faked the scene? Duzixi guessed. It is basically impossible. First of all, there is no need for it. Since the people who came here wanted to kill Hong Xingyu, Hong Xingyuan and Hong Xingsheng, then killing them without being discovered would have completed the mission. There is no need to go to such lengths to create an inexplicable scene, which would waste time and increase the possibility of being discovered. Secondly, the autopsy showed that Hong Xingsheng had obvious signs of muscle strain due to his strong chopping and missing. This also proves that he was using a sword before he died, and not the gun that he originally used and was later replaced by a sword. Isn't it inexplicable? That's why it's impossible to explain it with normal human logic. It can be easily explained with other reasons. Generally, swords are hung on the head of the bed to ward off evil spirits. As soon as these words came out, Duzixi felt a chill on his back. Brother, you don't mean that he saw that thing, do you? I just analyzed it theoretically. His behavior logic can only be like this. Otherwise, why would he leave his gun unused and run to get the sword that is farthest away from him and has the weakest power? And the most important thing is that his front door has many latches and door locks, all of which open naturally. According to the assembly logic of his door, he should be a person who lacks a sense of security and values his life very much. It is impossible for him to forget to lock his door. But when I went to investigate, I found that there was no sign of damage to his front door. It opened naturally, and his bedroom door was completely exploded. It was as if it was bombarded by some huge force. Just tell me if this is strange or not. Not to mention that Duzixi was scared when he heard it. Even Duzhen himself felt a little horrified after he finished speaking. At this time, he couldn't help but feel fortunate that he had established some friendship with Chen Mo and Kingsh. Otherwise, if he was an enemy of such a person, he would not even know when he died. After watching Hong Xingyu and Hong Xingyuan die strangely in an environment with heavy guards, after watching Hong Xingsheng's house with 18 locks, all the door locks were opened strangely without any damage, and he entered the house and was killed in the bedroom. Duzhen was no longer confident about any guarding force at this time, unless he asked a group of bodyguards to surround his bed to protect himself. Of course, this was his fantasy. If someone like Chen Mo was an enemy, now he is an ally, so there is no need to be too afraid. Drive Chen's methods are really incredible. No wonder he was so casual about dealing with the people of the Han family yesterday. It turns out that his methods have long been all-powerful. Not to mention the Han family, even in our impregnable Du family manner, I think his people can still come and go as they please. His people. Duzixi heard it strangely. Dad, do you mean Chen Mo has any helpers? Not very clear, but we don't need to care too much about these. We just need to remember that he is a friend, not an enemy, and we can't become enemies with him. Du renew and still sees through it. Don't think about things you can't figure out, just judge the enemy clearly. It is the Han family who should be worried about Chen Mo's strange behavior last night, not him. At this time, Zhao Yu was at home. After doing some body exercises outside, Xiaoyu packed up the yoga mat and took Chen Mo back to the house. The main reason was that Chen Mo was going to mark her. It was difficult to do it in yoga clothes just now. Chen Mo made an excuse and said that she felt a little unwell when she was doing body exercises, so he wanted to give her a massage and let her take a hot shower to energize her blood. Mo, I'll rinse first. You wait a moment. Xiaoyu brought a pot of flower tea to Chen Mo and said, "It's okay, sister, you take your time, I'm not in a hurry." Chen Mo drank the flower tea and cracked melon seeds, feeling very comfortable and not caring at all. Xiaoyu just washed off the sweat from doing body exercises just now, but she came out again soon. At this time, she let down her hair and wore a cool white dress, which originally represented a simple and pure color, but once she wore it, she still looked so charming and seductive. End of this chapter. Thank you very much for reaching the end. Don't forget to like. Looking for more exclusive content and immediate access? Subscribe to our Patreon. Remember, every like, subscription, or donation encourages us to continue. Thanks to everyone. See you in the next video.